We have called you together to inform you that we are going to overthrow the United States government. You still think that jet fuel brought down the World Trade Center? Does anybody else see a problem here? If the government has nothing to hide, why are they so afraid to answer a few questions? This story does not add up.
Don't listen to me, listen to your head. Don't listen to anything they say.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The title of this report is A Satirist's Dream, Closing the Gap Between Anti-Corruption Law and Reality. I could fill my 60 seconds talking about the 18 years' worth of unaudited accounts, or the bazillions that are squandered on agriculture and foreign aid boondoggles, or the Tillack case where instead of any of the alleged fraudsters being arrested, it was the journalist trying to find out about them who found himself banged up by the police. I could talk about the £6.6 million spent last year by European commissioners simply on entertainment and luxury gifts and hotels. I could talk about the wonderful spectacle of President Van Rompuy and Commissioner Ashton flying to the same meeting in Russia in separate private jets, leaving Brussels within 4 hours of each other. Instead, I'll confine myself to saying this. These things happen not because the EU attracts particularly bad people. I mean, of course, it attracts some bad people. Man is fallen, and like all institutions, it contains those who give in to temptation. It happens rather because there is no link between taxation, representation and expenditure at Brussels level. It was Milton Friedman who said there's two kinds of money in the world, there's your money and there's my money. The trouble is that in the EU it's all your money, hence negligence, corruption, fraud and what we see before us today.
Mr. Co-President Nigel Farage, Freedom and Democracy.
Well, good morning, Mr Van Rompuy. You've been in office for 1 year, and in that time the whole edifice is beginning to crumble. There's chaos. The money's running out. I should thank you. You should perhaps be the pin-up boy of the Eurosceptic movement. But just look around this chamber this morning. Just look at these faces. Look at the fear. Look at the anger. Poor old Barroso here looks like he's seen a ghost. You know, they're beginning to understand that the game is up. And yet, in their desperation to preserve their dream, they want to remove any remaining traces of democracy from the system. And it's pretty clear that none of you have learned anything. You know, when you yourself, Mr Van Rompuy, say that the euro has brought us stability, I suppose I could applaud you for having a sense of humour, but isn't this really just the bunker mentality? You know, your fanaticism is out in the open. You talked about the fact that it was a lie to believe that the nation state could exist in a 21st century globalised world. Well, that may be true in the case of Belgium, who haven't had a government for 6 months, but for the rest of us, right across every member state in this union, and perhaps this is why we see the fear in the faces, increasingly people are saying, we don't want that flag, we don't want the anthem, we don't want this political class, we want the whole thing consigned to the dustbin of history. And we had the Greek tragedy earlier on this year, and now we have the situation in Ireland. Now, I know that the stupidity and greed of Irish politicians has a lot to do with this. They should never ever have joined the euro. They suffered with low interest rates, a false boom and a massive bust. But look at your response to them. What they're being told, as their government's collapsing, is that it would be inappropriate for them to have a general election. In fact, Commissioner Rehn here said they had to agree their budget first before they'd be allowed to have a general election. Just who the hell do you think you people are? You are very, very dangerous people indeed. Your obsession with creating this euro state means that you're happy to destroy democracy. You appear to be happy for millions and millions of people to be unemployed and to be poor. Untold millions must suffer so that your euro dream can continue. Well, it won't work, because it's Portugal next. With their debt levels of 325% of GDP, they're the next ones on the list, and after that, I suspect it'll be Spain. And the bailout for Spain would be 7 times the size of Ireland, and at that moment, all of the bailout money has gone. There won't be any more. But it's even more serious than economics, because if you rob people of their identity, if you rob them of their democracy, then all they are left with is nationalism and violence. I can only hope and pray that the euro project is destroyed by the markets before that really happens.
Thank you.
They cannot create the world of Orwell. They have to manipulate us to create it. And what they're doing all the time, and a lot of this stuff in the movies, which are feeding you what they want to happen, look at all the movies over the last decade or so, more and more now all the time, that are portraying this very police state and this very Orwellian fascist Agenda 21 world that I've been talking about. They're doing that for a reason. It's to implant that in the subconscious so it becomes reality through humans' creative imagination. They have to get us to do it. Number one, the fascist global state is not coming because we're not fricking having it anymore. And we are not any longer going to be manipulated into manifesting our own enslavement. And when they tell us to be quiet, we shout bloody louder. Silence is consent. Can you hear us now? If you want to be free, then don't run and hide. This is a time for looking the world in the bloody eye. Together. Coming together. Strength does not come from physical capacity, it comes from indomitable will, Mahatma Gandhi. And that will says we are not having it anymore. Human race, get off your knees. What are you doing down there? Hey!
The whole enterprise is crazy, and it's an absolute scam which is going to cost you a great deal.
It's rather like paying monkeys, because what happens is the civil servants draw up the list, and if it's vote number 58 and the piece of paper says vote yes, you vote yes, and if it's number 59 and it says vote no, you vote no. It is an absolute farce. It is a complete sham masquerading as democracy.
What you're about to hear will both surprise and outrage you. It's the true story of Europe. It's the story the politicians don't want you to hear, because it shows how they've deceived us and betrayed our nation. Only in 1994 did Chancellor Kohl's foreign policy spokesman, speaking on behalf of the ruling party of Europe's dominant nation, Germany, clearly reveal the true plan. The plan is to create a federal European superstate. Into it will be merged up to 25 ancient European nations, including our own. This new country, called Europe, will have one parliament, one government, one court of justice, one currency, one flag, and one anthem. That has been the plan all along. But those who favoured it knew the people of Europe would never accept it. They would never willingly surrender their freedoms to become just a province in a vast European superstate. So what did the politicians do? They conspired to keep the truth from the people.
He also discusses with Hitler a new plan to unite Europe, not just under the conquering hammer of Blitzkrieg, but through a lasting political and economic union, which the Nazis named Europäische Wirtschaftsgemeinschaft, or the European Economic Community. In 1942, a conference is held in Berlin to discuss this political and economic integration of Europe. Of all the nations targeted, Britain has proved the wild card because she alone has successfully resisted invasion.
Anger and violence have spilled over onto the streets of Athens, with police using tear gas and water cannon against Greeks protesting draconian new budget cuts. Trump demonstrators hurled petrol bombs, with more than 100 detained as the country's parliament passed an austerity package aimed at securing the latest bailout. RT's Peter Oliver reports from Athens.
What we have seen, though, is anger on the streets of Athens. We saw a crowd of around 100,000 people gather in the square just behind me in front of the Parliament building. That quite quickly escalated into violent clashes between police and protesters. In a matter of seconds, downtown Athens went into essentially an urban war zone for a couple of hours. We saw Molotov cocktails thrown, flashbang grenades used, also tear gas used extensively again here in Athens as police tried to calm down protesters who are extremely unhappy by what they see as unfair measures being taken by the government. Now, also there was 100 people detained by police, 5 arrests made, and we're also hearing of injuries on both sides, both the police and demonstrators. The Greek people undoubtedly very unhappy about what's been signed into law. What's essentially happened is that politicians here in Greece have voted in order to allow the next round of austerity measures. 153 MPs voting in favour of these latest austerity measures, 128 against, and there were 18 abstentions. What these new austerity measures mean, though, for the Greek people is that we're going to see the retirement age rise to 67. There's also going to be slashes to pensions and wages, and there's also also going to be new laws that's going to actually make it easier for employers to fire their staff. Now, all of this comes as Antonio Samaras, the Prime Minister, had to make 13.5 billion euro worth of savings. The reason he had to do that was it was demanded of him by Greece's three main lenders, the so-called Troika. Now, they had said that unless these cuts were made, that Greece wouldn't get its next round of bailout money. That's over 30 billion euros, and without that money, well, Greece was out of the euro essentially, and they would have faced a potentially devastating default. So that's what these new austerity measures mean. They've been signed into law. This is the future for the Greek people now.
The new austerity package is said to be the worst so far in 3 years of the Greek debt crisis. Journalist Charlie McGrath says the cuts will heap further suffering on ordinary people and that the situation won't change for the better until Greece acknowledges it's bankrupt.
We already have people killing themselves in front of Parliament in Greece. You have people that are losing everything, losing hope. The last thing to go, I think, is going to be, their sense that they have anybody representing them whatsoever. You have this tyranny of the technocrat majority inside Greece. 153 out of 300 vote more austerity onto the people. I think as they continue to lose all hope that they have any control of their own financial destiny whatsoever, how can it do anything but digress into potentially civil war? The financial health of the country is not going to change for the better until they realize that they are in default. They're bankrupt, and they tell the banks that are holding their debt and the European Union and the ECB and the Troika that they are going to default. This is what happens in free market capitalism. Their prospect for a return to a healthy economy, it has to start with them realizing that they are completely and utterly broke and start over from scratch.
Agenda 21, Sustainable Development, is the action plan. It is the blueprint to inventory and control all land, all water, all minerals, all plants, all animals, all construction, all means of production, all energy, all information, and all human beings in the world.
I get tired of saying that defense is to be made an excuse for wasting dollars. I don't believe we should pay 1 cent for defense more than we have to.
I seriously question an increase in the Pentagon budget in the face of the department's recent Inspector General's report. How can we seriously consider a $50 billion increase in the defense budget when DOD's own auditors say the department cannot account for $2.3 trillion in transactions in 1 year alone?
It is, I was going to say terrifying. It is such a monumental task. I have met with 2 former officials of the Pentagon who served in the budget and controller and those areas. And I've mused over the fact that I've read some of these things and asked what they thought.
We process nearly 10 million paychecks a month. 10 million times to get things screwed up. I've had my pay screwed up 6 times since I've been in the department. And it's really bad when you screw up your boss's pay.
I doubt, to be honest, that people inside the department are going to be capable of sorting this out. I have a feeling it's going to take some folks from outside to come in and look at this and put in place a process that over a period, and I regret to say, but I've seen how long things take. I think it's going to take a period of years to sort it out. And I think it'll probably take the cooperation of the Congress to try to get the system so that you can actually manage the financial aspects of that institution rather than simply report on things that have happened imperfectly.
There's more oversight over the Head Start program than there is over the entire military budget.
It's a terrible record, and it's preposterous that the Defense Department doesn't know what's happened to this money.
This situation's a disgrace. It tells me that we can't meet our constitutional obligations to the taxpayers of our country to make sure that things are honestly and legally spent.
We were told major cuts in education programs, and then we read, well, you know, $500 million is paid per year that isn't owed.
It is an incredible thing that we arm the world and then turn around and come to Congress and say, look at all these weapons out there. They're almost superior to ours. They're comparable to ours. Well, of course they are. They're ours. We sold them to them.
Since the end of the Cold War, we've sold more military weapons than the rest of the world combined.
In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist.
My name is Jack Shanahan, Vice Admiral, U.S. Navy, retired. One of our nuclear bombs blows up Hiroshima 15 times over. 5 devastates Russia. After that, this is how many the U.S. has left. I feel safe reducing nuclear weapons. Do you?
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations for the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, and we will be, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order. A real chance. An order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founder.
One of the great illusions is fear. No more fear. That's how we got into this situation. No more fear. No more fear, come on. If you can't laugh at insanity, you become insane. No more fear. Look at them. I wish it was a joke. It's not. It's real. Now, this is a wonderful quote. Martin Luther King, he had many, of course, but this is a fantastic quote. You may be 38 years old, as I happen to be, and one day some great opportunity stands before you and calls you to stand up for some great principle, some great issue, some great cause. And you refuse to do it because you are afraid. You refuse to do it because you want to live longer. You're afraid that you will lose your job, or you're afraid that you will be criticized, or that you will lose your popularity, or you're afraid that someone will stab you or shoot you or bomb your house, so you refuse to take the stand. Well, you may go on and live until you are 90, but you're still just as dead at 38 as you would be at 90. And the cessation of breathing in your life is but the belated announcement of the earlier death of the spirit.
Gentlemen, we have called you together to inform you that we are going to overthrow the United States government. Do you still think that jet fuel brought down the World Trade Center? Does anybody else see a problem here? If the government has nothing to hide, why are they so afraid to answer a few questions? This story does not add up.
When a warrior is going to battle, if he sees fear and ambivalence in the eyes of his comrades, he knows that you're good as dead. Remember Braveheart? In this fight, that's what the problem is. It's the members of our own contingent who are out to lunch, who haven't got clear on what's happening, who are undereducated, misinformed, or fearful. Mikhail Bakunin, one of my great heroes, the father of anarchism, who rotted in Tsarist jails until his teeth rotted out, 18 years chained to a wall in pitch darkness. This is only one of the imprisonments that this man had to go through. And when he came out, within 5 minutes, he's again writing on humanity and down with these tyrants. No, all his life long, would never stop fighting autocracy. Yet, this man from his own words says, I'll take 1,000 Tsars over one Karl Marx. That's informed. Yet, isn't Karl Marx meant to be a socialist on the same side as Bakunin? We're all one. Down with the king, down with the Tsar. Bakunin says, no, down with you. I know you who you are. He said, a herd of animals organized by compulsion and force and concerned only with material interests, ignoring the spiritual side of life. At his own time, that's what he said the revolutionaries are. And of course, don't we know that the hand that crushes the tyrant's head becomes a tyrant in his stead? The enemy is not your problem. And that's a big theme. Never forget that. The enemy, in fact, you know something? The enemy that we so-called think is so awful and terrible, we've been taken out years ago. They're very weak. That's why they're called a hidden elite. Of course they're hidden. They know if we knew about them, we would destroy them in 5 minutes. When America finally wakes up, it'll be like Gulliver. You remember Gulliver was held down by all those little people? Well, when Gulliver finally wakes up, he'll be able to dust these George Bushes off their shoulders and throw them into the ocean. Because these individuals themselves are not spiritually pure and clean and cannot rise up high to feel high. So their mentality is to push and artificially repress good people so they feel great. They're not actually doing anything to spiritually progress or mature, but they are doing a lot to hold you down, and that's how they get their feeling of greatness. The petty tyrant in your neighborhood does the same thing. The bully in school does the same thing. So we found no weapons of mass destruction. It's a myth in the mind of psychically pathological people. Al-Qaeda didn't exist. And the only time it ever even looked like it might have existed, it was funded by the same neocons from New York City. The only time any kind of Islamic extremism ever even looked like it was on the map, or jihadist motives, was when you guys were, not you guys, but the American government was funding it. Remember those old Rambo movies? There's the proof. With the Mujahideen and the extremists in the Taliban in Afghanistan to fight the Soviets. When the Soviets were pulling out, remember? If you don't know this, when the Soviets were pulling out, one of the generals told America that you have a bigger problem on your hand than we. Thank you, you've destroyed us, you've won, we're leaving, but I'll just give you a case in point. We've observed something since we've been in Afghanistan. You're going to have a bigger problem down the line, 10 years from now, with these Islamic extremists. But America didn't listen because America's funding them. Now, when Bush finally gets his position as president, he's big behind the pro-Zionist evangelists that are all over the television and rising now. But wait a minute, what's wrong with this picture? On paper, aren't the extreme right-wing Christian pro-Zionist evangelists meant to be the opposers of guess who? The extreme jihadist Islamics, on paper. But they're funded by the same force. The same neocons, the same Straussians from New York City are funding the same group. It's recent history, it's in your face. My goodness, we don't have to be looking to ancient conspiracies and Mikhail Bakunin. As your great G. Edward Griffin said, deliberately create problems and then offer only those solutions which result in the expansion of government. Create conditions so frightful at home and abroad that abandonment of personal liberties and national sovereignty will appear as a reasonable price for a return to domestic tranquility and world peace. The teacher speaks. So when you see this toxic religion, of course there's going to be a cop-out from the rebel. The rebel doesn't know what we're talking about, but he knows that something's wrong with daddy and all that BS. So he's going to cop out. Can't blame him. Let's run the video.
Troops surrounded Jerusalem and laid siege to it, and it produced massive starvation. Luke 21:20 says, when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, flee and know that the desolation is about to happen. Historian Josephus tells the story of Roman soldiers going from house to house, killing the survivors of the siege, people who were too weak from starvation to defend themselves, and walked into the home of a mother who was eating her infant child. And even they backed out. Josephus says that 1.1 million Jewish people died right there. Jerusalem was demolished. The temple was torn down. Jesus saw it and he wept. Remember, on his way to Calvary, he saw the Jewish women weeping for him, and he said, daughters of Jerusalem, do not weep for me, but weep for yourselves and weep for your children and your children's children. Why? Because he said then, blessed are the breasts that never gave suck. Message, Blessed is the woman who has no child, because when the Romans get here, you're going to fight over that child for something to eat. 60 years after Titus came Hadrian, and the Roman legions once again attacked Jerusalem as 500,000 Jewish people were killed. Hadrian hated the Jews. He removed the name of Judea from all the maps. He said, I'm going to remove the name of the Jews from the world's mind. And he had every map purged of the word Judea, and he wrote in its place Palestine, after the ancient enemies of Israel, the Philistines, of whom Goliath of Gath was their champion. The Palestinians, who claimed that Israel is their land in the 21st century, never owned the land. They have no legitimate claim to the land. They have only the hatred of Hadrian, the Roman general, for the historical confusion about to whom the land belongs. I assure you that historical confusion is clarified in the Word of God. Jesus wept when he saw the Crusades in 1099, where 900 plus Jewish people were burned alive in the Jewish synagogue as the Crusaders marched under the sign of the cross and herded Jewish men, women, and children into the synagogue, set it on fire, and cremated them while they sang, Christ, we adore thee. There were 7 major Roman Catholic crusades in which the Jews were butchered from Europe to Jerusalem, and from Jerusalem back to Europe. Jesus saw it, and he wept. He wept when he saw the Spanish Inquisition, where the bones of dead men, the bones of dead Jews were dug up by the Inquisition of the Roman Church, put on trial. And when those dead people couldn't defend themselves, the church expropriated all of their wealth and put it in the church treasurer. He saw Hitler's Holocaust and the systematic murder of 6 million people, and he wept. He saw all of that. Jesus wept when he saw the Jews of the 21st century being forced out of their homes in Gaza to fulfill the political pipe dream of the roadmap to peace. Jesus wept when he saw the coming of the Antichrist in the near future, a false Messiah coming out of Europe, who will make a 7-year peace treaty with Israel. He will break it in 3.5 years. He will set his image up in the city of Jerusalem for the world to worship him. And anyone who will not worship him will be executed. Jesus saw that, and he wept, and that Antichrist is coming soon. But I want you to hear this. The tears of Jesus over the abuse of the Jewish people and Israel are about to stop. Why? Because the Lamb of God in the book of Matthew is about to come back as the Lion of the tribe of Judah. The rabbi who rode a donkey into the streets of Jerusalem and was crucified a week later is about to ride through the clouds of heaven on a white horse, followed by the armies which are in heaven, and on his head shall be a crown, King of kings and Lord of lords, and he's going to rule this earth for 1,000 years from the Temple Mount of his father King David in the city of Jerusalem, and he's going to rule the earth with a rod of iron. What does that mean? It means he's not going to ask the Supreme Court if it's all right to pray. He's not going to ask the ACLU if the 10 Commandments can stand. It will be ruled by the law of the living God without apology. Put your hands together and give him praise and glory in the house of God. The Nazarene that was dragged before Pilate and Herod will have kings and queens and presidents and prime ministers and senators and congressmen, the rich and the mighty and the powerful, line up and bow before him. For every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. It's going to happen in the city of Jerusalem. Quickly, the 7 signs of his coming. The first sign is the rebirth of Israel. Jesus told his disciples in Matthew 24:32, now learn a parable about the fig tree, which is Israel. When you see the branch begin to bloom again, Bloom again means that it was dead for a while. You will know that my coming is even at the door. Now, in the Bible, when you say that, that means his hand is on the doorknob. When the Romans crushed Jerusalem in 70 A.D., the diaspora began. The fig tree figuratively died. On May 15th, 1948, the fig tree was reborn in a day, as prophesied by Isaiah 66 and 8. The tree is blooming again. Israel is alive. Israel is alive. Israel is alive. The King of Glory is on his way. If you listen closely, you can hear the footsteps of Messiah shuffling through the clouds of heaven. Messiah is coming. Messiah is coming. Messiah is coming. And he will be King of kings and Lord of lords. Give him praise and glory in the house of God. The second sign of his coming is the birth of nuclear warfare. Before the birth of nuclear warfare...
This is a clip that exemplifies many things. I mean, some of the rhetoric that he's speaking about of white horses and crowns above the head and all of this stuff is very little to do with Christianity. Anyone who's been following my work in the cult of Aton will understand that even the terminology that's being used by these people is certainly not Christian in origin. And the Messiah that they're talking about coming is not a Christian understanding at all. More than that, he's standing on the red carpet. That alone is alarming enough for those who understand what that means. But what I really wanted to exemplify with this is, do you see the tone of belligerence and aggression? Do you understand, if you wanted a picture of the animus, here it is. These evangelists, as all priests and potentates exemplify, is that animus that we've been talking about. And the tonality, you don't even have to be a behaviorist or a psychoanalyst to understand that it is violence and aggression and belligerence that is behind this. But what? It's sweetened up and cloaked with religion and spirituality. But of course, it's none of those things. It's the beast in action. And they have an agenda. When I watch people like this, these horrific types, it makes me think of what Konrad Lorenz was saying, that man is the missing link between apes and human beings. And as it says in Exodus, nobody's denying it. The Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 16th day of November 2012. I am your host, Alex Jones. We're going to be live here for the next 3 hours. Obviously, yesterday I talked about the fact that there is only one remedy that is in the Bill of Rights, Constitution, and the Declaration of Independence that can fix the problem that we're facing outside of an armed assault against the globalist occupation forces that have hijacked the federal government and most of the states. It is lawful redress. It is in the Declaration of Independence. And we are going to go over the Declaration of Independence when we come back out of this break. And I left my copy in there, and earlier I needed another one printed, please. Now, since I called for this yesterday, and it's like calling the sun coming up in the morning. It's not anything... credit to myself. It's just that it's self-evident, so I'm pointing it out. It has gone extremely viral, thanks to all of you, the listeners, and thanks to Edwin Vieira, advisor Ron Paul, and, of course, constitutional lawyer and his former chief of staff and founder of the Von Mises Institute, Lou Rockwell, concurring with my analysis and battle plan yesterday. It has gone extremely viral, and, of course, thanks to Matt Drudge of drudgereport.com, still linking to it right in the middle of the main column, right in the center, third story down, underneath Ron Paul's farewell address that's now been up there for 2 days. Obviously, Drudge knows that's important, as we all do. Most powerful speech Ron Paul's ever given, one of the greatest speeches I've ever seen, as it just lays out the compendium and the absolute tyranny that we as a society are facing. Again, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday, because I had that epiphany Wednesday night, I was pretty wound up in the first hour. I'm even more focused today, and I'm going to go to break. I'm going to come back, and I am going to calmly lay out exactly what I'm saying we need to do and direct you to the red-linked article that is a synopsis, basic boil down of a general framework of how we can defeat the globalist. And if you believe in yourself, and if you take these powerful tools up in your hands, and if you prosecute the globalist by exposing them, speaking out against them, resisting them, demonizing them, which is easy to do, you just point out what they've done, and give the example of the republic versus being the corrupt empire we've become, conquered by foreign interest, then we can restore the republic. And this is not something that's going to happen overnight. As Dr. Vieira said yesterday, he said, if we really prosecute this, it would take 3 years. And things will be very bad indeed within 3 years. We are being imploded by design. This is a worldwide program. This has been done in countries over and over and over again. So we know exactly what the globalists are going to do. We know exactly what they are going to engage in. And it is so frustrating to see the mind game. They have another word for it. It's a profane term, the mind, you know what, that people are under, where they value their servitude and tyranny and giggle at you when you try to explain to them what's happening. Okay, but this is a scientific program we're under, and there's only one way out short of violence. And don't worry, when we start having success fighting these guys peacefully, they're going to get violent. But we have to let them get violent first. I am coming to you live from Austin, Texas. The globalists are in my city right now. I literally saw 50 helicopters this morning ferrying globalists into the Formula One race and event that's all taxpayer paid for with Ecclestone. I'm going to be breaking that down a little bit later because it integrates as a case point example of what big government and corporate fascism using socialism at the grassroots level is really all about, and the real political paradigm we're in. Not the false left-right system they try to keep us in. And there's real debates between the left and right, but it's only on limited issues, and then the controllers are so close to each other in who finances them that you never get any change for the better. In fact, you see the rapid, planned, orchestrated, premeditated move towards authoritarian, psychopathic control. Now, continuing here, ladies and gentlemen, today, we are going to break down in part 2 of what I began yesterday. This is historic, what's happening. And we are at a historic crossroads. It is just that simple. And we are not going to get out of the premeditated move towards total authoritarian control unless we face the fact that we have been conquered to a great extent by 6 global private megabank Ponzi scheme, derivative selling crime organizations. And we must learn that enemy's philosophy. We must learn that enemy's goals. I have learned their goals, and let me tell you, it isn't pretty. And we must educate the sheep out there and warn them and say, hey, I know you've been preconditioned to laugh at us, and I know that you've been under high-tech mind control, high-tech conditioning, but listen, stuff's going to get worse and worse, and this is why it's going to get worse and worse. Because let me tell you, a lot of the sheeple aren't laughing now because their ox is getting gored. But this isn't a game. It isn't, oh, I'm a constitutionalist, I'm a libertarian, I listen to Alex Jones, I go to drudgereport.com, I like Ron Paul. This is, you better make this your full-time job to get the word out however you see fit to people that we've got a real authoritarian group that runs the federal government and intimidates the few senators and House members that aren't on the globalist payroll, that is putting in total election fraud, that is bankrupting the country by design to consolidate it. All of the really rich people I know have left the United States or are leaving. The elites are leaving. The corrupt globalists are leaving. The government is digging in for war against the American people. And you're like, well, the American people never stood up. Why is the government gearing up for a fight? Because they know. They've done the psychological testing. They've done the focus groups. They've got the Google NSA spying systems. They know where the people really stand. And they know that when they try to start taking your guns, when they start taking the farms, and when they bankrupt things fully and try to have national conscription for domestic work brigades, which Rahm Emanuel and others have announced, and I've played the clips here, it's in the Obama deception, that when they implode things and then pose as the saviors and put 100 million people on food stamps, it was 25 million 3.5 years ago, it's 50 million today, right at 49 million plus. When they got 100 million and then 150 million, that 150 million is going to say, not only do we take all the middle class's money and wealth, put them in a labor camp while these lazy blobs sit around with their Obama phones. Folks, this has been done in country after country after country, and the globalists have said this is their plan. While they sit offshore and fly around above us in $50 million private jets with their prostitutes and their bodyguards in tow and fly around above us in luxury helicopters when they're in our cities. They have a will, a criminal will, to break us and impoverish us. That's their rearguard action after they fully imploded the economy and consolidated it. They then move into armored private cities and rural redoubts, and they travel by helicopters into high security zones for public events and things to grandstand, because these peacocks do enjoy grandstanding. I've studied these people down to every minute level, okay? I live this, and I know them, and they're arrogant. They operate like you don't even exist in your animals. And for all intents and purposes, the general public are arrested development, childlike individuals who have no idea even what's going on. I've got a message to establishment liberals today as well. I'm going to get past all the Coke, Pepsi, Ford, Chevy, Pittsburgh Steelers, Cowboys, you know, versus this, versus that, and really try to talk to you. And I'm going to talk to conservatives as well, mainline conservatives. Listen, if you don't grow up now, folks, we are going down all the way, okay? Just remember this later, okay? Because I know a lot of you aren't going to wake up now. I know a lot of you are going to sit there and laugh about this, and it's all funny because you've been taught that as a defense mechanism. Listen, you're going to weep and wail and grind your teeth, gnash your teeth, wishing later you would have done something. If this thing comes in, and let me tell you, it's coming in. The gate's opening. Hell is pouring in. The dam is broken already. God's shields are being lifted off this country. Anytime we can repent, and I don't mean in these fake churches. I mean just getting on your knees to, even if you don't believe in God or spirituality, really getting real and getting past all this crud, because absolute evil is being released. Once there's no checks and balances, once you let the most powerful and corrupt get into positions of total domination, the very worst will go to the top, and hell is released. Now, yesterday, I pointed out the remedy to restore the republic and to have the United States go back to being a light to the world, not a black sunshine projecting the model of torture, secret arrest, propaganda, immorality, degeneracy. And real degeneracy is this lazy-eyed, giggling, snickering enjoyment of tyranny that so many of these minions to the system revel in. It's a spirit of giving up, of laughing, of saying, good, let it all collapse, or good, let the government arrest people that are political, good, let the UN take control of the internet and have this kill switch. That's now being announced today. Yeah, as soon as the president announces, I don't care if Congress doesn't give me the cybersecurity internet kill switch takeover, it's already in place. I now sign a secret order giving control to, and the UN has to brag, to them. See, none of this stuff's ever secret, even though they say it's secret, because then they can't help but brag and announce, okay, now the UN's been given the internet. That was announced this morning. Do you understand what's happening? Do you understand that the DNS addresses and the routing systems and the kill switches and the NSA codes have all been transferred to the United Nations and NATO? Our military is now commanded by NATO. America has been conquered. And if you get anything I've said to you, and I'm going to lay out the plan to defeat these people, and it's going to be a hard road. They're arrogant. They're accustomed to victory. And they will drop the hammer. But that's their strength and their weakness. If you take anything away from what I say to you here, it's this. We absolutely must come to the understanding and the recognizing that we have been conquered by a foreign power. We must come to that realization. Just like if you're an alcoholic and the doctor tells you you're going into liver failure, you're going to die in a year if you keep drinking. You've got to come to grips with it or you're going to die. And a lot of people won't come to grips with it and they will die of liver failure. And it's the same thing politically. This is not a question. It's not a debate. We have linked up at Infowars.com and PrisonPlanet.com in the article that I put together with Paul Watson, Why the States Must Secede to Save America, Declaration of Independence 2.0, Restoring the Republic. We have a link in that article to our article from the first issue of the magazine. We have an online version of it. Banksters declare they've conquered America. And it's dozens of mainstream newspapers with central bank heads and TV hosts on CNBC and others saying a global government's here run by 6 banks and they're going to run our lives and appoint our leaders and raise taxes to pay themselves our money. So that's what Washington is. And this story has gone viral thanks to you getting the word out, thanks to Matt Drudge at DrudgeReport.com, and thanks to so many others. You've got to get all your local talk show hosts. You've got to get your state houses. We've got to get everybody on this, and I'll break down the plan of victory straight ahead. What would you do? This, of course, is the artist known as Paris. He's a patriot, listener of the show. I think we ought to play a little bit of this song before I get into restoring the Republic and the battle plan to get our country back. Crank this up a little bit.
I see a message from the government. Like every day, I watch it and listen and call them all suckers. They wanted me about Osama or whatever. Picture me buying the scam. I said never. You in tune to a hard truth soldier spitting. I stay committed, give up to die, I lose commission. It's all a part of fighting devil state mind control. And all about the battle for your body, mind, and soul. And now I'm hoping you don't close your mind so they shape you. Don't forget they made us slaves, gave us AIDS and raped us. Another Bush season mean another war for profit. All in secret so the public never fit to stop it. The Illuminati, 666, all connected. Stole the votes, they control the race and take elections. It's the Skull and Bones Freemason Kill Committee. See the dragon get in every city.
We are back live, ladies and gentlemen, and George Washington, who was a Freemason, warned the Illuminati was taking over and taking taking control of the Masonic lodges. And I say to the Masonic lodges, if you say you stand for good and stand against Mephistopheles, well, then get out there and fight the takeover of America. And I say that to all the churches, all the groups, all the civic organizations. Ron Paul, in his 49-minute speech, his farewell address 2 days ago, listed the secret arrest, the torture. He called them authoritarian psychopaths in a premeditated authoritarian takeover and a conversion to fascism. These are quotes. Listen, Ron Paul is a scholar, just as I am, and he can maintain his behavior. Me, I'm a younger man. I get angry, folks. Just like if there was a fire and a big windstorm blowing the fire from house to house, and everybody was just sitting around burning up in their houses, I would be the type trying to get people out of their homes, not because I'm goody two-shoes, but because I have an instinct to help my fellow man. And we have a firestorm of globalist evil bankrupting and taking every county, city, state over by design, taking our money, our tax money, and giving it to criminal corporate interest, corporate welfare at every level, while a pittance of that money ends up going to the public to domesticate them. And then I see the poor domesticated slaves telling me, oh, the government's my friend, I'm part of the system, and their identity is connected to the government, and they talk to you like they're part of the government, and there's nothing you can do. We're going to collectivize everything. These people are so stupid. They really think the government brought in government health care so they'd give them free health care. The insurance companies wrote it. Their stocks have exploded. Their profits have exploded. They can now charge you whatever they want for health care. They've killed the free market in health care. Just the government money for 50 years is what's driven up the price. Now it's going to get 10 times worse. And now government bureaus are going to make you pay more for it, but decide what health care you can get. It's all being announced. And I've got to sit there and watch the dumbest, willfully ignorant, moron, liberal socialist lecture me all day about how great planned economies are. Let me give you the other big news. Not only are we conquered by a foreign globalist banking cartel, an international. Foreign isn't even the word, even though it's mainly came out of Europe and England. These dynasties, it's global, exempt from all the nation-state laws. They use the nation-states to hijack those, put tyrannies over us. Then they're globalist in their New World Order, exempt from it all, exempt from taxes, exempt from regulations. They're now giving the central banks diplomatic immunity. They're now giving the carbon taxers diplomatic immunity. They're now giving the whores of the military brass diplomatic immunity. The police are announcing diplomatic immunity. A bunch of the illegal aliens are immune now. You know, the Democrats have got now over 100,000 signatures on whitehouse.gov saying they want to deport Americans that want to secede. Hey, why don't you deport the illegal aliens that come over here and get their, can have their babies for free when U.S. citizens can, or get free tuition? No, that's the groups they're bringing in to then fraudulently vote to take my guns. It's a very simple equation. Bring in a bunch of foreigners, a bunch of other people, give them my money, and have them vote to make me their slave, while a bunch of filthy offshore bankers have their way with us. And by the way, Austin, this morning, literally 30, 40, 50 helicopters, everybody who lives in Austin seeing it, ferrying the elites. These Formula One races are like public Bilderberg meetings. This is where they all come into town, and I'm going to be talking about that. But listen, I'm focused. This is the prelude. I'm going to come in like a laser beam after the break and lay out my battle plan to defeat these people, and the fact that it has gone viral and what you can do. You want solutions? It's coming. Okay, where to begin here? There is so much to go over. Obviously, Petraeus says CIA talking points were edited to play down terrorism. Oh, really? You think so? When the White House said it was a group of protesters that in a 7-hour gun battle with medium-sized artillery and rockets and anti-aircraft guns attacked the arms compound with the ambassador in it. I mean, this is a joke. It's like, oh, they now admit the sun comes up in the morning. Wow. New immediately al-Qaeda linked group responsible from Benghazi. Petraeus testifies to Congress. Really? You think so? That's who they hired to be the security over the whole city. Benghazi was the command base to bring in al-Qaeda to start the revolution a year and a half ago to overthrow Gaddafi. Gee, you think it was al-Qaeda? NATO brought them in. But see, they can only do this type of stuff because the general public does not know how to find their rear end with both hands. Oh, they know how to find the TV guide online. They know how to act tough, you know, strutting around in the convenience store buying their 12-pack of beer. They know how to, you know, goof off all day. People aren't stupid overall, even though there was a big study just came out a few days ago that IQs are dropping. That's physically we're getting dumber. We're being poisoned. But it's just people are like children. And so they can just sit here and go, oh, al-Qaeda's not connected. Really, al-Qaeda, you run. That's the rest of the story. So that's coming up. We'll open the phones up as well. This is turning into a big scandal for O'Bumbles, the New World Order puppet. But if you go to drudgereport.com, you can also go to Infowars.com. It's a red link there. It's now third down middle column. Ron Paul's farewell speech declares internet alternative to government media complex, says we have state-run media. Yeah, just keep telling it like it is. And notice it's everyone. Hundreds of newspapers are writing about it. Even the LA Times is saying it's powerful and true that we're an evil tyranny run by special interest. Because the even operatives in media don't like what's happening. And if you just tell the truth, people resonate with it. If we just admit how evil we've gotten, we can turn this around. Going back to it here, we'll put it up on screen for PrisonPlanet.tv viewers. Radio host calls for Second American Revolution. And I've got the emails. I got them in my stack here. Lou Rockwell's gotten them. I showed you yesterday going, you better watch it. Because if you say you're not loyal to this country, we're going to arrest you. We're going to deport you. They've got White House petitions with tens of thousands, some hundreds of thousands saying arrest, deport, have armed militias come grab us. All these weird leftists who couldn't get out of a paper bag or want to saddle up and come with rifles after me. Oh, I'm so scared. Just come on and do it. Strike me down. You understand that? We're going to beat you, people. You understand that, cowards? You understand that? You want to fantasize about violence all day, huh? That's what you want to do? You want to fantasize about it? Fantasy about violence is one thing. The real thing is something altogether, little boys. All of you that play dress up in your uniforms, all you people that are such big, bad men. You're little boys who are afraid of death. Well, I'm not afraid of death. Not physical. I'm afraid of spiritual death. Oh, am I? It's more than afraid. I am aligned against it. I recoil from it. Now, let me lay out the documents of liberty here and the battle plan. I want to talk about the Second American Revolution because here's what's happening. We have to define what that really means. We have to define why we're doing that, like the Declaration of Independence did. We have to define the enemy and its goals and put the choice out to people because we know who the enemy is. They're arrogant and their battle plans are public. They have put out public notice they've conquered us. Well, you may have seized the federal government, Jack, but you hadn't seized my heart and my mind. You hadn't seized all the states, all the counties, all the cities, and all the police and military out there. I'll assure you, you guys' own propaganda has backfired on you for 20 years saying there's no world government, there's no private Federal Reserve, there's no New World Order, they're not going to bankrupt things and bring in a New World Order. And then now the police all see exactly what I told them for 17 years, Ron Paul for 30 years, G. Edward Griffin for 45 years, Bob Chapman for 50 years, Red Beckman for 50 years, Bill Benson for 50 years, Cleon Skelson for 60 years. Okay, you starting to get it? We knew this was coming. We watched the incremental takeover. We were the Republic. They took their time making money, taking over different sectors, getting it ready. When they gut this country, they're going to gut it down to the bone, okay? And they've laid their plans, we've laid ours. And if you're not getting chills, you don't have an intellect, you don't have discernment, and you don't have connection to the creator of this universe. Anyone with any connection to spirituality knows and can feel, not just manifestly, intellectually see the evil all around us intensifying. You can feel it. You can feel it. You can see it. But here's how the universe works. Justice Justice, my friends, bends towards those. The universe bends towards those that are seeking justice. And I forget the exact Martin Luther King quote, but, you know, there's a long arc in the universe, but the universe bends towards justice. Will you guys pull up the Martin Luther King quote? And he was paraphrasing someone else about the universe bends towards justice. I want to get that exactly right. The point is, I've seen this in my life. There are powerful forces of evil, but for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction, and the globalists are master magicians. That's what they are. They are high priests of manipulation. They are Luciferians. They are adept. They are in tune with their God. They have been given knowledge of how the world works. But to a point, they've not been given the greater, deeper knowledge, because there is a deception within the system they weave. And the reason not knowing history makes you doomed to repeat it, but knowing history empowers you, is because humans live on average. There it is. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. Martin Luther King Jr. So the point here that I'm trying to get at is we only live on average 75 years. That was the average, you know, in the Bible, and that's what the Bible says. You know, a man is given this long to live, a woman is given this long to live, and if you follow these commandments, you may live longer. But the point is that humans go through the same patterns over and over again. It's just like certain types of spiders weave a certain type of web, and a scientist that studies insects, that studies arachnids, they can look and tell you what type of spider it is, even though the spider may have been eaten by a bird and isn't there, or eaten, you know, killed by a wasp or a scorpion, whatever the case is. You can still tell. And these evil people through history, they weave a certain web. I mean, we know exactly what it is, and they've now woven the web. And I'm going, hey, guys, we don't want to fly into that. We want to dismantle that web right now. And then I see all the dependent people going, well, that web's my friend. That web, and there's some spiders that actually weave their web by areas that they know certain bugs are going to try to go, certain plants that certain bugs like to eat. And that's kind of what it's like. It's like, or the lanternfish, the anglerfish with the big lamp in front of its head, so the little fish come up to see what that lamp is, and then it eats them. I mean, this is a trap. It's not my opinion. It's not my view. The globalists have written about this. They brag about it. And to see people not knowing what's happening, and to know we've been deindustrialized and shut down and stripped with corporate welfare offshore to make you in the position where it's hard to live without being on the dole. They make it easy. I'm not judging you. You're a victim to a great extent. But if you don't understand, folks, that it's designed to fully collapse, and that your standard of living is getting ready to go way, way down, and all of you people that have been put on welfare to get us in this position, that you're going to be totally cut off in the final equation. I mean, Obamacare is there so you don't get treatment, and eugenics bioethicist boards on record literally don't give you treatment. Are you ready for this? You people have no idea what you're entering into. Now, let me break it down here. Here are the articles that are up at Infowars.com. It is imperative to go get these articles and get them out to everyone you know. Ron Paul, the founders believed in secession. And it's got Ron Paul saying it's as American as George Washington. And that's what we were born out of. And then at the bottom of it, it's got our breakdown. Talk show host calls for Second American Revolution. That article is cloned at Infowars.com. Must secede, save America. Just an article with that basic info, not having the Ron Paul info in it. So it's all focused on a basic boil down of what I'm saying historically has worked, is constitutional, is based in common law and nature's God, and can be executed. And let me say this, listen to me carefully. Let me say this to you and listen to me carefully. Not only must we admit we've been conquered by foreign corrupt corporate crime syndicates, calling themselves the New World Order and technocrats, which means technological dictator, they call themselves technological dictators. Ron Paul calls them authoritarian psychopaths, so do I. Premeditated. That's not Alex Jones, even though I've said that 1,000 times. That's Ron Paul. This is premeditated takeover. Those of you that want collectivism must understand it is a collectivism planned economy to carry out eugenics and nightmares, just like the Nazis, but with a different liberal icing. Okay? Much more sophisticated. This is what we're facing. So, first, we've been conquered. The federal government's illegitimate, violating the Bill of Rights, Constitution, up one side and down the other, fast and furious, saying our military's under NATO UN control, now announcing today that the UN is going to be over the kill switch. Yeah, that's what I've said. The federal government's been taken over by the executive and the bureaucracy, itself put in power by mega banks. And the litmus test to get into the executive and the bureaucracy is to be a globalist. They're now signing it over to the North American Union, SPP, Security Prosperity Partnership, which Bush, this is in my film Endgame, 2007, Rose Garden said we're merging the North American Union with the European Union. Did you know that treaty was signed in 2007? The film was done. And he gave that press conference and the document was secret, but they gave, yeah, it's secret. Just like the North American Union agreement signed at Baylor in Waco, Texas, north of me is secret, but later got leaked and says it's a world government. Folks, this is what's so incredible. The film was done, and I rushed and added that clip in there right as it was coming out, even stopped it going to the manufacturer, the printer. They print them just like paper onto those discs. Bzz, 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 stopped it and added that. This is incredible proof. This is in your face, and all you've got to do is go look at it. All you've got to do is care enough to research it. All you've got to do is get smart about this and informed about this like you are about baseball, like you are about acting Christian at your local church and standing around pontificating like a Pharisee how good you are because you don't listen to rock and roll music. Do you understand what I'm saying here? Get your mind right. Get your heart right. All right, let me just lay it out here. Go get these articles. They break down how to do it. Get it out to your state houses. Get it out to your House members in the federal government, the Senate. Get it to talk show host. Get it to everybody. And we should all have a national debate about what the founders of America, July 4th, 1776, Declaration of Independence, and then later Bill of Rights, Constitution, what they said you were supposed to do. Because they were geniuses. I mean, historians have all marveled at the incredible understanding of these people. I mean, just all of them towers of intellectual and historical prowess and philosophers and scientists and inventors and true warriors like George Washington, who put it all on the line against the greatest empire the world had ever seen and hadn't been defeated. What did they say you do? It is the right, it is the duty when the government becomes destructive and enslaves, and they list what the government was doing, exactly what it's doing now, but now it's literally 5, 10 times worse, depending on how you look at it, conservatively. They said the states pull back out and then form a new system. Well, we just have them withdraw, point out the federal government's been hijacked on record, the globalists brag. Grand juries can indict people right now who said they've sold us out to globalists. They could impeach Obama right now for saying we're under UN control, and he's going to give the kill switch now to the UN. That's in the news today. I'm going to get to it. I mean, the crimes just go on and on. Foreign assets came in, got all their people in to both major parties, but the Democrats are the vanguard. And now they're going to bring in carbon taxes and VAT to completely bankrupt us. They know that'll totally put nails in the coffin. They'll selectively enforce it to shut down their competition. What do? We go to the state houses and we say, start secession, not to, found the new country, born again Texas or born again, New Hampshire. No, we pull out as what's all that's left of America. And let me tell you, you get the bully pulpit, this is key, of the states, pointing out we've been hijacked by foreign powers and give us exhibits and state house meetings, globalists bragging they've conquered us, and show how the EU conquered Europe. Through fraud, the very same group of banks is bragging they've got them into the derivative, signed them on. And then you start getting the state leaders together with Congress members, Senate members, House members, governors. So the Republican governors are coming out and saying, oh, we're against this because they're globalists who are there to sell us out, see? Well, that's fine. We get the movement going to elect governors and others where this is the issue. And over the next 2 to 3 years, we move this into place, saying we know foreign powers have conquered us. That's how they're fighting off the euro in England. 80-some% of their laws get made by the euro now, even though they never entered it. We've now been signed on to this by treaty. So all of this is going on, and we have to say this is illegitimate. We're not going along with it. I mean, it's so simple. Instead, they're going, oh, secession means, you know, the racist people in Texas don't want to be under this because he's black, so they want to secede. No, we don't want to be under socialist health care. We don't want to be under globalism. We don't want VAT. We don't want carbon taxes. We don't want to be shut down. So, you know what? We're going to secede because that's what the Declaration of Independence says. Secede from whatever the big central power is. Secede from it and recreate it, or do something different if you want. Oh, well, we want our republic. We're not going to get into this debate about ending America. We're not going to get into this debate if it's North versus South and the federal government that killed 600-something thousand people in that war. No, no, no. We're not going to a civil war. Sure, the globalists will probably start one. We're saying the states are pulling out to then point out from a position of power, because it's the states that created the federal government and the Bill of Rights and the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. That's their first act of the states forming the United States of America. 1776, July 4th, July 4th, July 4th. And we get Ron Paul and we get all the other Patriot leaders together to lead this charge. People will see we're taking action. They will see energies being put into this. It will give people a focal point to discredit the federal mafia that's been hijacked and sold out. If we don't, we're going under bondage, not just of a foreign power. I'll break it down. We just talked to one of our reporters, Darren McBrain. They're out there right now. They've got U.S. Army directing traffic at Formula One outside Austin, Texas. Just any excuse. Condition and acclimate the public. Totally illegal, all of it. And you know who they train to fight? Gun owners, conservatives, libertarians, and themselves, returning veterans. Unbelievable. There's an article up on screen at prisonplanet.tv. Bankers declare U.S. and Europe conquered. It's got video clips of central bankers bragging they've conquered us and how they're going to shut off our energy and make us slaves. They actually say that. They say we are slaves and laugh at us. You might want to go watch it. Again, that's what's so amazing about this. They think you're so stupid and that you're so ready for a military attack like the Red Dawn remake coming out next week that when the real Red Dawn happens, you start seeing troops, TSA on the streets, your kids being inoculated without parental consent, more and more taxes. I mean, you think about all the taxes, the fines, the fees, the gas taxes, the energy fees, the cell phone fees, the sales taxes, the corporate taxes, the franchise taxes, it just goes on and on. The average American's paying over 50% in taxes. They don't even know it. And it just goes on and on and on and on, some paying over 70%. And most of the money goes to foreign banks that are exempt from it all. That's what's so sick. Let me just go over this here briefly. This will take time. We've got to get it going, understanding this is the real remedy through the states, pointing out the federal government's been hijacked. We need to be bold about this and say our government's gone. The globalists have stolen America. I want to secede back to the republic. That's a headline at Infowars.com. The globalist federal government seceded from America. We need state declarations, state meetings with other states. We need to get leaders standing up. We've got the state rep coming on today who introduced the bill and got it unanimously passed to arrest TSA workers that grab your genitals. Just to enforce law. The feds threatened an armed blockade. The Senate killed the bill. It's coming back this year. We're not stopping. See, that's the thing. We're going to stand up against this. They want to break our will. Recognize the occupation. Recognize the planned economy is there to carry out eugenics. Even if you're for planned economies and believe in socialism, this is a globalist authoritarian system. We need to understand that we can use other venues. Impeachment Obama petition reaches threshold for official response. Effort dovetails secession fever sweeping America. Paul Watson, Infowars.com. Use that. Use grand juries going after people in Fast and Furious. Use media coverage going after these criminals. They're all crooks that are doing this, so start investigating them. Private investigators start investigating them. Oh, you think they'll come after you? They can't come after us all. Let's get aggressive. These are our enemies. Use every nonviolent means to run these people to ground. Get in an aggressive offensive posture. Get past your fear. You better fear them winning. I mean, it's when you're cornered, folks. It's not that you're tough. It's not that you've got courage. You're not going to roll over to the wolves and let them tear your guts out. You're going to stand up and you're going to fight. That's what I'm doing. I'm committed. I've put on the whole armor. I've said, God, it's in your hands. I am your vessel. Imperfect as I am, energize me. Energize me. God, help us. Please. We're here. We're ready. That's what we've got to do. The globalists have said to Satan, Satan, give us power. They're devil worshipers, folks. I've studied them. I questioned God when I was a teenager and things, folks. Started researching the New World Order, and then it brought it all back home. They asked Satan to give them power. We've got to ask the God of life, the God of the universe, to empower us. That's number one, folks. And then recognize the enemy. Sue them for fluoride in your local water. Get aggressive. Get in their face every week. Put bumper stickers on your car. Do access shows. Upload YouTube videos. I'm going to break down more of this, but we're going to give out numbers. We got Dr. Michael Coffin coming on in the third hour about Agenda 21, Know Your Enemy. And I've just got a lot more I'm going to lay out here, but this is a battle plan. This is the way to do it. Well, I know on the Nightly News tonight we've got a state rep coming on, the one that introduced the legislation. I've interviewed him a couple times to enforce the law and not let TSA grope people's genitals. It's nullification, but it's moving towards states seceding to re-upload the Bill of Rights and Constitution to reconstitute the federal government. We're not, these are the most important points I haven't gotten to yet. No half measures are going to work. Got my notes here. That's what I'm getting at. We need bold action. We need, the whole world's a stage. The globalists are staging things going, oh, you want to secede so you can put black people back in chains? Well, the Civil War wasn't even about that. No, we're not saying we're forming our own country. British intelligence was manipulating the South to break the country up. Both sides were wrong. See, a lot of times in history, it's not this side or that side was good or bad. Iran's run by corrupt people. We're run by corrupt people. Israel's run by corrupt people. Syria's run by corrupt people. But is it moral to send Al-Qaeda into Syria and kill people for 14 months now and blow things up and suicide bomb and then get on the news and say, give our rights up, Al-Qaeda's in Syria? Hillary said like 5 times last month, we've got to invade because Al-Qaeda's there. And I'm like, our government put Al-Qaeda there on record. And they think you're so dumb. They go, oh, we got to go into Syria because of Al-Qaeda. I mean, it's like, it's, you know, it's how do you even deal with being talked to like that? But it works. And see, I guess I'm supposed to be a good little globalist and go, man, the public's really dumb and stupid. How can I, you know, sit there and join the New World Order and get all powerful? Oh, this is easy. What, and tear down my own species so that my kids grow up in a world with even dumber people? I want you to be on fire with freedom. And it gets into philosophy, you know. I haven't even talked about this yet, but I'll talk about it later in the next hour. We're going to get Kaufman on for about 40 minutes, but I've got to get into Formula One because it's all corporately, set up to have taxpayers pay for it. Almost the whole thing's paid for by people in Texas. Texas taxpayers paid for it, and then I get double raped because I have this operation in Austin. That Austin even then has more taxes and tax exemptions, things taxpayer paid for, and some globalist, knuckle dragger, and involved in all sorts of corruption schemes and everything else, and courts after him and everything else. This Ecclestone guy, he has these little tart daughters running around, and he gave them $3 billion this year. Yeah, he's done a $3 billion gift to my daughters. I have the article, and literally, I said 50. It's probably more than 50 helicopters this morning just flying over Austin from the private airports out to Formula One. And these are like a private Bilderberg meeting. It's like a public Bilderberg meeting. They've got royalty here, everybody else, and I'm paying for it. And then I like Aerosmith. I mean, obviously, it's interesting music. And Joe Perry dedicated his solo album to me last year, and I've talked to him and his wife. They're nice folks. And he's a patriot and knows what's going on. But, I got words like, hey, we got tickets for you. Come out to the thing, backstage, see Formula One, everything. Sold out, super sought after. And I guess I don't even know if they're playing there. I'm just guessing because I got the word yesterday. I don't even know. But the point is, it's not like I'm mad at Formula One and the helicopters because I'm not in them. I mean, I've been invited by rich people in Europe, be flown by private jet to Europe and be part of events and stuff, and I'm not knocking those people, famous people, but it's just not what I do. Yeah, I'd like to hang out with interesting, cool people who hate tyranny. I mean, that's, you know, hanging out with famous people is fun because a lot of times they're really interesting, but it's not like most people would literally kill their mother to be part of an elite event, and me, I might kill my mother not to be part of it. I'm being sarcastic. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 16th day of November 2012, and I am your host, Alex Jones, and I'm here Monday through Friday, 12 noon. That's 12 noon to 3 p.m. Eastern, and I have the fire of liberty burning in my heart and projecting out through my mind for freedom and the disgust of the peacock-like globalist perching and fawning and wanting to be worshipped like gods when they ought to be trodden underfoot like the maggots they are. And that basically is what it comes down to. I don't like deception. I don't like manipulation. I don't like bullies. I don't like scum. I don't like how ugly the New World Order is. And I want them dismantled. Instead, they're dismantling us. They're waging war against us. They are injecting our children nationwide now without parental consent. And it's like, oh, the school gives your kids shots now, even if you say no. Oh, the grand jury won't indict us. We're the government. They're now to the point of just doing whatever they want. Yeah, we'll secretly arrest you if we want. Yeah, we'll disappear you if you want. Yeah, we're just going to raise your property taxes even though your house value went down. Yeah, we're just going to give you GMO even if you don't want it. Yeah, we're just going to put the military under NATO and tell Congress, sit down and shut up in 3 different congressional hearings this year. Yeah, you know what, we're going to go ahead and just sign an executive order for the cybersecurity takeover that even CBS News called Russian or Chinese-style internet censorship. Since Congress wouldn't do it, Obama just signed an executive order that puts it in place. And then, you know what, made it secret. But the UN came out today and said, oh, this is part of our new UN agreement. Obama's now agreed to it. We're going to be giving the codes to the DNS so we can shut your website off. People can't get there if we want to. That's in mainstream news today. I'm going to get to that. I mean, just earth-shattering stuff going on. Earth-shattering things going on. And so, no, I don't want to fly around in the helicopters and be backstage at the Formula One here in Austin. Even though I was nicely invited by people to it that way, I'm not going to go. And I'm not bragging I'm not going because I'm special. They're injecting children with cancer viruses everywhere. I cannot get my mind around peacocking around. And I understand people go for business, whatever. It's a sport. It's fun. My point is, folks, we've got to get our priorities straight, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I'm saying to you. I mean, if you aren't upset about what's going on, if you aren't passionately engaging the globalists, there's something wrong with you. Now, if you just joined us, I've known this for a long time. I knew the way to get away from the globalists was states' rights movement, not to secede to form new countries, but to secede so the states, so we can use government institutions, because it's in the Declaration of Independence, Bill of Rights, Constitution, and there's precedent across the world to have the states pull out into the real republic, to form the second republic, to restore, so there's no debate, what do we re-upload? Declaration of Independence, Constitution, Bill of Rights, unaltered. But a plan of action, and the governor says, hey, military, army, you're under us. Boom, we are starting. And, oh, Congress, you say you want us to back off. You'll have hearings about the Federal Reserve running our country and the $47 trillion you've given them to offshore banks the last 4 years. Oh, you're saying you'll back off. The minute we start reaching for their throats, the minute again, folks, you have to believe in yourselves. I see people saying, oh, we could never do this. We could never get people to actually do this. We could never. It's because you don't believe in yourself. Less than 1% of the population actually organized the beginnings of the rebellion against the British Empire, the biggest, most powerful empire that had, wait for it, never been defeated. And you know why they've never been defeated? Because there were continuous wars for 1,000 years before Britain was formed. And it was a Viking culture. Celtic overall, but a Viking war zone for over 1,000 years. So those people got organized into a big empire. It was over. Plus, they had incredible statecraft and manipulation from all the other wars. And our forebears said, we're taking you on because we're not going to be your slaves. You know why? Because only insiders could operate businesses who were connected to the crown. And all these men who have much greater status and stature in their innate power were not going to sit there and be treated as third-class slaves. You understand? And it's the same thing today. When someone makes money out of an invention, out of a book, out of literature, out of construction, out of work, I admire them. I want to be around them. You know, when somebody is good at sports, you admire them just because of the human prowess. When somebody's a great rodeo rider, you know, you admire them because they're an example of humanity. I admire that. I like strong, good people. I like being around it. Let me tell you, I've been around New World Order people. These are hunchback little demons. I mean, look at the head of Formula One who's taken over Austin, Bernie Ecclestone, who gave $3 billion to his 2 daughters as a gift. They own the most expensive houses in the U.S., literally paid for by taxpayers' money worldwide. Everyone pays for the tracks, and then he's tax exempt. That makes me so angry. I want to throw up, and now they've got the army out there running checkpoints on the highway right outside my office. That makes me want to throw up. And have you read the letters of George Washington about his businesses and about how he was treated and how he wasn't allowed to operate by a bunch of scum? You know, that's what this comes down to, ladies and gentlemen, and I don't like the New World Order. I don't like parasites. I don't like people that want to break my will and have perverts take my kids to a private room and stick their hands down their pants. I recognize how far we've fallen under authoritarian psychopaths who are engaged in a premeditated, scientific takeover of our country. Now, I'm going to lay out a battle plan here briefly, then I'm going to give the number out and take your calls on this issue. But they're going to try to phrase my call for the Second American Revolution, a restoration, a reboot, a kick the New World Order out, recognize we've been hijacked literally. That's powerful information that they've been arrogant enough to brag in hundreds of publications and on television and at the EU Parliament and at the British Parliament and in our Congress. In the article, bankers declare U.S. Europe conquered. World government now an open secret. That, you can bring that to state houses. You can bring this to grand juries. You can bring this to every... We just recognize... Folks, they could kill me for what I'm doing right now. I hope you realize that. Okay? And you know what? That's a good price to pay. I'm not worried about it. They probably won't because it'll make me a martyr and energize everything I've done. And selfishly, I hope it doesn't happen. But if it did, the point is, ladies and gentlemen, my body doesn't want to die. My spirit, whatever it takes. In fact, it's beyond that. Because I know these people are hurting innocents. I take it personally when leukemia explodes in kids and pediatric cancer is up over 10,000%, and I know they're doing it with the GMO and the vaccines, and I've got the documents where they talked about how they do it. I get really upset. I have nightmares about that. I have such unbelievable hatred of these people, it could destroy me. Do you understand that? So I've got to do it for love, but that's even more painful. You got to take it personal, and you got to realize the power you've got, and you've got to ask God. You say, God, I don't know how to defeat these people. If you ask God to direct you, you're going to start seeing doors open. You're going to start seeing opportunities. Go walk down the street and warn people. Call into talk radio. Start an access show. Start a YouTube channel. Start a local little newsletter. Start a magazine. Start it in your neighborhood. Start meetings. Take this article with the video clips around the neighbors. Take our first issue, if you have it, of the magazine that had this printed, and say, hey, you can go to the site here with all the proof. They say they conquered us. Are you worried about being conquered? Come on, wake up. Slap them in the face if you have to, verbally. Hey, you know why things are getting bad? These people said they'd take over, bankrupt us, to make us poor so we'd always be too poor to resist them. They're worried about freedom. They're worried about economic freedom. They want to extinguish it. So you've got to believe that you've got power like our forebears did. You've got to know you're in the right, and that, you know what, you're not going to be a slave. You're either going to live on your feet or you're going to die trying. That's what you've got to do. That's what you've got to understand. That's what you've got to discover, is the fact that you do have value and you do have strength, and there is good and evil, and there is a choice in this world. And you've got to understand there's not half measures. We're not going to eat around the edges of this and, oh, let's try to get some good people elected to Congress, and, oh, let's do this little thing, and let's talk about the New World Order, and maybe something will happen. We got to go in, take our states back, take our courts back at the local level, and we got to, all of us, just all day, New World Order scum, New World Order's criminals, New World Order's killing us. And it's starting to happen. We know it's you. We're not listening to words you say. We know you're murderers. We know you're criminals. Get out of our country. Get out of our country. Get out of our country. Get out, get out, get out, get out. Death to your New World Order. And then build the movement for the states to say, this is illegitimate. Not, hey, the feds are out of control. The feds aren't even there anymore. They bragged they were taken over by foreign banks. Our military's now under UN control, and they're announcing the internet, kill switch, cybersecurity, secret order, just gave everything over to the UN. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? Do you read me? The states aren't totally taken over. They got to pull out, get that movement going, and just continually say the federal government's not the federal government. Bypass the whole secession movement from the angle they're going to sell it north-south, all this other bull. It's time to get the globalist shackles off of us, as Jimmy Vaughn says right here. Don't want no shackles on me.
Don't want no shackles. Don't want no shackles on me. Don't want no shackles.
And boy, is this shackles. It's a scientific, technocratic control system who all write white papers and books that we've sourced here. How they're enslaving us, how they're poisoning us, how they're going to get us in compact cities and then start using bioweapons on us so the elite can merge with computers and become gods. I'm not saying that's really going to happen, but that's their plan. I'm going to be honest. If we just had corrupt groups running things, I would be on air criticizing them, but I would not be up here, you know, calling for what they will bill as revolution. Because it is. It's time for the second American Revolution. America is still here. We're just occupied by the globalists. I mean, that's a big deal. To come out with authority, to start trying to organize serious people like Lew Rockwell, Edwin Vieira, Bruce Fine, Ron Paul, many others. I mean, I'm moving forward with this, you know, spurring them to getting you to spur them. I mean, that's a serious thing to do because, ladies and gentlemen, the people directing this compartmentalized empire want you and your family dead. Do the police and military and bureaucrats and code enforcers and all of you get that? I think some of you are getting it. I understand this sounds crazy. Tyrants are crazy. Read a history book? And I'm begging you for your family's sake. If you're a new listener, you better go look up Eco-Science by the White House Science Czar saying they're poisoning your water. And then go look at how we are being poisoned to sterilize you. I mean, that's just one exhibit of thousands. It's like a wall of evil, and it's trying to normalize us to torture and evil and pedophilia all over TV now with all these, you know, toddlers in tiaras and HBO shows where 4-year-olds are doing simulated sex acts and wearing shirts saying, you know, 4-year-olds are whores. I mean, I was going to do that report last week, but couldn't even bring myself to do it and show these images that are on television. I mean, they are bombarding us to screw us up. This is being done cold-bloodedly, as Ron Paul said. See the trailer for Satan Speaks, the film. You can go to Infowars.com and PrisonPlanet.com, and it's there in the tiles. We posted it last night. You know, I noticed that when I played this, well, I'll talk about it at the time next segment. I just see people going, what is this, devil worship? I guess Goethe's Faust, you know, written 200 years ago, I guess that is devil worship. And I guess the screw tape letters are devil worship. No, ladies and gentlemen, the devil's trick is that the devil doesn't exist. This is a manifestation, not of the hot cheerleader devil lady. That's how they sell the devil. Like, it's fun. you know, at the drive-in, race cars, yeah, fun. No, it's death. It's burning cities, piles of ashes, children with their ribs sticking out with pus coming out of their eyes. That's evil. And it's just a piece I'm going to release next week where Satan has a conversation with the Antichrist. And I did it in one take. It's going to be so popular, I may even go do some more and add some more into it. I played both Satan and the Antichrist in it, and it's freaking people out. I mean, I know what evil is, so I can step into those shoes. I mean, I know what their agenda is. And I think it's important for Satanists out there that are getting freaked out by this. I think they're going to be given all this power out of Satanism. They're really freaking out by this video because they think they're going to get all this worldly power. No, you're going to get dead's what you're going to get. You're losers. So we're going to be going through all of that. It's time for the good to realize how much power we've got. And these little devil worshippers are like inch-tall punks. You think the devil gives you rage and power? Critter of this universe can give you the righteous indignation to crush the enemy. And I suggest it's time for you to find out how powerful the God of this universe really is. All right, that's coming up. I want to go back to your calls on this issue of, I mean, look at these articles. Failure of cybersecurity bill in Senate paves way for Obama executive order. Obama's secret directive paves way for continued military cyber offensive. Obama signed secret cybersecurity directive, National Journal. Obama signed secret directive to fight cyber attacks. It is the cybersecurity takeover. He said he'd sign an executive order. He just made it secret. It's Kafka-esque. We're executing you. We're not letting you know why. We've signed an order. We're not telling you what it is. We're not telling you why you're on the no-fly list or no-gun-buy list. No due process. Get used to it. Obama's secret order authorizes cybersecurity strikebacks, which will be against our website. They've said they're going to target alternative media. Cass Sunstein called for that at the White House. And when I talk, you can go look it up. I'm not making this up. It just goes on and on. It says, you know, here the Army is now going to have access to everything. They already have access. The FBI was already watching Petraeus over a girlfriend without a warrant, and then went and got one once they wanted to use the material retroactively. I mean, folks, this is not freedom. The government runs al-Qaeda. People are like, how dare Alex say they run al-Qaeda? They publicly run them in Libya and Syria. But because that's such a no-no, Hillary gets up there and says, we've got to invade Syria because al-Qaeda's there. And I actually hear talk show hosts attack me going, yeah, Alex says the government runs al-Qaeda. How dare him? We've got to go into Syria because of al-Qaeda. I mean, they won't call Hillary on the fact that it's mainstream news. They put al-Qaeda in there. I mean, it's absurdist. It's like talking to people that have had lobotomies or something. You're not that stupid because these guys can sit there and rattle off sports statistics all day, and they know how to write a contract. They know how to sell stuff. I mean, I know a lot of people that I know are smart who are willfully, mentally lobotomized when it comes to just hypocrisy, paradoxes, you know, open fraud. It'd be like if there was a pit, a 1,000-foot pit, that you'd kill yourself if you fell in it. And I'm like, hey, don't go in that pit. Look, it's 1,000 feet deep. They're like, the television told me that's not a pit because there'd be a TV above the pit going, that is not a pit. That is not a pit. And you drop a rock and don't ever hear it at the bottom. You go, well, I don't care because that television is telling me it's not a pit. I'm like, listen, it is a pit. I promise you. Do not, like, I'm not going to listen to you, conspiracy theorist. And you just step into it and they fall. Oh, yeah, there's the headline. What news source is that? The Western Center for Journalism. Yeah, that's Joseph Farah. Surreal. Clinton pledges $45 million in aid to al-Qaeda in Syria. You can actually go find like Times of London saying it and LA Times too. You can find like Washington Post going, well, the CFR 2 months ago said why we need al-Qaeda. That's a quote. And how great they are. Okay, I'm done. I'll go to your calls. It's just, I get attacked for saying the globalists run al-Qaeda. I mean, it was in the BBC and AP. That the hijackers were trained at U.S. military bases and had top security clearances, and the head of one of the bases, Colonel Butler, went public and said, all I know is Muhammad Atta and others trained in my class. That's him. And they said, we're court-martialing you for national security issues. And he shut up. It was in the Sacramento Bee. It was in the San Jose Mercury. I mean, I just can't live like this anymore. I'm not a traitor when it's in the Sunday Times of London that they flew tens of thousands of al-Qaeda commanders out and paid them in gold after they staged the Afghan war in 2000. It was all staged. Our troops weren't fighting anybody. They put 12-year-old conscripts in foxholes in front of the cities. The planes flew over and blew up the kids, arrested some of them, put them in prison camps. 10 years later, they're used as al-Qaeda double agents now. I mean, I just can't live like this anymore. I can't live in this fantasy land anymore. Oh, man, it drives me crazy. Let's go ahead and talk to Ken in South Carolina. Sir, what's your take on the battle plan, the fact that it's going viral, thanks to you and many others out there and our friends in the real media, the true media, not the state-run media, like Drudge, DrudgeReport.com. I mean, what is your take on what I've been saying, sir?
Well, Alex, all I want to talk about is secession. Good. I've been talking about it for years, and people didn't want to listen. But I'm from South Carolina, and we got blamed for the last Civil War, which we didn't start. But I'd like to give a little background and issue a challenge because I want to do what you did and sign the Declaration of Independence on your show.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
The enemy knows who we are. We've got a lot of Christians and a lot of patriots in South Carolina from the Tea Party movement that we work with hunkering down. But the Antichrist, the New World Order, the enemies of America, they already know who you are. So my name is Ken Moran. I'm in Georgetown County, South Carolina. Come and get me, New World Order. Come and get me, enemies of America. I don't care.
Well, you know, they try to spin the Texas Revolution when about 37%, according to the Daughters Republic of Texas in history, were Hispanics. Guatemala, which was Mexico, revolted against Santa Anna. He was such a dictator. Texas revolted. My ancestors revolted, who had Mexican land grants on my mother and father's side. Some in Central Texas, others in East Texas, with the Ayers family and others, and the Greshams, the Hammonds, all of them were right here in Texas, and the Joneses, the Johnsons, the Browns, and others in East Texas. But the point is that the media says it's racist. That's why Texas seceded. And they say the same thing. Well, no, 1776, the British government came to take lawful guns from the citizens, and they didn't turn them in. So the Brits started shooting their fellow citizens. So the war started. Gonzales, Texas, they said, we're coming to confiscate your guns. And Gonzales, that's the come and take it flag. If people don't know, you see it all over the country. That's just outside Austin's Gonzales, where my mother's family's from. And right out there with the Hispanic, they were called Tejanos. And they said, hey, I like the idea of being able to have guns if Santa Anna wants to take them. And they stood right there with the white settlers, a lot of them all intermarried, so you get Tejano music and the rest of it. Everybody was getting along until later when the government started up. But the point is, you're absolutely right. And then they came and they had a big shootout with the Mexican troops. There was a gun confiscation in North Texas with Colonel Travis before he was even made colonel. He got in a big gun battle with folks trying to confiscate guns, Mexican troops, and a Texian traitor colonel who was working for Santa Anna. So at first, Santa Anna had a bunch of other Texans. It wasn't just all the Texans got up, all the Hispanic and all the Anglo Texans got up and said, "Oh, we're gonna fight Santa Anna." There was mainly whites fighting whites. In fact, there were no Hispanics with that particular colonel. You look up the history. They came in against a group of whites and Hispanics and said, we're taking your guns. And it was a big shootout, and they beat them. And they said, okay, Travis, you're a colonel. Travis said, I'm okay, where do I go? You go to the Alamo. And he went and left his son with my family, and the rest is history. But the point is, looking at all of this, is that that's what it's about. It's like, hey, come and take it. I am here. My name is Alex Jones. And I'm going to let you finish up, but put him on hold. I want to show people a document cam shot right here, or just wherever the document cam's at. If you just turn it on, I'll just place the... no, that's fine. I'll just place it right here. Zoom in on this right here. This is on the YouTube video for my show yesterday. Americans must withdraw from corrupt, hijacked federal government. And it says, signing a dime store replica of the Declaration of Independence? Wow, treason. The man on the document didn't tell the colonies to let them shoot first, let them abuse and stomp all over you, nor did they buy powdered food, dig a hole, and hide in it. Is this the Alex Jones recipe against tyranny? Document it. Okay, that's somebody on YouTube, Sui Cairo. Hey, bro, I'm on television and the radio to 15 million people a week. I've been physically attacked for this. I've been death threatened. The NSA, or people in control of it, call my wife up and myself up over the years and tell us what we were just talking to our family about, and tell us how they're going to chop our head off and what our dog's doing in the backyard. And you go to the window and the dog's doing it. They're okay? They're sitting there watching with a satellite, telling you they're going to kill you and your family. I go in face-to-face with the Bilderberg Group. I go in face-to-face to military checkpoints. We go face-to-face with the NSA. My reporters are out there face-to-face with the Army with checkpoints on the highways outside Austin right now. I'm here. I'm Alexander Emmerich Jones of Texas, of the Republic of the United States, occupied. And I'm here saying I sign symbolically, as I'm calling for a second revolution through the Declaration of Independence is our God-given authority, as it states there, to say our government's become destructive, it's been hijacked, they brag it's been hijacked. I want our republic back, and I'm demanding our republic back, and the best venue is the states to pull out and say, we're America, you're not Washington. You understand what I'm putting out there? This is a revolutionary idea. And I have top scholars on, and they go, yes, you're right, this is a great plan. You understand? Because it's how it's presented. They're going to present it as it's a civil war. No, it's not. We're kicking the globalist out. And then these cowards, see, because they can't see someone do something real. They can't see someone because then they might have to do something real. It's better to just sit back as an armchair. I love people that call me up and go, we ought to get violent. You need to lead it. Really, if they're not provocateurs, they're idiots. Oh, you're not going to lead the violent attack? You just want me, somebody with my bootstraps that built an operation reaching 15 million people a week, and I'm not bragging about that. I'm somebody who puts my money where my mouth is. I walk the walk, ladies and gentlemen. I don't just talk the talk. Okay, I'm committed. And this wimp internet culture of just sitting back and attacking real men and women makes me want to throw up and trying to discourage them. It's unbelievable. I signed it. It was symbolic. And I told listeners, you should sign it symbolically. It means something. It's a pledge to resist this. The globalist collectivist takeover is a eugenics kill grid, even if you're for socialism. This collectivist globalist model is a eugenics-based extermination grid. That's in their own words, man. Don't you understand? We're not getting out of this letting them run things. You think it's so incredible for people that just don't get it. So go ahead, sir. I understand what you're saying here. Anything else?
Yes, sir. A little bit, Alex. I'm a Christian minister in South Carolina, an oath keeper, and I joined Brother Chuck Baldwin's Black Regiment. And what I'm seeing is a lot of people in this state and other states hunkering down. But what they don't understand with this secessionist movement, this is the breach in the wall we've been waiting for. I've been teaching nullification and secession threats.
Yes, in my spirit, not just in my intellect, I know this is it. If the people answer the call, this is it. I'm telling you, we can beat these people. I see the clear path, absolutely clear.
Alex, the colors mark the place, the battle lines in an engagement. And right now, your colors, my colors, other colors are in the breach of that wall. And all we need is the Army to come in and overrun opposition and flood over us and take the fight to the enemy. They need to get out there on the internet now. And I want to issue a challenge. Forget the divisive lines. I was in the Tea Party when they tried to divide and conquer, occupy Wall Street, and they told us there were different sides, and I kept telling them it's bull. We all want the same thing. We want an end of corruption, and we want freedom in America. Tea Party, quit buying the lies. Get out of the GOP shield group business of getting people elected and get there with Occupy Wall Street and every other American that is sick and tired of the corruption, sick and tired of the lies, the thieving taxes, the destruction of freedom, and evil in this country. Unite together and sign these petitions. They're trying to shoot the first few people that sign them and make them out to be monsters, so the rest of you will not admit that this, like Alex
exactly.
said,
And listen, I got to say, this is the most important thing I've said all day. Their entire battle plan behind the scenes, we reverse engineered it, is to stop state secession and restoring the republic, because they know that's the rightful, most powerful course. Their entire defense is set around it because that's the weak point. And that's why they're telling people, they've told Lew Rockwell, you better watch it. You know, it's on their site. We're going to come arrest you. Glenn Beck saying, you better not sign this. Again, it's an intimidation. It's an intimidation, so we stand down. Well said, sir. God bless you. Our country has been taken over by foreign banking cartels. And just as my ancestors were in Gonzales when the Mexican troops came to take the guns and resisted, and the war for Texas independence began, or my ancestors were there, and many of your ancestors were there at the founding of this country, the United States, you have to just at a certain point say, that's it, I'm done, I'm not going to be your slave. And so many people are like, oh, where are you going to go if you leave the U.S.? The U.S. has been taken over. The New World Order has seceded and stolen the country. The hijacker is taking over the cockpit. He's not the pilot. It is so simple, ladies and gentlemen. And in fact, I meant to say this. I want to get Aaron Dykes on at 40 after. I know I said I'd play the little trailer for the piece I'm doing on the nature of evil, but I'll do that later in the next hour. So I said I'd go back to your calls. But Aaron was just showing me how they're, with all the articles, the Republican Tea Party is attacking all these state reps who are coming out and saying, we're under Agenda 21, we're under a New World Order, we've been occupied by foreign banks. And the Republicans are saying, we got to kick this guy out. They're kooks. I mean, the world government's announced. Ron Paul's up there giving speeches about the world government. The UN's now running our military. Obama's signing. I've got the article right here. The New American broke it down. I went and followed it to the foreign newspapers. This is in the British and German newspapers. It's my top story. So many articles. UN to seek internet kill switch. Next month, document shows. NewAmerican.com or PrisonPlanet.com. We need to make this top story on InfoWars. So much is on Prison Planet that's not on InfoWars. Folks, you got to check both sites. And I went and read it. I already knew about this and knew about the treaties and what they tried to get 2 years ago but couldn't, where the UN would run it, and now Obama's just signing it over. I mean, that right there is like running around with your hair on fire through town screaming. I mean, the United States and our engineers build the internet. It's run by the globalists that have hijacked the country, and now they're handing it over to the UN. That's our entire infrastructure for telecommunications. I mean, this is treason. And I'm not just saying treason. I mean, this is it. This is it. Stephen in Pennsylvania, you're on the air. Welcome. Thanks for holding. What's your take on all this?
All right, here we go, Alex. I'm going to bring some facts. I appreciate you. I appreciate all the brethren that have been working towards this for years and years. Not many are left. But this has to do with exactly what you said, restoration. I have good news. It's been going on. There's been brothers that have been doing their part. Brother William brought us the law. But I want to bring you facts. Now, this goes back to where do we stand. Yesterday you said we stand here. Brothers made it a little bit more in focus, saying we have to stand as individuals. Yeshua is the king of sovereigns, like Alfred Adaskes brought out. And you've had intimate talks with him that brought out that truth, and other brothers like Roger Sales, who has told us it's a deception of words. And it's all I hear you saying is get on your knees, get before God, and do your part. Everybody has an equal part. But I want to give you some facts, and I want the brethren to write this down so they do their own homework. On May 12th to October 14th of this year, the Torah and the Western Wall were in Philadelphia, okay, a chance for repentance. On September 13th, Bernanke gave notice, okay, that they were not going to acknowledge the 100-year contract of the Federal Reserve. They're going to override it. Boom, they make a new offer. Well, in response, Alex, on September 29th, 28th and 29th, there was a national call on Independence Hall where 8,000 to 10,000 people, and I was one of them, repented for 8 hours. Now, Jonathan Kahn was there. It was done biblically. It was done lawfully. Okay? So it has begun. The restoration
Absolutely. We got to attack in all directions. Dr. Michael Kaufman, to understand our enemy, is going to be joining us. Just with information, he was able to derail an Agenda 21 takeover in the mid-'90s. I remember watching it on C-SPAN, and just because he got their own documents, got the maps to Congress, and that information beat it. Now it's openly being announced, but they've got Republicans running around saying Agenda 21 doesn't exist. Aaron Dykes is going to pop in later with this, trying to hoax us into standing down. They are weak. Agenda 21 is their global treaty for total eugenics. Dr. Kaufman's coming up. We'll continue with your calls as well. He's in my film Endgame Blueprint for Global Enslavement, almost 7 years old. Hard to believe that. Let me see, 2006, it's 2007. It's 5, 6 years old. The point is, it's evergreen. It's more important today than ever. Or Behind the Green Mask, Rosa Koire, the book on Agenda 21 to get out to your friends and family and neighbors and people in government. It's happening. We're beginning to win. Let's just go ahead and go back to the calls right now. John in Texas, what's your take on all this, sir?
Alex?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me okay?
Buddy, I can hear you wonderfully.
Okay, great. I love what you're doing. I think it's great for damage control, but I see a better solution for an ultimate solution. It's like, you know about Plato's cave. A lot of people don't realize there are more levels in Plato's cave. And many people find out there's a fox guarding a hen house, and they think the solution is, well, let's get rid of the fox, and that's the damage control. I agree. We do have to...
Look, the secession movement is something people can get. It's in the Declaration of Independence to restore the republic nonviolently. It will scare the globalist, and believe me, it's the way to go.
It is, but this is how I look at it. You asked earlier about who the enemy is, and what most people don't realize is that we are the enemy and that the globalists are a reflection of us.
No, that's right. Ron Paul said we have become immoral and decadent, and that's why the worst is running things.
Exactly. So the solution to get rid of the worst of us is for all of us to become better than what we are, and most of us aren't even coming close. And this ties into the research that Dr. Fritz Albert Popp has done in Germany. In 1976, he identified the nutrient that ties into our spidey sense. He called it a biophoton. And he said we humans are born at 43,000 biophotons, but most of us are around 1,000 to 23,000 biophotons, and we should be around 83,000 biophotons. So the ultimate solution, the way to destroy the globalists, is for all of us to bump up our biophoton levels, bump up our spidey sense up to the 83,000 biophoton level. We got to stop making mistakes. So, yes, we have to do damage control. Yes, we got to
Is this the professional athlete, sports medicine guy?
You met me down in Houston, but that was my buddy. You confused me with my friend.
No, but the point is, I mean, yeah, he's like that guy's well known. Yeah, I know he did. This is what the professional athletes are doing. Well, you know, I don't take it because I don't need to. I've got plenty of the spiritual mojo juice, but they hook people up when they're on DMT, and it's definitely a spiritual experience. And they're finding people, all cultures are basically having the Christian experience. They've even done it with villagers that don't even know about Christianity, the pearly gates, you know, all that stuff. And that's why the system doesn't want people trying natural hallucinogens, because it's definitely opening people up and realizing, whoa, there's something else out there. It opens up the sixth sense, but, you know, we've naturally got those chemicals in us, and the sodium fluoride, all of that. But, I mean, when you talk about biophotons, what type of nutrients you're talking about to naturally boost those without taking a very hardcore hallucinogen?
Dr. Popp said, and this has nothing to do with taking hallucinogen, Dr. Popp said that organic produce has 5 times the biophotons as does conventional produce.
Sure, well, that's why they feed us trash. Yeah, we're back to the same thing, yeah. Pure water, pure food. It opens you up to God, the universe, your discernment. They poison you. It creates a fog overlay. But I'll tell you, folks, God believes in free will. Jesus Christ believes in free will. I'm talking about the church is Jesus Christ, the real one. Ask God, and God will come in. Ladies and gentlemen, we are into another hour of this historic Friday, the 16th of November. 2012 worldwide transmission, the spirit of 1776 worldwide versus the mindset of 1984. I am your host. I'll be with us about 40 minutes, then Aaron's going to pop in with some breaking news. I've got articles now, not in dozens, not in 50, not in 100. In the last week, it is over 200 mainstream news articles, New York Times, Washington Post, Atlanta Journal-Constitution, you name it, trying old-fashioned lies. They are coming out saying, look at this state rep, look at this congressman or woman. They say there's a UN takeover, Agenda 21. Why, that's crazy. That doesn't exist. While I can go to any town around Austin, to any city council meeting, and you've seen me send reporters to 4 towns, and they've got UN representatives there having the town sign over their liberties in exchange for, in some cases, $30 million for a small town from the HUD and the federal government. And I mean, it's to put in laws where 2 years in jail if you wash your car, 6 years in San Diego. You got hay dust, $2,000 a day fines. I mean, we're not talking about just federal. We're talking about internationalists coming in and getting you to adopt their stuff. I mean, I don't have to go to Europe to see this. I don't have to go to Russia. I can go to Austin, Texas, where I live, or any town around me, any night of the week at city meetings, and it's UN Rockefeller Foundation operatives. Folks, I made the first Agenda 21 film out there in 1997. It's called America Destroyed by Design, the UN plan to take over and bankrupt America and create a neo-feudalistic state. Read the back cover. And guess whose information is in the film? Dr. Michael Kaufman. Guess who went to Congress? What was it, 94? They were about to sign on, right as Bush had left office, he had endorsed it, the Rio Summit Agenda 21. And a lot of times they can blindside you, and they would have got it all in right then. Boom. Congress saw the maps, checked with the UN, half the country off limits. They said, no way, Jose. Put us under a UN treaty. So they went ahead and immunized, went after counties, cities, and states as an end run. Now Obama can't get Congress to pass shut down half the coal plants? Well, yeah, and guys, kind of center that a little bit. If we're going to put articles up, it's absolutely essential that we somehow center them when we put them up. That's like my one pet peeve that just drives me up and down the wall, that if we're going to put stuff on TV, I just don't even want to have something on TV. Just take it down. Okay, if nobody's bad. Just we're not going to show it if we can't put it on there. I'm directing live here on the air. Thank you. Not a big deal. Just can't. If it's got the thing cut off, we're just not putting it up. That's like 87,000 times I want to stop that. The point here is that we're not calling for secession from America. The states have to pull out because the federal government's totally run by globalists, and we have to get in there, and we have to point out what's happened, and they're freaking out. They are freaking out right now at every level. And Aaron's going to come in here and pop in while Dr. Kaufman's on with us and show these articles saying, oh, my gosh, citizens are going and giving books and videos to their state reps, and they're waking up, and the states are saying no. Yeah, they're giving them Endgame. They're giving them Rosa Corey's book that we sell at Infowars.com, the film I made, the book I carry, and it's freaking them out because as soon as the state reps or county commissioners or mayors read this, they go, yeah, this is exactly what they are. Oh, yeah, that group that is here is UN. What? That's what this is? Wow, I'm not going to go along with this. They're pulling their hair out. So Dr. Michael Kaufman joins us because talk about a voice in the wilderness. Sir, great to have you with us. Let me read some of your bio for folks that don't know who you are. He received his BS in forestry and MS in biology at Northern Arizona University at Flagstaff, Arizona, his PhD in forest science at University of Idaho at Moscow. He's taught courses and conducted research in forest ecology and forest community dynamics at Michigan Technology University, a leading forestry school in the Midwest. He's author, researcher, filmmaker. He's currently president of Environmental Perspectives, Inc. He's written 4 books exposing the attack on our Constitution, personal liberties, and the most recent being Rescuing a Broken America. He has also produced numerous videos. The most recent are of 2 of which, and it goes through it all. And it's www.epi.us.com. And you can buy his book at americaplundered.com. And he joins us now. And we'll also, I'll put up on screen some of the UN maps of what they want to do. And you're now seeing it all come in. They now know they're losing, so they're just trying to enforce it all right now. We can use that to boomerang back. Dr. Kaufman, recap who you are, how you woke up, how you stopped this in the mid-90s, and where we are now, we can stop it again.
Well, thank you, Alex. Glad to be back with you. Let me just make one thing, correct one thing that you said. My website is EPI-US, -US.com. EPI-US.com, not EPI.US.com. So with that minor correction, basically back in the early 1990s, I was leading a multi-million-dollar research effort on global warming, contacting and working with scientists all over the world. And it became pretty obvious to me that by 1992 that, well, actually in the early 1990s, that man probably wasn't causing global warming. We have now overwhelming evidence that man is not causing global warming. And that's why I think they're ramping up this hype and scare story that Hurricane Sandy was caused by global warming and so forth. But nonetheless, at that particular point in time, I was also following what was going on in an organization called the IUCN, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. Now, some of you probably know this because you've heard me before, but most of our international treaties are written by the IUCN, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. The Convention on Biological Diversity is one of those. And at the same time, there was another project called the Wildlands Project, which was basically also coming out of the United Nations. The Wildlands Project called for setting aside 50% of the United States into wilderness, as you suggested just a few minutes ago. And the same people that were writing this particular project, the Wildlands Project, were also writing the Convention on Biological Diversity. And it didn't take a rocket scientist for me to realize that they're one and the same things. And when the treaty finally came out, all the language was there. It was really sanitized. You couldn't really see it. It sounded like motherhood and apple pie. But when the Global Biodiversity Assessment was published, it was actually written by the IUCN and the World Resources Institute. When that was published by the UN, it was basically referred back to the Wildlands Project and named the authors and so forth in doing that. I had been in August of 1994 down to the Senate trying to convince them that the Wildlands Project was at the heart of the convention or the treaty. They ignored me because it didn't say anything in the treaty about it. When the Global Biodiversity Assessment came out a month or two later, it was still in draft form. We didn't have the actual copy. That wasn't going to be published until the end of 1994. But we had the draft copy, and in it, it specifically said the Wildlands Project. It was a smoking gun. I had been actually drawing maps for 2 years. I don't know why I was drawing them. I just really felt compelled by God to do it. I didn't have any idea why. It was a lot of work, but nonetheless, I did. And when that treaty, when the draft of the GPA came out, I sent it down, FedExed it down to the U.S. Senate, along with the map. There was actually a couple of us working on it at the time. And that map was blown up into a 4-by-6 foot poster taken out of the Senate floor at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The closure vote was scheduled for 4 o'clock on September 29th. And it just literally died on the vine. Senator Mitchell, the majority leader at the time, just took it right off the executive calendar. It was never voted on. But that's how close we came to having this actually passed and ratified by the Senate. And as you said, very accurately, it's now the marching orders of the U.S. government and every federal agency through a document called Sustainable America, which, if you look it up on the internet, was written by Bill Clinton during his presidency. And his whole purpose is to implement Agenda 21, and every federal contract and grant and aid and all the rest is targeted towards Sustainable America, and Agenda 21 is being implemented as we speak.
And by the way, we've taken these to Agenda 21 meetings and smart growth conferences. We've taken them to professors, and they've said, yeah, you can now look at this map 16, 17 years later, because that's what you have a degree in, is, putting these together. You've done it even for the Forest Service, I know, previously. And they go, yeah, no, that's what we're doing. Yeah, that's the corridors. Yes, this is, how did you get this? And we were at UT, and they had similar maps. We were trying to videotape it. The professor let them in, but then somebody else came out and said, no, you can't tape that. But what's incredible is this, we now see where they're grabbing land. It's everywhere where you predicted. Yes. How did you put together, I guess that's what that's what you got all your training in, but how did you do it so accurately?
Well, they actually came out with a set of instructions to how to do it with the Wildlands Project. And I took those instructions, and I had actually done research and actually worked in most ecosystems in the United States by that time. And I was able to, with my background and so forth and understanding of ecosystems, pretty much anticipate where they would put these reserves, these wilderness reserves and wilderness corridors. And it turns out that I'm about 85% accurate. There's a little difference when you actually get down to what they're actually doing today, but not a whole lot.
Yeah, you can look at the smart growth corridors they've set up, and they're also putting triangles and boxes around city groups and trying to grab the property there. So now they're even targeting the green areas that originally they weren't going to try to take.
That's correct. It's really an astonishing thing. They're doing it incrementally. If they had the treaty actually ratified back in 1994, they would have all the legal reasons necessary to condemn by eminent domain all of your property when it's in the way or where it's one of those chosen areas to be put in the wilderness, yank you off, destroy your home, and convert it back to wilderness. That treaty would have allowed that to happen. Now they're having to do it incrementally. And they're still trying to do it. You know, the Sackett case up in northern Idaho, I think you probably all have heard of that one.
Yeah, taking people's property because there's a puddle in the yard. We'll be right back with Dr. Kaufman. Well, if you've got to say one man since the Rio de Janeiro UN takeover globally, the declaration of usurpation, the declaration of war against private property and against liberty for the general public by the mega-rich in 1992, it's Dr. Michael Kaufman, PhD, environmental scientist. And there have been a lot of others that have fought it as well, Lord Monckton and many others, myself. I've been fighting since 1996 against this. What's amazing, and I've got Aaron popping in here in about 15 minutes, is we're finding reports all over the country where they go, there's crazy people that think the UN's trying to run us. I mean, for 17 years, most of our national parks and monuments have been under UN control with huge buffer zones around them where people can't use their own property under UN treaty, UNESCO. I mean, Obama is signed a secret order, but the UN's bragging it's giving them the codes for the internet kill switch and the IP addresses. That's in mainstream news today. We've been told our military is under NATO and the UN. Ron Paul in his speech said we're under global government. But they still try this game where the Southern Poverty Law Center and others say, I get the training manuals cops get because they laugh and send them to me. And we're laughing, but it's not funny. That they go, there's no such thing as the New World Order. The Federal Reserve is not private. There is no plan to implode the economy. There is no plan for, this and that. When it's all happening on the news, how long can they get away with this? Or are they just trying to con those they know are ignorant, Dr. Kaufman?
I think in many respects, they're conning those who are ignorant. And it's in some ways, I think the election that we just had a couple of weeks ago really clearly shows how ignorant this society truly is. It's not that people are dumb or stupid. They're not. But when you only get one side of the story with this whole terribly biased media, I mean, it's no longer the media. It's the media. It's the Ministry of Propaganda for Obama. There's no other way you can describe it. When you have a media that deliberately distorts the news and not tells you both sides of a story, you get an ignorant society that cannot ever act intelligently because they don't have the proper information. And what we're seeing right now is that in spades. That's what really decided this election, probably more than anything else, is almost 100 years of brainwashing in our public schools to produce a society basically that believes the government is a good thing, and it can be if it's got the right constraints on it. And the fact that socialism is something to be desired rather than avoided. All of the things that you and I and others have talked about on your show over the years that has really degraded their ability for critical thinking and therefore ability to make right decisions.
Dr. Kaufman, you've hit the heart of it here. When I watch MSNBC to monitor what they're up to, they're trying to create racial division, all the rest of it. They giggle and snicker most of the time in a self-admiration society about how smart they are, but how dumb all of us are. But I understand now that's because they're preying on people. I've run into these folks. These are predators. I mean, they don't believe anything they're saying. They know it's a fraud, but for those of us that are informed, who aren't evil, it's horrifying people are so dumbed down. But the system revels in the fact that it's like two different species. People that are informed versus dumbed down idiots who aren't even so much dumb. They just don't even know how to think. They have no gauge on even what's happening. How do you deal with something like that when you've got people that literally couldn't work at McDonald's, now voting to try to take our guns?
It's a really good question, and that's something I've been hitting my head against the wall for quite a few years, and I know you have too. How do you come across to these people who don't have the basic understanding to even begin to understand what you're talking about. It takes many, many hours to even make a presentation of what a constitutional republic should be and why it's so critically important. And they have no clue. They have no clue to even begin to understand what you're talking about. And I don't know how to really change that unless you really show how this is destroying us. And this is what I've been trying to do with my new book, Plundered, how the progressive ideology is destroying America. It basically goes into the progressive ideology back over 100 years, 125 years, and shows you how nothing has changed in that period of time. How psychiatrists of the early days in the 1800s were calling these progressives nuts because they cannot connect to reality. And they're still the same, exactly the same.
And really what they are is they're social failures that get together in gangs. I haven't even read your book, but I know what it's going to be about because I know we're on the same page. I'm going to carry it, by the way. I want to read it first, but people should get it at your site. But let's talk about their psychology, because they're gangs of like wimps. But I don't mean physically wimpy. I mean, these are mentally ill people. But they form like these swarms of locusts that are smart enough to be able to blacken the earth and eat the flesh off our economy's bones. We'll be right back. Stay with us. By the way, we broke this news story thanks to David Knight, one of our reporters. The Environmental Protection Agency, a court has ruled that they're above the law and that they must investigate themselves. But the Office of Inspector General has begun an investigation of the EPA pumping deadly gases in on people without them knowing it. Just another ongoing, potentially lethal experiment government's doing on you. This is a group of insane, inbred eugenicists. There was a breeding program by the Darwin family, the Huxleys, the Wedgwoods, and two other families that we cover at Endgame that produced near 90% retardation or stillborn. There was about 5–6% that were highly intelligent, even above their genius families, but also generally raving psychotics. Aldous Huxley was one of the few survivors. His brother Julian Huxley started the UN UNESCO program that runs all this today. They were talking about the Planned Society back in 1932 when he wrote Brave New World, which he said was their real theorized plan that was adopted by the British royalty, the Dutch royalty, you know, about the Nazis and the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute. So you got a bunch of really smart scientists who were control freaks who interbreed. They create this monster plan. It gets adopted because the robber barons in the U.S. liked it too. Rockefellers, Rothschilds, they all funded it. Go look it up. They funded the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute, the Rockefellers did. And it created this nightmare. And Dr. Cotton, in his deep research, can get into different angles of this, but he covers in the Endgame extras, you know, university plans. He shows the documents where they said in the 60s, we'll put drugs on the street and get everybody on drugs. We'll use entertainment just to get people into this mind-numbed area. And then once you're mind-numbed, then they can start the soft kill culling. So see, everybody needs to understand, just all this decadence and welfare is not going to keep going on. They're just breaking you and making you a bunch of pathetic jellyfish. Why is their #1 enemy the returning veterans in the Homeland Security training documents? If you're a new listener, just type in Homeland Security says #1 terror threat, veterans, and you'll get AP, Reuters, you know, Washington Times. We broke that when a federal marshal and state police gave me a separate document out of Missouri. But the point is that they say that the veterans are who they're going to round up. So while you're out there saluting at veterans parades, remember, our government's now run by globalists. Dr. Kaufman, finish up with the mindset of these people from your research. And then I want to talk about the fact that I know in the Declaration of Independence we have the power to secede, but not to, we could create a new union or a new country, but I say secede from the occupied federal government to get their attention and then kick them out, you know, the globalists, the Federal Reserve, and reconstitute it. Just that process of the states beginning this will create the moral high ground and will create a fulcrum or focus bases to then launch out, because we're under attack. No more half measures. We either go all the way whole hog and call this out like Ron Paul did 2 days ago in his farewell, or it's over, because they are bum rushing us. We are under a Tet offensive right now. They are overrunning us. And we've got a zombified public. A lot of us are awake, but it's 20–30% of us are awake. Then you got the zombies. And then of the 20–30% we've got, they're going, oh, I'm glad Ron Paul or Dr. Kaufman's there. No, we need you to get involved. But finish up with their mindset and then ideas you've got to try to just beat these people.
Well, you know, it's one of the things that I really went into a state of shock over when I got a hold of some of these early reports and books and so forth of psychiatrists. Now, psychiatry was just beginning to take hold back in the 1800s.
That's their priesthood.
Yeah, well, it is. But these psychiatrists were real psychiatrists. There are still some today, although most of them are out in the twilight zone.
Sure.
What they found was basically, and he described it to a T, he described the modern day progressive that's in Congress, that's in our court systems, that are in our educational systems. All of these things are described to a T in the 1800s, how they literally cannot connect to reality. They're, excuse me, quite a few cards short of a full deck. And because of that, they have these utopian concepts that will never, ever work. And that's
Sure. And I've read some of that. They just are obsessed control freaks. And the reason those psychiatrists wrote books about it was because they were working next to the communist or the proto-communist psychiatrist.
Yes. Well, they could see it. I mean, it was very definitely very obvious, and it's what led to the socialist Europe that we have today, communism. All of these things derived from that particular phenomenon back in the 1800s. Really goes back to Jean-Jacques Rousseau, but nonetheless, by the time the French Revolution was over and so forth, it was pretty well dyed in contact and concrete.
It's government by psychopathic authoritarians, as Ron Paul has dubbed them.
Yeah, it really is, and you're not being over exaggeration when you say that either, because they really now a lot of these people know exactly what they're doing. Obama, for instance, knows exactly what he's doing. He's lying. Basically, he has no problem at all. He's a sociopath. He basically is a pathological liar, and it just rolls right off his tongue. I mean, we saw time after time after time in the debates where he would stand up there in absolute truth and defy anyone to deny him, when we know for absolute fact that he was totally wrong, and that he was actually, for instance, energy, he has tried everything he can to stop.
He said, I will bankrupt coal, and then he gets up in there and says, I never said that. And we can play the video clip right now.
I know. It's just astonishing how he can do that time after time. Benghazi, another classic example, his interview or his press conference.
He said, I said it was terrorism day one. And when he didn't, I mean, it's all now come out that Petraeus was given talking points by the White House and said, do not say it's terrorism. But we saw his ambassador all over the news saying that. No, that's what I'm saying. It's like, but the thing is, they're trying to give the general public a mass mental illness. Because once you get the public to accept lies, it fouls the brain electrochemical computer, as you know, where then people just lose track of everything.
They do, and everything is based on emotion. This is the critical thing, I think, more than anything else, is that they base all their decisions on emotion. And emotion, if you continue to follow your emotions, you're going to fall off a cliff. And we are falling off a cliff now because we are in no neverland. We cannot continue to sustain the types of deficit spending.
We're being maneuvered into bankruptcy, as the globalists said. But expanding on that, I run into this all the time. People call in and they go, you don't like Obama, you're a racist. And I talk to them. These are real people. And I'm like, I'm not saying Romney's good either, but Obama is going to accelerate the program. Collectivism's horrible. Socialism doesn't work. Communism doesn't work. And he's taking our liberties. And they just go, no, you're a racist. And it's like, and then they giggle like they know political correctness is a weapon. It doesn't matter even if they know it's not true. It makes them feel like they have social status.
Yes, it makes them, and they noticed this back in the 1800s. It makes them feel powerful, and they're sick. They should not be in any elected position. They should not be in any educational position, any judicial place, and yet they dominate those particular pillars of our society. And we are in a heap of trouble. And what I don't understand, and just it boggles my mind, Europe is collapsing. Now, not much is shown on the evening news. I go into the great detail in the book, Plundered. But not much is shown on the evening news, but Europe is doomed. There's really no...
I think they had something like 50 fires yesterday and rioting everywhere, just all over Europe, just bedlam.
Yes, it is horrible. And That's the result. It's always the result. There is no case in history.
Yeah, no, this is Jacobin, French Revolution, Illuminati crap.
It is. It really is. And as soon as you understand that, you understand why communism...
Well, listen, I've got to read Plundered, because I've read your other books, so send us a copy. You probably did. I'm going to get Weldon to carry it in the store because it's so amazing that I haven't even read your book, but I know it's going to be in it because it's history. But,
yes.
but I'll always learn something new and refresh my memory. But when you discover that communism is Jacobin devil worship,
yes.
I mean, and it's in mainline history books. It's French devil worshippers, German devil worshippers that have that wanted to go to a 9-day week, no family. They were going to destroy language. They were going to go back to the wilds. And it just turned out they were a bunch of psychopaths.
They really were. The Jacobians and during the French Revolution, the horror. I mean, we think that World War I and World War II were horrible, and they were. I don't want to diminish that. But the French Revolution was inhuman, literally inhuman. Not as many people were killed, but how they were killed was inhuman. Pulling them apart with horses. Anybody that disagreed with you, I mean, it was absolutely.
Oh, giant hordes of Illuminati. That's mainline history, yes. Folks. Running yes. around, raping, killing, burning cities, just foaming it. And then the more and more evil would get in control, and it just ran rampant until Napoleon came in.
And then you had a totalitarian dictator.
Which was the plan all along.
Yeah, I think it really was, and I think that's what we're seeing now with Obama. I don't know how else you can explain it, because he is going to take us right over the cliff and basically create chaos, and out of chaos will come a tyrant.
Let me ask you this, and we're going to go to Aaron Dykes here and keep it to the end of the show and then do a little bit of overdrive for callers that are holding. Dr. Michael Kaufman's our guest. But people need to get your book. I mean, I'm not just saying this. I'm actually foaming at the mouth to get it. Plundered. Tell folks the best place to get it.
Right now, we have it so you can get it on Amazon, but you can also get it at our website. And if you do on our website, it's on americaplundered.com, americaplundered.com. If you order from there, we'll not only give you a 30% discount, but we'll also give you a free copy of Saviors of the Earth, one of my first books that led to the actual stopping of the Convention on Biological Diversity.
And that's the good news. We can stop this. I want to bring Aaron Dykes in and then get your take on it. Aaron, one of our researchers, literally hundreds of articles, newscasts, where they're saying now there is no such thing as Agenda 21, even though they officially have their operatives, and they're demonizing people, and they're panicking, as you saw in the New York Times, Dr. Kaufman. Aaron, break down these articles for folks, and we'll show people a document cam shot.
Yeah, first, I just want to thank Dr. Kaufman and all the people who've been behind this issue for decades, people like Merkla who brought Prop 37 to the forefront, everybody who's out there working, and now it's all these activists approaching their state representatives, their state governments, and actually getting them to have meetings, and the system's freaking out. There's this whole flame war in Georgia, and it's the exact stuff you're talking about with the secession movement, with the states' rights movement. The Agenda 21 stuff just overlays with that, and they're all upset because a Tea Party activist who got kicked out of his Tea Party group for spreading Alex Jones and InfoWars information got a meeting with the Senate Majority Leader, Chip Rogers, and now they're saying the video from that is exposed, where he's talking about Agenda 21 being a big problem, and they're
trying to hoax it that, ooh, look, we found a video of the congressman or the state rep being bad, like, ooh, he talked about poo-poo. I mean, I hate to talk like that, but that's what it's like. Oh my gosh, racism.
Oh no, it's exactly what you were talking about. Obviously, your comments yesterday about secession were not in a vacuum. It's Georgia, so it's the Deep South, it's racist, it's conspiracy kooks, it's Alex Jones talk, and they're mad because they invited the whole Republican caucus, and a lot of them actually went. And this is
no, because they've got their UN paid operatives. We can go in and show them the article with all the video links in a 20-minute meeting with one of these guys. Here's Herman von Rompuy, head of the EU. Here's the head of the ECB. They say they've conquered us. Here they are on CNBC. Here's the documents. Here's the plan. And you win because it's over. It's over when we expose them. Show them.
They've ruined themselves. They're doing that Media Matters plan where they say, oh, it's associated with Alex Jones. It's kooky. It's conspiracy. It ain't going to work. People are finding out about this issue. It's in the Marietta Daily Journal. That's a local Georgia paper. It's in the Atlanta TV TV station 11.
This is why we're going to beat them, because they still think they control reality with their fraud, like Karl Rove said. Not anymore. Everyone hates them so much that the minute they demonize us, they all come right to us.
Yeah, it's not going to work. You've got the Atlanta news station saying global control theorists meet with Georgia GOP leaders. And
global control theorists. You notice these insiders were telling Ron Paul, don't talk about New World Order. He just kicked all them out. And now he goes and gives a speech and says world government's conquered us. He said world government has taken over America. That is the end. That is cyanide to these people.
That's what they show in the news piece. They show world government control, and then they say, if you like environmentalism, you might be part of the problem. That's according to these Tea Party activists and the GOP in Georgia. And they make a big, like, making fun of them conspiracy.
Let's get Kaufman's quick take on this, and then we'll continue with a stack of articles. But, Doc, it isn't working anymore. I mean, real environmentalists know that this is just taking control of their movement for eugenics and trying to tax carbon dioxide that plants breathe instead of doing real environmentalism.
I think the majority of people, maybe a small majority at this point, are beginning to start to see through it. And basically, it goes back and again to the 1800s. The only way they can win is by demonizing their opposition. This has been done decade after decade after decade. And now, because of the internet and because of programs like yours and so forth, is being exposed, and people are saying, wait a minute. You know, I think Benghazi is a classic example. Anybody who watches Fox News, and I'm not a real strong supporter of Fox News, but at least they're trying to cover the issue, realizes that the whole thing was a cover-up right from the beginning.
Obama stood down while that guy got killed over 7 hours, and they had a CIA base down the street full of troops. Why didn't they kill him? Look, they were running that al-Qaeda group. That was the head of security. It's clear. Obama, and I've talked to top military off record. I've talked to Colonel Schaefer on air, and he can, well, off air, he's like, no, that's what's going on. Well, I'm not going to get into it. The point is, it's an Obama hit on that guy.
Yeah, it's really, and same with Petraeus and so forth. Now, Petraeus did what he did and deserves what he got, but nonetheless.
No. He was mad about the stand down, and that's why they've relieved 5 generals now.
Right. I totally agree. It's all political. It's all vindictive. There hasn't been a single decision by this administration that wasn't political in its nature. Not a single one. Not any that would help or benefit. We're
going to finish up with that in a moment. Finish up with your articles, Aaron. We're going to go to break, but show folks some of the other articles you've got here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just interesting. They've got stuff we talked about in our InfoWars reports on Agenda 21 on the Delphi technique, how they use that to sell you on your own enslavement. And it is all about control.
And Mother Jones and others are admitting they're using it to brainwash us.
Look at this headline. It says, top Georgia GOP lawmakers host briefing on secret Obama mind control plot. And they've got the mind control graphic. And yet it all.
But we've been to the meetings. They admit they're using it.
Oh, yeah. And when we went to the meetings, the little minders let us know they've been watching our videos and they've been reading up on our points, too. They've got secession and conspiracy theories about mind control and domestic watch lists. And they're trying to tie together Florida and Georgia secession with the Agenda 21 thing, acting again like it's...
No. If you don't want the UN coming in and taking over, you're a secessionist.
No, they're acting like it's a Civil War thing when all 50 states are saying, let's get out of this federal, you know, all this stuff.
No, that's how they sell liberals. You don't want to be a stupid, toothless white person from the South, a scum. I mean, I love how on TV they attack people from the South. I mean, it's absolutely bigoted, and I'm sick of it. Dr. Michael Kaufman is our guest. Final segment with him. Some phone calls coming up. Aaron, do a report on this because headline, they're going to damage panic. Ladies and gentlemen, I know I get kind of wound up by the third hour and start going in 100 different directions. I always feel sorry for whoever the guest is in the third hour by the time I lose my composure and start getting really upset. But, I mean, all I do is study this. The globalists write all these books we've sourced where they talk about how they want to reduce our population and how they want to dumb us down. And then all these idiot collectivists who've been raised to trust the television and the government, you just feel sorry for them. You can't even get mad at them. By the way, we do have Plundered. And it's funny, Weldon was already working on carrying it, so we've already got a deal with them. We're going to put it up in the store today, so you can also order Plundered at InfoWarsShop.com and support all of our work. Behind the Green Mask, UN Agenda 21, Rosa Corey. This is a great book because it's nonfiction. They got books that are fiction on this now coming out. Great to give. And by the way, she's a liberal, a Democrat. This is not a left-right issue. That's why. Plus, it's a great book. It's so important to get out to people. Endgame, Blueprint for Global Enslavement, the film I made with Dr. Kaufman that breaks this all down. When you tell people it was made 6 years ago, it blows them away. It's evergreen. More important now than ever because all the stuff in it's coming true. So get that DVD and give it to others at InfoWarsStore.com. It's going to end today. We extended it out like 4 or 5 days. You get the Pro Pure, 15% off water filtration, the best deal out there at InfoWarsStore.com. That's coming down tonight. So get those orders in if you want. It'll still be 10% off with promo code WATER. You just got to do WATER15 right now. So that's there. Doc, you know, I've launched this whole move to try to get the states to really stand up against the feds. The article is up at Infowars.com, Why the States Must Secede to Save America. And I lay out my reasons for it there. I have a video there. I have Ron Paul agreeing that secession is as American as George Washington and apple pie. And I've had his advisors on the last day. Bruce Fine, his top advisor from the campaign on policy, is on Monday. Had Edwin Vieira on, but they agree this is the move as the bully pulpit. And that the key to this is what you've exposed. It's a globalist corporate takeover through the UN, the mega banks created, the Rockefellers created on record, and this is how they're taking us over. And they're now saying we're treasonous if we don't want to go under UN. I mean, here it is. UN to seek internet kill switch next month. Documents show, and that's what Obama's secret order is doing, is handing them the codes to the DNS registry. I mean, we're going under this, and we've got to say no. They hope to just push this in because we're designed to face a military attack, not a corporate sabotage takeover. What do you say in closing on that, sir?
Absolutely. I totally agree with you. You're cutting in and out, and I hope I'm not doing that on your end. But it is absolutely essential that we begin to say no. The secessionist movement that's gone on the last few days, I think, is absolutely astounding and really exciting. However, remember that we really need to get our economy at the state level in shape before we can succeed, because a lot of states, and I'm in Maine, and we're one of them. I've had the chance to talk to the governor. He says we cannot survive without federal help right now. We're trying to get out from underneath that. But if we were to succeed right now, we would go under financially. And I know a lot of states are like that. So it's got to be a dual effort. We've got to
Sure. I'm saying use the states beginning the meetings and the legislatures pointing out that the UN's taken over. That's what they're afraid of. See, I don't just know this historically. Their entire battle plan is based around stopping us exposing it's a foreign takeover and demonizing secession. That's because they know that's their Achilles heel.
Absolutely, I agree. And let me tell you, folks, I've been working on this since the late 1980s. Agenda 21 is real. Sustainable America is real. You can find it on the internet.
On the UN site. You beat it in the mid-1990s in Congress. We're going to beat it again. God bless you, sir. I got to read this comment from Infowars.com in the article, Ron Paul, the founders believe in secession. I just had it here and then this somehow hit reload. He said, I'm sick of those who say secession is illegal. If our founding fathers thought like that, we'd be calling Elizabeth II our queen right now. Ever heard of NDAA, Agenda 21, or our country is becoming a communist police state? People in the UK do jail time for Facebook posts. Do you want to have the same thing happen to you? I'm moving to Texas as soon as I can. I want my vote to count. Absolutely. That person is on target. Listen. They're arresting people that mildly criticize the government in England now. I mean, say stuff like, I think the government's corrupt. The cops come and arrest you and put it on the news to scare everybody. They're under the exact same thing about 5 years ahead of us. I mean, these people are evil, okay? And they're trying to hire a bunch of criminal cops to enforce it. The good news is most police forces won't be part of this. But they're having warrantless checkpoints. I've got reporters out on the highway, and there's so much cell phone traffic or it's being jammed, they can't get a Skype connection to us, but Jakari Jackson and Marcos Morales, they've got all the footage of the U.S. Army running checkpoints and traffic control on the highway that is literally 300 yards from where I'm sitting. It's a couple miles on the road where it's happening. There's black helicopters, Army helicopters this morning. I mean, I'm living in an insane asylum. I mean, that's all I can say. Let's go ahead and jam in some calls here. Thanks for holding. Steve in New York, what's your take on all this?
Hi, Alex. I hope you go on your bullhorns and blast truth out, and the walls of the New World Order Bastille come crumbling down and turn to dust.
All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate your call. We got to move quick here with these callers. James in Florida. God bless you, caller. James, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Alex, I believe that the brush fires of liberty are burning hotter than ever. I believe that your call for state nullification powers is the right one. And I would also like to state that I think the term secession or seceding might be the wrong one to use. I think we might want to use another word for this movement.
Yeah, well, I've been trying to think of the word. I mean, what do you call it when the states recognize that we've been hijacked and then reconvene the republic? We need to call it the second, you know, the second birth of the republic, rebirth. I mean, but I mean, the mechanism is secession. They have to exercise and begin the secession legislative vote. And that's what it is. We've elected them. We need to engage it. I mean, we need to, you know, say, I'm leaving this bad relationship, because it's like you wake up and it's not your wife in the bed next to you. It's not your husband. And you're like, oh, yes, I am your wife, or I am your husband. You're like, no, you're not. Get out of the bed. So you got to get out of the bed first to say, I told you to get out of the bed or I'm going to stomp your head in. Politically. You understand what I'm saying?
I do. And the thing is, the mainstream media is going to use secession as a racist term because of its, you know, connotations to the Civil War.
But they have secession all over the world.
I agree. But perhaps if we used a term like liberationist instead of, you know, secessionist. I
agree. The states need to liberate themselves from the New World Order. They need to reconvene the republic and do you understand? If we start, I mean, we've been taken over by foreign banks. I mean, that's a big deal. And thank God Ron Paul is the man I know he is for coming out and saying we've been taken over. Did you hear his speech where he said we're under global government?
All 48 minutes of it was the most powerful speech I've ever heard in my life. I agree we're being taken over by the globalists. Using the states to fight the globalists is the way to go. But calling it secession is feeding into the media, calling us racist.
I know, but sometimes you just got to go with it. I mean, you know what? Because, oh, I'm a racist. I mean, it's just good. But listen, I hear you. All I'm saying is use that name to say, oh, yeah, this type of secession. Not the secession the liberal media told you about, but the real one, because they're not liberals. Oh, my gosh, that's it. So far, we'll be back where I break down the whole battle plan to restore the republic. The states must reboot the republic using their secession powers in the Declaration of Independence that points out the inherent rights.
Gentlemen, we have called you together to inform you that we are going to overthrow the United States government. You still think that jet fuel brought down the World Trade Center? Does anybody else see a problem here? If the government has nothing to hide, why are they so afraid to answer a few questions? This story does not add up.
Any of them could be a terrorist. Don't trust the public. Oh my God, let's rise above their control paradigm and really see it for what it is and call it out. You've got a better chance of dying from a honeybee sting or falling down in your shower than you do of being killed by a terrorist. It is an irrational fear that's been engineered into people. I gotta track him. I gotta do what they told me. Why are you paying cash? The biggest hoax in human history. The threat of terrorism. Absolutely thinking the terrorists are hiding under every table. Da-da-da, da-da-da. The system itself is actually engaging in terrorism. They tell us all day give up our liberties because somebody might detonate a car bomb, but meanwhile, they're firing hydrogen nuclear weapons into the upper atmosphere. Our whole world has become a giant experiment by mad scientists. Weaponized airborne Ebola, super weaponized viruses and bacteria that kill over 90%, 9 out of 10 people on your street dead by the sword, by the gun, by starvation. Are we smart enough to learn from history? Government is the #1 cause of unnatural death. China, the USSR, Germany, and good old Pol Pot. It's on record for a whopping conservative total of 262 million. Government's winning the war against humanity. It's amazing. They admit that they're establishing a global corporate government to carry out genocide covertly. And then you find out they're putting stuff in our vaccines, our food, our water. They're engineering Trojan horse genetic traits into food that are causing organ failure and sterility. And you realize that a bunch of crazy psychos are in control.
Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
If a black death could be spread throughout the world, once in every generation, survivors could procreate freely without making the world too full. Bertrand Russell. Sick control freaks who hate humanity so much that they spend their every waking minute trying to think of ways to set up a global government so they can exterminate us and our families. My God. And their plan is so horrific, they think we're too weak-minded to face what they've admittedly been caught doing and to resist them. Are you pathetic scum that deserves to die? Are you going to prove them right? It's up to you.
Let me help you understand the enemy. And let me assure you that absolutely nothing that I'm going to tell you is exaggerated, is interpolated, or is imagined. Everything I'm going to tell you is documented. And a great deal of it is documented on my website, which is www.healthfreedomusa, one word, healthfreedomusa.org. And so they created a trade commission. That's a very important pair of words, a trade commission called the Codex Alimentarius Commission. It is not a public health commission. It is not a consumer protection commission. It is a trade commission. Now, Codex Alimentarius Commission is administered by the World Health Organization, WHO, and the FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization. They fund Codex and they run it at the request of the UN. In 1994, Codex, with no notice here in this country whatsoever, declared nutrients, put on your intellectual seatbelts, declared nutrients to be toxins. They're poisons. Dangerous industrial poisons. As poisons, we have to be protected from them. What we're talking about is waking up one morning and being very surprised to find that high-potency, therapeutically effective, clinically significant nutrients are now illegal in the way that heroin is illegal. Not available with a prescription, illegal. Every animal used for food on the planet, whether it has fins, feet, or feathers, every animal on the planet must be treated with subclinical antibiotics. Must be treated with subclinical antibiotics and must be treated with exogenous growth hormones. Codex requires, mandates that all food be irradiated unless it's eaten locally and raw. All food, including organic food, of course. So is it organic afterwards? Go to Codex Alimentarius, do a Google search, and look, there are drop-down menus at the top of the official Codex page. Look at the toxins and the veterinary chemicals and the levels that are set. They are terrifying. In 2001, 176 countries, including the United States, got together and they said there are 12 really bad organic chemicals. They're called POPs, persistent organic pollutants. There are a lot of them, but there are 12 that are so bad that nobody could disagree that those 12 POPs had to be banned worldwide. Codex has brought back seven 7 of the 9 forbidden pops that 176 countries banned worldwide. Dieldrin, Aldrin, hexachlorobenzene. And the food that is imported from other countries that contains these substances cannot be stopped at our borders, because otherwise it would be, God forbid, a trade violation. That's how Codex works. In the WHO-FAO projections, the epidemiological projections, they estimate, not I, they estimate, they're the experts, that just the vitamin and mineral guideline alone, when it goes into global implementation on December 31st, 2009, will result in a minimum of 3 billion, that's B, bad, big, billion deaths. 1 billion through simple starvation. Those folks who die are not particularly economically successful from the point of view of the corporations. But the next 2 billion, they will die from the preventable diseases of undernutrition. Who will live? Probably those people who are wealthy enough and powerful enough to have their own pushers of clean food and nutrients. That's who will live. You and I? Probably not. Our children? Probably not. Our grandchildren?
Today, I'm pleased to announce members of my science and technology team. Dr. John Holdren has agreed to serve as Assistant to the President for Science and Technology and Director of the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy.
John P. Holdren is the resident science czar of the Obama White House. He's the head of the White House Council on Science and Technology, key advisor operating out of the new Executive Office building in Washington, D.C. This man is a Malthusian fanatic. He's a follower of Bentham and Malthus and Darwin. In other words, the main philosophers of the British Empire in the 19th century and the fountainhead of reactionary and anti-human ideology in that time frame. He's a radical environmentalist, an ecological fanatic, a green kook, a wacko, except that it's also very sinister, because the implications of his belief structure and his world outlook are genocide. He is, in particular, an enemy of the traditional American point of view on the world. Holdren polemicizes in his books against people he calls the cornucopians, people who think that the bounty of nature and of production is unlimited. He says that's not true. There are limits to growth, and we have to live within those limits. He polemicizes against growthsmanship, that you can grow your way out of a crisis. According to Holdren, that door has been permanently closed on all of us. And in particular, he says he hates the moonshot mentality of the average American, and that is to say, with the right kind of national mobilization, technology, and political will, you can do just about anything, including putting a man on the moon or putting other people out into space. So Holdren is anti-American in this deep way. He is a pessimist culturally and historically. He calls himself a neo-Malthusianism. Now, the heart of his outlook is what he calls, well, he says that population is the root of all human problems. In other words, people pollute. Humanity is a cancer on the face of the earth. The one big problem in the ecosystem is the role of humankind. And of course, in reality, the existing ecosystem could not survive without the constant contributions of human production. It's very easy to show that. Holdren started off in the 1970s with Paul Ehrlich, who was a charlatan and an obscurantist and a crackpot who wrote the book The Population Bomb. Ehrlich was convinced that world population was growing out of control and that this was going to lead to a breakdown of human civilization sometime in the late 20th century. And it goes together with the campaign of the limits of growth, the Club of Rome, Aurelio Peccei, and the rest of these people. This is kind of the intellectual milieu that Holdren comes out of. Now, there was no population bomb. It's just not true. It never happened. Population in Europe is falling, if you just look at the self-renewal of these populations. Same thing in Japan, same thing in Russia. They've all got a demographic problem which has nothing to do with overpopulation. It has to do with shrinking population. China has demographic problems that were caused by going along with this two-child per family policy. The U.S. would be experiencing demographic decline if it weren't for the flow of immigrants into the country. So there never was a population bomb, but Holdren does not revise or change his pseudoscientific outlook because of this. Population is the problem. Now, he looks around the world, writing in the early 1970s in one of his textbooks, and he says, some countries have so much population that they ought to be triaged. We should cut them off, give them no more food aid, no more credit, no more help of any kind. Well, what are the countries? He says India is probably on the list. India, hundreds and hundreds of millions of people, and Holdren says, cast them into the outer darkness. Then Bangladesh, with a couple of 100 million people, Holdren says, for sure, Bangladesh has got to be triaged. Give them nothing. Now again, the note of genocide. The idea that whole countries should be consigned to doom puts Holdren in a league which is far beyond Hitler in terms of the number of victims that these policies would result in. He hates science and technology. He wants to limit science and technology. He regards them as a threat to what he thinks of as the social order, and also to the crackpot views of charlatans and fakers like himself. He says he wants to create a science court that would decide which inventions could be put into practice and which would have to be banned. This is unbelievable. This would essentially strangle the source of human progress and consign us all into a stagnation and ruin which would never end. Holdren believes that there's a world optimum population, or carrying capacity. Now, the idea of carrying capacity comes from the writings of a Venetian kook by the name of Gianmaria Ortes, O-R-T-E-S, writing in 1790 or thereabouts. Ortes said that the limit of the world population was 3 billion people, and that if you went beyond that, you'd have famine and starvation and death, and it would always tend back to 3 billion people. Now, Holdren is even worse. He's more genocidal than Gianmaria Ortes. He's more genocidal than Malthus, who followed in the footsteps of Ortes. Holdren says that the optimum world population is 1 billion. Now let's pause. At the time Holdren wrote that, the world population was already 4 billion. Today, if you say the optimum population is 1 billion, it would mean that more than 5 billion would have to go. And again, these are orders of magnitude that Hitler, Stalin, and Mao never dreamed of. Only in the mind of fanatics like Holdren do we get genocide of these proportions. Holdren says that the big task of policy, and here the third world and developing countries should take note, he says the main political problem facing the world is not world economic development, but stopping world economic development. He's very worried that countries like China and India and others, Latin America, South Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, that they're going to try to imitate the development of the US, Europe, and Japan. And Holdren says that would be catastrophic. What we need is to stop third world development. We've got to convince the third world not to do that, and we've got to institute de-development worldwide. In other words, turn back the clock of history, roll back progress, and go back to what amounts to pre-industrial civilization. Well, pre-industrial civilization is a lifespan of 30 to 35 years, nasty, brutish, and short, as Hobbes put it. So that's what Holdren wants for you and your family. In order to enforce this, he talks about a supranational monstrosity that he calls a planetary regime. This means a world empire, a supranational, one-world government that would attempt to control all details of human life. Would start with what he calls the global commons. That is to say, anything that impacts the air, the soil, and the oceans would become the subject of international, supranational intervention. It would be like the IMF on steroids. Instead of just economic life, it would extend to everything. Again, the temperature in your living room, the kind of car you have, the amount you get to eat, whether you have a pet. I mean, minimal details about your everyday life. For individual countries such as the U.S., Holdren recommends a population law which would fix the outer limits of the acceptable population. And again, what happens if you are surplus? What happens if you are declared a useful leader? He doesn't say that so explicitly, but it's clear that you wouldn't fare very well. So one of the features of a population law, in Holdren's point of view, is to regulate the size of the family. And this is what, of course, China did in the post-Mao period, the two-child per family policy. So the hand of the totalitarian state intervenes in the most intimate decisions of the family, and the realm of individual responsibility pretty much ceases to exist. Now, Holdren is willing to do just about anything to, first of all, slow the rate of population increase. That's his first goal. Secondly, to bring population into stasis or equilibrium, zero growth, but then to turn it back and have a decreasing, diminishing world population. The Chinese experience is if you do that, you're flirting with economic collapse. But Holdren doesn't care about that. He's, of course, a fanatic. So what is he willing to do? He talks about all kinds of forced sterilization. That you can have surgical interventions on males. In India, he says, there was a policy of obligatory vasectomy once you had 2 children in the family if you were a government employee. He says that's something we could think about imitating. Compulsory abortion. Think about that. That would be something that was flirted with in post-Maoist China. He wants to have licenses for birth. In other words, a woman is not allowed to give birth unless she's purchased a marketable birth license. And of course, what happens if Goldman Sachs comes in and, because women are going to want those, drives up the price 100 times so that nobody can afford a birth permit? And what happens to people that are born illegitimately, meaning without a birth permit? He wants to have things that have been done in the meantime. Norplant, I think, is an example. Subcutaneous chemical devices that are put into the flesh of women to prevent them from conceiving. So forced sterilization, compulsory abortion, forced vasectomy, birth licenses, subcutaneous implants, all kinds of compulsory, obligatory methods. In terms of forced sterilizations, he says you could do this by putting chemicals in food and water, but he thinks that these other methods would be more effective. He also has other methods of persuasion, which are really coercion, that if you have more than 2 kids in the family, there's no more free public education for you. The 3rd kid has to pay to go to the public school. If you're living in public housing, which is the case in some countries, the 3rd kid gets you kicked out of the public housing and you become homeless. He's also in favor of violating the family by seizing babies. He says that if it's a teenager or a minor who has had an illegitimate child and there's no husband in the picture, then the government should come in and seize that child and have a policy of forced adoption to take care of that illegitimate child. You can see that Holdren is a collectivist. He is not a collectivist of the Marxist type, however. I would call him a collectivist in the tradition of Rousseau for 2 reasons. remember, there are two Rousseaus. One is the Rousseau who says that the noble savage is the goal of human life. In other words, the more primitive you are, the less civilization you have, the better you are. Just if you think about that, Rousseau on that basis is one of the most influential philosophers of the current time, because it basically says primitive societies are better than corrupt modern society, so we should go back to nature and go back to the ways of these underdeveloped peoples. But then there's the other side of Rousseau, which is the collective will. The late Rousseau writes about the collective will, and that the individual counts nothing compared to the collective will. This is essentially the philosophy of the reign of terror in the French Revolution, and that's pretty much where Holdren is. So I would call him a Rousseauvian fanatic, in addition to being a Malthusian and a Darwinist and a Benthamite, and he wants to have the noble savage, roll back civilization, go back to pre-industrial civilization, or call it civilization if you want to, and at the same time he wants to impose the collective will. He even writes about infanticide. He says that infanticide is found in many primitive peoples, and he says, well, what that means is that these societies thought that the survival of the group and the collectivity was more important than the individual, so they didn't hesitate to kill babies, which implies Holdren's idea of civilization. It's a form of barbarity. Again, in Holdren's world, there are two main evils. One is overpopulation, the other is industrial pollution. In the world we live in, the main problem is poverty, ignorance, disease, backwardness, illiteracy, and the rest. The main problem of today's world is a massive underproduction of most of the worldly goods that humans need: food, clothing, shelter, transportation, jobs, housing, healthcare, all the rest. All of that is lacking. 1 billion people in the world we live in are on the verge of starvation because of the world food market situation and the fact that we have almost no food stocks left anywhere in the world. You've also got about 2 to 3 billion people right now who are living under €1 per day, under about $1.50 or $2. So Holdren looks at that world and says the reason for poverty is overpopulation. I would say no. The reason for poverty is underproduction of all the main things. Question for Holdren: if you have a bunch of people and you want to give them all a hat, and there are not enough hats to go around, what do? I say, manufacture more hats. Holdren says, start cutting off heads. That's Holdren. In being a follower of Bentham and Malthus and Darwin, in this administration of fanatics, Holdren is joined by others. Let's look at Cass Sunstein, who is the regulations czar. Sunstein is the pioneer of what is called behaviorist economics. He wants to nudge you or convince you to do certain things. The problem is the nudge is not a friendly nudge. The nudge is going to become a cattle prod, and then it's become a bayonet, and then it's become a machine gun, and God knows what else. That's Cass Sunstein. He's a former law professor from the University of Chicago. Now, he quotes Bentham all the time. Sunstein is a guy who says that animals should have legal rights, including the right to be represented by lawyers in a court. Now, Sunstein, by most people's standards, would be quite extreme. But in the Obama administration, Sunstein is a moderate. Sunstein wants to give legal rights to animals. Holdren wants to give legal rights to trees so that they could be represented by lawyers and they could block development projects because you need more trees. Well, again, I'm all for trees. You want more trees, plant them. During the New Deal, we had something called the Shelter Belt that planted a couple of 100 million trees across the midsection of the United States as an attempt to make the climate better. It was an attempt to deal with the Oklahoma Dust Bowl of the 1930s. The way you do that is to plant trees. Trees are fine, but again, with Holdren, we're going to have trees represented by lawyers stopping human needs from being realized. Generally speaking, the Malthusian, zero-growth, radical environmentalist, ecological extremist movement of the late 60s and early 70s is the precursor that prepares the ground for the radical deindustrialization of the United States in the late 70s and then into the 80s, the so-called Great U-turn, where the U.S. goes from being an industrial power to being a post-industrial rubble heap. Key moment is 1968 with the foundation of the Club of Rome, Aurelio Pache and Alexander King. Alexander King once admitted that the whole purpose of the ecological movement was to stop the economic development of the third world and make sure that there would be fewer brown and black people in the world, because this was a problem for the Anglo-Saxon master race, the way he looked at it. 1972, you've got this tremendous work of charlatans and crackpots, Meadows and Forrester, The Limits to Growth, which was that the world really should have ended already because the raw materials are being exhausted at such a rapid rate. So out of that, you get the green movement, the greening of America, and the coming of something that you didn't have before, was a mass constituency for radical environmentalists. In particular, Malthus used to be a dirty word among leftists because he was considered a British imperialist. Marx and Engels had to attack Malthus because otherwise they couldn't function in progressive circles. But by the 1970s, thanks to this, Malthus and Darwin become good guys, when of course they're really very bad, and both charlatans and crackpots. So that's sort of the preparation. You've also got people saying that a service economy is better, the so-called Triple Revolution Committee. You've got the government of Edward Heath in Britain and Harold Wilson of the Labour Party saying quality of life is more important than production. All of these are ways to begin arguing the idea of deindustrialization. The way you get it, though, big time in the U.S. is Paul Adolph Volcker of the Trilateral Commission, appointed by Jimmy Carter of the Trilateral Commission. And what Volcker then does is he gets the Federal Reserve and he raises interest rates to unprecedented levels, a 22% prime rate, meaning that for most people the interest rates were 30% or even more, and that's for mortgages, for various kinds of business financing and so forth. What Volcker was able to do was to essentially destroy the industrial base of the United States. It became impossible to produce with credit costing that much. Some people compared this to Keynes, right? Keynes said, well, let's have inflation as a cure for depression. And Volcker came back with, no, let's have depression as a cure for inflation. And that's pretty much what he did. He pitched the United States into an industrial depression, which has never ended, wiped out large parts of basic industry, steel mills, chemical, rubber, and all the rest. This is where the jobs went. If you remember Obama's bitter Klinger quote, he says, 30 years ago the jobs went away, and now we have these bitter people clinging to God and guns and anti-trade. Well, how did those jobs go away? That was Volcker. The industrial base of the U.S. was gutted and destroyed by Volcker, and with the environmentalists there, this could be greeted as something good. The resistance to this in the Democratic Party was paralyzed because, well, it's a good thing after all. We won't have any more smokestacks. Well, instead of smokestacks, you're going to have a declining standard of living, and this is what goes together with it. Since about 1967, the U.S. standard of living has declined by 2/3, and that includes average hourly earnings. It includes the fact that the usual measures of inflation don't tell you how much inflation has been. It's much more because you have to include medical care, insurance, and other things that are not really reflected in the market basket. You're working about 6 weeks more per year. So you've got a longer work day, a longer work week, and a longer work year. Vacations shrink, and the work year is extended by about 6 weeks altogether. The other thing that you've got is your commute is much further, and you're sitting in traffic for a total of about 2 to 3 weeks just sitting there, in addition to whatever the length of your commute would be. If you add all of that together in terms of the burden of economic life on the average standard of living and quality of life, you will find that the U.S. standard of living has indeed declined by 2/3. You can look on shadow government statistics. Their index confirms my finding. It goes from about 300 in the late 60s, early 70s to about 100 today, meaning you've lost 2/3 of your standard of living. So deindustrialization leads to immiseration. It means that the middle class standard of living is destroyed. You've also got more people working. It's not enough for the husband to work. The wife has to work. The kids have to work. The husband has to work 2 jobs. The wife 2 jobs, and all this that everybody knows about. So that is what deindustrialization has done. And that would have been difficult to do without the ideological preparation of green fanatics like Holdren, Ehrlich, Paddock, Meadows and Forrester, the Club of Rome, and collected charlatans and extremists of the 1960s into the 1970s. The disease that we're talking about is not limited to the U.S. Actually, it really originates in Great Britain with these people like Bentham and Malthus and Darwin. One of Gordon Brown's aides was recently so indiscreet as to say that they were talking about cutting the population of the British Isles by 30 million people. Now, that's way more than Hitler could have accomplished. And what it shows, again, is the anti-human fanaticism, the genocidal fury of the Anglo-American ruling elite, that they hate people and they're determined to exterminate people, and that's what they're into. And if you want to live with a ruling class like that, it's going to be nasty, brutish, and short. The origins of eugenics, racist thinking, race science in the U.S. go back in particular to the Harriman family. Averell Harriman was the son of Harriman, the railroad builder, who had been attacked publicly by Theodore Roosevelt as a robber baron, as a public menace. So Harriman, as a parvenu, new money, who had to go to Oxford and talk to old money, he had a tremendous identity crisis and sense of personal insecurity. So what he wanted to do was to create himself a wonderful race pedigree, that he too was part of the Anglo-Saxon master race. So his wife contributed to this famous gathering at the American Museum of Natural History, which was attended by Nazis as well as British and other race scientists, meaning charlatans and proto-genocidalists, who came together with the idea of improving the race. So U.S. states got into the business of sterilizing people, denying marriage licenses. You have these stories, the Kallikaks and the Jukes in New York State and similar things. The Nazis actually said, the U.S. has beaten us to the punch in terms of eugenics measures. So in some ways, they were actually following in the footsteps of what Harriman and this faction had done in the United States. Now, Bush the Elder, in his first congressional term, when he was representing River Oaks, Houston, Texas, elected in 1966, it was a district that had to be tailor-made, designed for him, as part of a redistricting, so he could finally get elected after he failed to get into the Senate from Texas against Yarborough in 1964. Bush became the champion of eugenics. He brought in Shockley, Herenstein, and these other fanatics, right? The sort of bell curve school, the precursors of that. In other words, people who talk about racial inferiority of the non-white races and things of this sort. These people were outside the boundaries of respectability because of the backlash against the Nazis, but Bush the Elder did everything he could to make them respectable. He brought them to Congress. He let them lecture groups of members of the House and so forth. So much so that Wilbur Mills, the head of one of the key House committees at the time, coined the term "Rubbers Bush," that George Bush the Elder was so interested in contraception for the lower orders that he was Rubbers Bush. Now, the idea that I think with Bush the Elder was he believes in the Anglo-Saxon master race. The problem is if you believe in that, you got a problem of numbers because there are so many other people who are not part of this. So what are you going to do? You've got to do something to limit the population growth and probably turn it around among the non-white populations in particular. So I think that is the one thing that Bush the Elder actually believes in as a fixed point of ideology. John P. Holdren, the current Obama population czar, John P. Holdren, the White House science czar, is very much in the tradition of this Harriman eugenics movement, which was rubbing elbows with the Nazis in the 20s and 30s. Things like compulsory abortion, compulsory sterilization, taking children away from parents, preventing marriages, marriage licenses that you have to pay for, implants and other things to prevent birth. This is all in the Nazi or quasi-Nazi tradition of the 20s and 30s. The mentality of oligarchy does not change. We have to remember that as long as there are human individuals, you're going to have the one, the few, and the many. There's going to be one person, small groups of people, and large masses. So this is always going to be with you. These are ontological categories of human existence. The problem you have is if you have the dictatorship of the one, that's a fairly clear-cut problem. If you have the spontaneous mob of the many, that's a problem that people can also recognize. But what you tend to have in human civilization is the rule of the few, the oligarchy, the iron law of oligarchy, studied by German sociologists in the late 1900s. Now, the purpose of an oligarchy is really only one thing. A tyrant can have a project. A mob can have a goal. But an oligarchy is there to do one thing, to perpetuate oligarchy, to give it more and more power and allow it to exist. The mentality of oligarchy always depends on the idea that there's an elite and a mass. And there can't be anything in between. There's really no room for a middle class in oligarchy. So the elite has to justify itself based on what? Why should they rule? Are they smarter? Are they more efficient? Are they better? They're probably none of those things. They're probably inferior in many ways. So they've got to find other ways to justify what is an irrational principle of domination. So oligarchs generally find ways to argue that the mass of people are inferior, that their lives are not worth living, and indeed that they're closer to animals than they are to the elite. So whenever you have an oligarchical elite, they're always going to try to portray the masses as ignorant beasts, inferior, or whatever else it is, and that's what we see. This is very strong in the Anglo-American world. The U.S.-British tradition is not that of a dictator. Stalin, Hitler, this you generally don't find. It's also not so much in the notion of mob rule and demagogy of that sort, although occasionally it is. Generally what you have in terms of real power is an oligarchy. So this oligarchy is inherited from Venice, from the Venetian Republic of the Middle Ages, and it's transferred into Britain between 1500 and 1600 or so in the form of the Whig Party, the top aristocratic party which rules Britain from the early 1600s really until about 1832 and the Reform Bill. So it's an oligarchical system. The US and the British are a polycentric oligarchy where you can't say the Bilderberger runs it, or the Trilateral, or the CFR, or Bohemian Grove, or whatever it is. All of those are power centers that jostle each other and coexist. But what they amount to is an oligarchy. If you have a tyrant, you can convince the tyrant to change policy. It can be done. But to change an oligarchy, as Plato points out, is harder because you've got to convince so many different ones, and as soon as you convince some of them, you've deconvinced others because those are the enemies and they hate the ones that you've convinced. So that's the problem that we face in the Anglo-American world. The Club of Rome is a group of old fascists, for want of a better word. Aurelio Peccei was the most prominent guy. He had been a fascist for Mussolini in the Balkans during World War II, done all manner of crimes there. And then we have his associate, Alexander King, who admitted that embarrassing thing, that the purpose of this was to express the genocide of the Third World. In other words, that it was designed to make sure that there would be no Third World development, that therefore the black and brown people of the world would not become numerous. So the Club of Rome is already the beginning of a genocidal mentality in which Holdren and Cass Sunstein and other people in the Obama regime participate. Naturally, as this becomes more extreme, as the breakdown crisis gets worse, and it is getting worse, as the depression deepens, you get into the definitions of useless eaters, lives not worthy of being lived, non-productive culls, they're called sometimes, surplus population, as Scrooge said, following Bentham and Malthus. And how many are there of such people as the depression gets worse it gets to be more and more of the population that are useless eaters and non-productive culls. So the problem that we face is the ideology has deteriorated. The global warming ideology is, at least up to now, the most extreme form, because it says that carbon dioxide is a pollutant and that carbon is bad when we ourselves are a carbon-based form of life. So it seems to say that the inevitable results of humanity is pollution, that people pollute, or indeed that people are pollution. It gets back to Ehrlich and Holdren and their idea that humanity is a cancer on the face of the earth. So the ultimate logic of all this is extermination, genocide, the concentration camp, depopulation, and a horror that goes beyond anything seen in the 20th century. That's where Obama is essentially leading. When Holdren is confronted with his published works, the body of work on which his scientific credentials rest, he wants to run away from them and say that he's no longer the environmental extremist that he once was, that his genocidal fury has mellowed with age. But I wouldn't believe that for a minute. It's just that he's become a little bit more sophisticated politically, and he's seen how damaging it is when people throw that stuff at you. It's, of course, a monstrosity that he was allowed to get through that confirmation process in the first place. In terms of genocide, genocide entered the U.S. policy realm in an overt way with this National Security Memorandum 200 by Kissinger in the 1974-75 period, which said that if you have population growth in third world countries, they will compete for the limited natural resources that the U.S. intends to monopolize. I attended the food conference, the World Food Conference of the Food and Agricultural Organization in Rome in December of 1974, which was attended by Kissinger. And I put out some leaflets at this FAO conference in Rome in late 1974. And in response to that, the UN bureaucracy kicked me out of the conference, not for disrupting anything, but simply by pointing out the obvious implications of what was going on. At that same conference, the Soviet delegate made a useful contribution. He said that if you just took the existing off-the-shelf technology and made that available to everybody, you would have no problem with 35 billion people on the earth. The demographic potential is still very, very large, lots and lots of wide open spaces, but they kicked me out. So the Kissinger line was, stop population growth in third world countries, because otherwise they'll compete for natural resources. I guess he's looking into what happens today with Chinese oil consumption and the Chinese in Africa offering their own bids for mining and other products. The other thing to stress is under Carter, and in particular under Secretary of State Edmund Muskie, you had Global 2000 and Global Futures, and that is the real watershed of making genocide, population reduction, euthanasia, population control into the dominant ideology of the U.S. government, the foreign policy establishment, and the State Department. Global 2000 and Global Futures enacted under Muskie are really the turning point, after which U.S. policy in the developing sector is no longer development, but it's rather population control, population reduction with strong genocidal overtones. Holdren writes books about nuclear target selection, nuclear war. He's a Strangelove. He's a Strangelove under green left cover. However, he recognizes what Strangeloves often forget. You can kill more people with economic means than you can with military means. Robert McNamara did his best to escalate Vietnam. Robert McNamara killed more people at the World Bank than he ever did at the Pentagon. The general estimate is, well, 40,000 people a day, meaning 15, 20 million a year minimum, die as a result of the IMF conditionalities. They die of starvation, malnutrition, and diseases like diarrhea that can be cured for a few pennies. So that's the cost of the IMF-based system is already in the neighborhood of 20 million dead per year, and again, 40,000 per day, and that's an old figure. Now that we have the Depression, it's probably more like 50,000 a day or more, because the effect of the Depression is obviously to increase that figure. This is a book called Ecoscience, Population, Resources, Environment. The authors, Paul R. Ehrlich of Stanford University. This is the charlatan with the population bomb. Ann H. Ehrlich, who is an environmental fanatic in her own right. And John P. Holdren of the University of California, Berkeley, today White House Science Czar for Obama. Published by the W.H. Freeman and Company Publishing House in San Francisco. And the edition I have here is 1977, so we're in the Jimmy Carter era. First edition, 1970, second edition, 1972. And as you can see, this is a hefty tome. This is the best part of 1,000 pages, more than 1,000 pages. If you count the index, we get up to 1,500 pages of raving, insane Malthusian drivel. And he tells you he's a Malthusian, a neo-Malthusian. He loves Darwin. He loves the struggle for existence and the survival of the fittest. And in some ways, he wants to bring that into human society. Now, the heart of the book, I think, for political purposes, has to do with the measures that Holdren proposes to implement as a means of slowing, stopping, and reversing population growth. The heart of the book, I think, starts on page 783. Population control direct measures. You've got to convince people of the necessity of reducing population. For example, one thing he quotes approvingly, the case in point was the sudden imposition in 1976 of compulsory sterilization in some states in India and for government employees in Delhi, following 2 decades of discouraging results from voluntary family planning. So let's make it involuntary, compulsory, obligatory, and we're going to come in with compulsory sterilization. Let's jump ahead to the involuntary controls. In the 1960s, it was proposed to vasectomize all fathers of 3 or more children in India. India entertained the policy of compulsory sterilization, and if they had really done it, then they would have been better off, as Holdren says. A program of sterilizing women after their 2nd or 3rd child, despite the fact that this is harder to do than a vasectomy, might be easier to implement than sterilizing men. Other than that, Holdren is interested, and again on page 787, the development of a long-term sterilizing capsule that could be implanted under the skin and removed when pregnancy is desired. Well, this is Norplant, and that's been implanted in victim populations in U.S. inner cities now for a couple of decades. One of the problems is, how do you get it out? The government puts it in, but who's going to help you to take it out? That's a little bit harder. Another proposal that Holdren is interested in, he quotes the economist Kevin Boulding, British I'm pretty sure. Boulding proposed to issue to each woman at maturity a marketable license that would entitle her to have a fixed number of children. And of course, again, if Goldman Sachs gets into the market, then that could be priced out of reach of poor people. He quotes social scientists who have looked into the effects of a marketable license for birth. A very interesting chart on page 788. Baby licenses. We're told that you can have a monthly subsidy if you have no more than 2 children. You can have a monthly tax on people with more than 2 children to discourage that. A one-time lump sum tax on excess babies over 2. So if you're over 2 children, that's excess. And quotas for families. So again, the basic idea is some measures designed to persuade, and then the hardcore, hardline measures compulsory sterilization, compulsory abortion, and it's also a good idea to take children away from mothers if they're teenagers, unmarried, and otherwise not suitable. Now, he wants to impose this not just domestically in the U.S., but even more. He wants to have family planning measures. Here on page 789, he wants to have family planning measures in the less developed countries. High priority should be given to stimulating attitude changes and counteracting the effects of pro-natalist traditions. You may remember President de Gaulle of France talked about 100 million Frenchmen as a national goal. Obviously, for Holdren, this is impossible. What are the problems with this? Well, one problem is human rights, page 793. Some people have this idea that there's a fundamental human right for each person responsibly to determine the size of his or her own family. Holdren doesn't like that one. Could this be done in the U.S.? Well, we have the Constitution. Holdren laments, and now we're on page 837. To date, there has been no serious attempt in Western countries, Europe, U.S., Japan, to use laws to control excessive population growth, although there exists ample authority under which population growth could be regulated. For example, under the U.S. Constitution, effective population control programs could be enacted under the clauses that empower Congress to appropriate funds to provide for the general welfare and to regulate commerce. So the Commerce Clause becomes abortion and sterilization. Or for the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. So the idea is strip everybody of the right to exist under the 14th Amendment. Such laws constitutionally could be very broad. Indeed, it has even been concluded that compulsory population control laws, even including laws requiring compulsory abortion, could be sustained under the existing Constitution if the population crisis became sufficiently severe to endanger the society. Few today consider the situation in the United States serious enough to justify compulsion, however, laments Holdren. The most compelling arguments that might be used to justify government regulation of reproduction are based on the rapid population growth relative to the capacity of environmental and social systems to absorb the associated impact. The appeal to greed. To provide a high quality of life for all, there must be fewer people, says Holdren. But there are other sound reasons that support the use of law to regulate reproduction. In today's world, Holdren writes on page 838, the number of children in a family is a matter of profound public concern. There is no individual sphere anymore for a Malthusian fanatic. On page 850, Holdren wants to convert to a spaceman economy. This is not the moonshot anymore. This is the idea that you're on spaceship Earth and everything you have with you is a limited resource. So what you've got to do is reduce throughput of raw materials in industrial processes. He quotes a fellow crackpot, Herman Daly, who has suggested a specific mechanism for accomplishing population reduction. Put strict depletion quotas on the natural resources of the United States, meaning that you couldn't use more than 2 or 3% of the existing oil or minerals or whatever it is. The problem with that is, what we've found since the publication of the Limits of Growth is that the available stocks of most raw materials have grown. They haven't gone down, they've gone up, because you find more than you use. And that, I think, that would be even more clear if this process were not sabotaged. We would want to impose restrictions on the import of manufactured goods. Well, up to a point, but not for Holdren's goals. And there's a big attack on the cornucopians, again on page 851. The American mentality that you can solve things through science and production is something that Holdren wants to polemicize against. And that gets us then to his favorite theme, page 926, the de-development of overdeveloped countries. We've got to stop the less developed countries from imitating the growth path of the developed world. One key to saving world society lies in a measured and orderly retreat from overdevelopment in today's overdeveloped countries. That would be the U.S. A process we will label, for want of a better word, de-development. So if you thought your living standard was too low, Holdren is here to tell you your living standard is too high. You should be de-developed. World government, international controls, the global commons. The quote here is, mutual coercion, mutually agreed upon. The New World Order. It has been apparent for some time that the nations of this planet cannot long survive, we read on page 939, cannot long survive without a system of worldwide controls for dealing with the ecosphere, the world economic system, and world economic growth. Such a system must be, above all, capable of resolving national differences. This is the basic conclusion of the distinguished professor of international law, Richard A. Falk, as he analyzed the situation, exemplified by the projections of alternative future scenarios. We might enter a plea here for surrendering some national sovereignty to a world government, but it's unfortunately clear that there will not be a supranational government in the foreseeable future. But now 30 years have gone by, and maybe this is within reach at the Copenhagen Conference in December of 2009. So we get the U.S. Environmental Program. And again, in the conclusion, the summary of this is there are two factions on Earth. We have the cornucopians. We can call them the growthsmanship group. The moonshot mentality. Those are people who say science, technology, and industry can solve any problem with political will and the proper effort. And that's pretty much how humanity has survived up to now. But that's the wrong path, according to Holdren. We've got to become neo-Malthusians. On these points, says Holdren, we find ourselves firmly in the neo-Malthusian camp. And again, that's based on Bentham, Ortiz, and it's the basis, it's in turn of Darwin. This is a cookbook for the extermination of humanity beyond what he thinks, because the essential predicament of humanity is realize progress or collapse. If you look in historians of world history like Toynbee, he's got a catalog of, 20 different world civilizations, and they've all collapsed except one. And generally they've collapsed from within, and they've collapsed to a very significant degree because of thinking like this, that there's a limit to growth and that the privileges of an oligarchy are more important than the standard of living and the success of the individual human family. So this is a cookbook for the extermination of humankind, right? Those series that you see on the History Channel. What if there were no people? Well, Holdren has been blazing that trail for quite a while. This is an ultra-Hitlerian genocidalist who's today operating out of the White House in Washington, D.C., and it's time to kick him out. Maurice Strong of Canada is a British imperialist functionary, close to Holdren in his outlook. In the build-up to the 1992 United Nations Conference in Rio, Maurice Strong wrote that the choice is between collapsing the entire industrial system of the world and the survival of humanity and the planet. And he's in favor of collapsing the industrial system. So he put out a demagogic call to people that the task of the rest of us is to collapse the industrial system of the world. I suppose George Soros and the people at AIG and Goldman Sachs in the derivatives department were reading all that, because they've certainly taken us pretty far down the road to that. If you collapse the industrial system of the world, the problem you find is that the relative potential population density of the world goes below the existing 7 billion plus people that we've got, and that overhang gets into the danger of extinction. So that's a call to genocide, again, on an ultra-Hitlerian scale, issued by Maurice Strong back in 1992. Holdren is very much in that tradition. Ehrlich and Holdren and their ilk are crackpots, charlatans, and quackademics in the sense that their method is fundamentally wrong. The predicament of humanity is that at any given moment in time, with the existing technology that you have, you face a finite world of natural resources, except that what you can use as a natural resource is already defined by the technology you have. So if you expand your technological repertoire and armory through scientific discovery and technological development, you can define increasing areas of the natural world as usable natural resources. And that's what we've done up to now. If wood is not enough, get coal. If coal is not convenient, get oil. If oil is not enough, get nuclear. If nuclear has problems, get thermonuclear. Look at antimatter. Look beyond, and still beyond a horizon that we can't even see at this point. The essential human condition is realize progress or collapse. Advance in science, technology, and industry, or you will soon cease to exist. And that's the fundamental human premise that this lunatic, Malthusian, Darwinian, Benthamite school, Ehrlich, Holdren, and the rest of them, deny.
The president, I think, has surrounded himself with some of the most brilliant choices. Dr. Holdren, I don't want to embarrass you, but I sometimes refer to you as walking on water.
Agenda 21, Sustainable Development, is the action plan. It is the blueprint to inventory and control all land, all water, all minerals, all plants, all animals, all construction, all means of production, all energy, all information, and all human beings in the world.
I get tired of saying that defense is to be made an excuse for wasting dollars. I don't believe we should pay 1 cent for defense more than we have to.
I seriously question an increase in the Pentagon budget in the face of the department's recent Inspector General's report. How can we seriously consider a $50 billion increase in the defense budget when DOD's own auditors say the department cannot account for $2.3 trillion in transactions in 1 year alone?
It is, I was going to say terrifying. It is such a monumental task. I have met with 2 former officials of the Pentagon who served in the budget and controller and those areas. And I've mused over the fact that I've read some of these things and asked what they thought.
We process nearly 10 million paychecks a month. 10 million times to get things screwed up. I've had my pay screwed up 6 times since I've been in the department. And it's really bad when you screw up your boss's pay.
I doubt, to be honest, that people inside the department are going to be capable of sorting this out. I have a feeling it's going to take some folks from outside to come in and look at this and put in place a process that over a period, and I regret to say, but I've seen how long things take. I think it's going to take a period of years to sort it out. I think it'll probably take the cooperation of the Congress to try to get the system so that you can actually manage the financial aspects of that institution rather than simply report on things that have happened imperfectly.
There's more oversight over the Head Start program than there is over the entire military budget.
It's a terrible record, and it's preposterous that the Defense Department doesn't know What's happened to this money?
This situation's a disgrace. It tells me that we can't meet our constitutional obligations to the taxpayers of our country to make sure that things are honestly and legally spent.
We were told major cuts in education programs, and then we read, well, you know, $500 million is paid per year that isn't owed.
It is an incredible thing that we arm the world and then turn around and come to Congress and say, look at all these weapons out there. They're almost superior to ours. They're comparable to ours. Well, of course they are. They're ours. We sold them to them.
Since the end of the Cold War, we've sold more military weapons than the rest of the world combined.
In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist.
My name is Jack Shanahan, Vice Admiral, U.S. Navy, retired. One of our nuclear bombs blows up Hiroshima 15 times over. 5 devastates Russia. After that, this is how many the U.S. has left. I feel safe reducing nuclear weapons. Do you?
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations. For the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, and we will be, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order. A real chance. An order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
Now, I will reveal who the real puppets are. Glenn Beck, don't trust him because of things like this. Here it is today, glennbeck.com. George Soros exposed on the progressive puppet master. The progressives. I've heard Rick Perry, there was video of him in the San Antonio Express News and quotes 2 days ago, going, it's the progressives of the 1920s. A bunch of beatniks, a bunch of liberals, a bunch of commies, Bertrand, Russell. Yeah, we've talked about all them. We've talked about George Bernard Shaw years ago. They're in my films. But they're just left-wing acolytes pushing this. What about the Trotskyites becoming the neocons, Glenn? Let me tell you who's at the top of the pyramid. And I want to do a whole presentation on this. I've done it before, but I want to do in the next few weeks, who the true puppet masters are and really create a pyramid graphic that shows the different blocks. And they compete with each other at the top. But more powerful than the little low-level communists, because the globalists have to control the full field. They've got to have fake right-wingers and fake left-wingers. They've got to try to infiltrate the libertarians. They've got to try to gauge and control all opposition. But at the very top of the pyramid is the private Federal Reserve that is part of this global banking cartel, the 6 major banks that can issue unlimited currency and credit. That's who our forefathers from Andrew Jackson back to George Washington were fighting. Read their writings. This is nothing new. Same old fight we've had for 235 years. Same people that run the third world countries into the ground. Give them $1 billion loan, they end up paying back $50 billion, they owe another $50 billion. It's a total scam. This is what we're going into. This is what Ireland's going into with their interest rates going up on their national debt. George Soros in the pyramid is not even up near the capstone. He's a globalist, he's an operative, but above him is Henry Kissinger, Zbigniew Brzezinski, George Shultz, the Bush family, the Clintons. They are just management team front people, though. So you've got the pyramid. In fact, just give me a document cam shot. I'll just draw a crude drawing of this, okay? Here's the pyramid, okay? Not even a good pyramid. Okay, here it is over here. How's that? Here's the pyramid, okay? And up at the very top of the pyramid, You've got the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the Saxe-Coburg-Gothas. That's the British royal family. The Dutch royal family, also Saxe-Coburg-Gothas. You've got the Oppenheimers. You've got the Brothmans. There's less than 100 families at the top who are the robber barons. The Astors, all of them. They're all intermarried. When you study these groups, right here at the top, they are all intermarried. Just like even at the lower levels, the Bushes are all intermarried with the Clintons and the Cheneys and the Kerrys. Now, way down here in a lower strata, you've got Henry Kissinger, you got George Soros, you got Zbigniew Brzezinski, you got George Shultz, you got the Bush family, you got the Clintons, and they are social climbers. Notice that the Clinton daughter, Chelsea, married into one of the big mega banking house families. She married into Goldman Sachs, because up here you've got all these families. But right up here at the top is the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the British royal family, and they're all intermarried now. That's how the Rothschilds are lords. They're all right up here at the top. And they will go into other countries and team up with the Lee family that's run China for hundreds of years, with the Mitsubishis, with the Hondas, with others. And so up here, you've got all these elites, and the British Empire was the model for covert control. That's who the puppet masters are. That's who controls the strings into the nation states and the petty regional elites. And all these petty regional elites, they get invited to CFR meetings, Trilateral Commission meetings up here in the next to the highest strata. They get invited up here to feel like they're all powerful and they're special. And so as this ruling elite at the very top set up their world government, set up their Agenda 21, set up their world rules, set up their world armies, set up through IMF and World Bank control of the nations, all their domestic police states that are over every country, they also bought up the media now to 6 big mega companies other than alternative press, and they're getting scared trying to start beating the drum to shut down alternative media because we're exposing the real pyramidal structure. So George Soros is in the bottom layer of the next highest level to the capstone. You got the capstone with the royalty, the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the less than 100 top families, the Astors, the rest of them, the Bundys, the DuPonts, they're all up here. And the DuPonts are at the very bottom of the top capstone. As you go up here, it's Rothschilds, Rockefellers, British royalty at the very tip. It's all compartmentalized. You look at Bohemian Grove. It's a pyramidal structure with 114 camps in it. And Mandalay, the most elite camp, has the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers in it. Below that, then they have camps with the Kissingers and the rest of them. And and then people who are just CEOs of billion-dollar companies, they've got to sleep on cots. They don't get lavish, log cabins with servants, but they're happy because they get to talk to these guys. And then these guys on top, they get to then influence peddle and compromise all these guys, the same model they use with nations and countries and corporations. And let's say somebody comes up with a corporation, makes a bunch of money, a few $1 billion, they just come in and buy them off, or if they can't buy them off, they kill them. So that's the real puppet masters, not George Soros, who in the pyramid is way down here at the bottom of the second level strata from the top. He's in the servant class. I'll come back and cover more of this. Glenn Beck, you're welcome to use this, okay? I dare you to talk about the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers and the Queen of England. I dare you to do it, buddy. Okay, there it is. Real simple. Took about 4 minutes. There's the real pyramid of power. There's the real puppet masters. But I think we're going to go into even more detail in the weeks to come. George Soros has been convicted in foreign countries. He's a globalist, but he's kind of a black sheep, so that's why he's allowed to be scapegoated, and he's certainly a horrible creature. But I went over this power structure, this pyramid, but let me show you a photo of Arnold Schwarzenegger as he was running for governor at the palace of Lord Rothschild in England. And so there on one side, you see Lord Rothschild with the 2 puppets. You've got, of course, the owner of Berkshire Hathaway, Warren Buffett there, who's a high-level puppet, but not in the top capstone. You've got Schwarzenegger, one of the minions that they were grooming. Okay, so there you see Lord Rothschild on the right-hand side of your TV screen with 2 of his minions. That's the pyramidal structure from top down. That's a microcosm. Let's go to another photo. And we'll continue to show you globalist here, people that are at the top of the capstone. There's the Queen of England. You know, they have all this media about how she has no power and all this. The lady owns much of BP, much of Dutch Roll Shell. She's cousins with Queen Beatrix. She owns weapons manufacturers, you name it, just untold wealth. She makes Bill Gates look like a pauper. Sachs, Coburg, Gotha, they give you a brand name because 200 years ago, the British didn't like having German royalty ruling them, so they changed their name to the House of Windsor. Okay, let's go to another photograph. So that's top of the capstone. There's Queen Beatrix, probably is wealthy, but it's a state secret in the Netherlands, probably is wealthy. Her cousin, Sachs, Coburg, Gotha as well. Her Nazi daddy, Prince Bernhard, top eugenicist, founded the World Wildlife Fund. Now, that's a top globalist, the top of the pyramid, and the head person at the Bilderberg Group. Okay, let's continue looking at who actually runs things. There's David Rockefeller. He's been called the omnibudsman of the New World Order. He's written books admitting he wants world government and the end of U.S. sovereignty. Okay, that guy is in the upper reaches of the very top of the capstone. That's, you know, the main Rothschild agent in the U.S. There's David Rockefeller right there. And they've intermarried with the Rothschilds and others. Now, at the next strata below them, at the super gopher imperial legate level, that's kind of the Darth Vader to the emperor, even more high-powered than Henry Kissinger or somebody like Soros. There's the Zbigniew Brzezinski. Okay, that's somebody beneath the highest capstone, but who the elites actually listen to when adjusting policy. So, in a way, he's got as much power as the top of the capstone because he's in there making decisions. Very powerful. In fact, he's almost a transition from the servant elite to the owner elite. He's almost in between because he makes so many decisions. Let's show you some more images here. I mean, we could show these to you all day long. And this is how they control society. And they had thrown the globalists down. 1832, the British set up Skull and Bones. Then they set up CIA out of that. Then they developed these families like the Tafts and the Bushes and others to be risen up throughout the power structure. So there's a smattering of, you know, Paul Volcker and Ben Bernanke. You know, they're minions. But if you look at number 3 there, there's one of the Rothschild family heirs. Number 3 on your screen is the father of David Rothschild. Next to him is David Rockefeller. This is what somebody's put up as their idea of the power structure. I don't know if I completely agree with that, you know, that Lloyd Blankfein there and Ben Bernanke are even that high up on the food chain. Certainly a Kissinger or a Soros or a Volcker are making big decisions as economists for the globalist, or a Larry Summers, number 10, but no, they're certainly not that powerful on the scale. 2 different separate animals, 2 separate groups. But again, I'll leave you with the pyramid drawing I did as we end this transmission. Coming up, I break down all of the incredible news. FEMA camps confirmed. Glenn Beck admitting that the government may stage terror attacks.
Gentlemen, we have called you together to inform you that we are going to overthrow the United States government. You still think that jet fuel brought down the World Trade Center? Does anybody else see a problem here? If the government has nothing to hide, why are they so afraid to answer a few questions? This story does not add up.
And then I'm going to start killing people. Let me tell you, I'm ready to kill people. And then I'm going to start killing people. Let me tell you, I'm ready to kill people. And then I'm going to start killing people. God, not me showing you. You think I like seeing this crap? You think it doesn't piss me off? Let me tell you, I'm ready to kill people. I'm psychoanalyzing myself here on air. And I'm thinking to myself, why am I so incredibly upset? Why am I so angry at myself? Why am I so frustrated that I'm not doing enough? And it's because the amount of news and information totally proves what we're saying. And when I see one article, like the one I'm about to hit first, I pull up the data sheet of what I know, and it's like finding 10 million dead children in your backyard, buried. And they're coming for your kids. They're coming for mine. And it's the way they propagandize, the way they compartmentalize. Everything, just in this one article, I mean, it brought up thousands of things when I was here. I hadn't seen this article yet, but I'd seen what happened in other parts of the world, the way the IMF, the way the World Bank handles it, the way the UN handles it. And I've got all the UN documents. They're in America, destroyed by design. And I just think, you know, if I just get up here and just cover this flippantly and cynically, people won't get how dangerous it is. And I get really, really angry at myself. Because if I don't just sarcastically, hatefully say it, then I'm going to absorb it and I'm going to start crying. And then I'm going to start killing people. And that's why it's hard. And I know why people don't want to face all this, because it's hard. It's hard. They're putting polio in the vaccines. And when I warn people about this historic fact that it's ongoing in America now, they're testing to see what they can get away with here now. They've done it all over. I know the pre-programming. Oh, Jones is against vaccines. He doesn't believe in science. We're not talking about vaccines. We're talking about injecting black people in Alabama with syphilis for 48 years. We're talking about injecting Appalachians for 60 years with syphilis. Poor white people. We're talking about thousands of confirmed UN events where they've been caught adding sterilants to the vaccines. And then we have the UN programs. And it makes me so angry because I know how the medical system works. My dad managed hospitals, dental clinics. My dad told me, don't sign your organ donor card. Hospitals in Dallas kill people and take their organs. I thought he was crazy, and a decade later, 60 Minutes named Dallas and Chicago caught red-handed killing people. And you have to understand, most of your real high-level assassins are medical doctors. That's like the most elite killers they use are doctors. See, because killers give life and they take life. Doctors give life and they take life. So I could talk for the whole rest of the hour about ABC News even admits it. It slips out because people don't even know what they're seeing. They're giving you polio. And when your child gets paralyzed, they admit that the hospitals are ordered not to report it as vaccine-induced contracted polio. My grandmother was given polio in the polio vaccine on purpose. She's dead now. We'll be right back. You know, I don't want to get into anything personal with the crew here in Austin, but I know two people in this building whose children died after they were given a vaccine. My grandmother almost died from the polio vaccine. They told her it gave her polio. I was visiting the biggest owner of pediatrician facilities 10 years ago for a visit, a well check for my first daughter. And the owner of the clinics, he's since retired, one of the few big clinic chains that doesn't push vaccines on you, said, I hear you're opting out. And the nurse goes out and he goes, damn right. You know, we have these city clinics where you're supposed to, you know, doctors volunteer at the start of the school year, and you go out and you go to these gymnasiums and places, and we vaccinate thousands of children. He goes, I refuse to do it now because we were giving them a live polio vaccine from the 1960s that's been banned since the 70s by law. And I go, I know, doctor, because it's got live SV40 cancer virus. He goes, yeah, exactly. And, you know, this is a big, tough businessman guy. I'm going to just leave it at that. People listening to me probably know what I'm talking about. And all of a sudden, he grabs me by the arm and he goes, "Don't you say my name." And see, he was having a moment of conscience, and that's what I'll explain to you. My dad knew enough in the Dallas scene, because he wasn't just a dentist or oral surgeon. He did medical management. He leased and sold systems to hospitals. He owned a hospital for a while in Rowlett, or Mesquite. And it was well known that there were doctors, surgeons, that if somebody could be alive, not even hurt bad, they'd kill your ass and get your organs. Now, let me explain something. This is later came out on 60 Minutes. What I'm trying to tell you is, ladies and gentlemen, in Africa, in Asia, all over, it's on the local news. The UN came and they all gave us vaccines, and all the babies and the pregnant women stopped moving a day later, and they had miscarriages, and many of the children became paralyzed and died, and here is my daughter, and the daughter is totally paralyzed. She lives, but it's worse than death. I've been seeing this and reading this for decades. You know, the Africans and people, they used to love it when the white man doctor showed up. And they'd think, oh, big medicine. But now, all over the world, from Thailand to Burma to Nigeria, the people run. And they now bring UN troops and make you take your shots. And then the UN gets caught doing it. So what they're doing is beta testing how many people can we give tainted vaccine and give them polio. And how many people can we give tetanus shot that actually has a hormone added to it, so the body has an autoimmune response to the hormone, and then it causes sterilization in second trimester. It's not classic sterilization. It's a programmed autoimmune response where the baby is attacked in the second trimester when the hormone is released. So it's actually a very violent, painful autoimmune disease given to women to kill their babies. Very vicious soft kill weapon, which is designed to debilitate the people as well. Again, the 223 round developed in Vietnam to get around the Geneva Convention is actually designed to maim, not to kill, to cause maximum weight on the enemy operation. These are silent weapons for quiet wars. These are soft kill weapons. So I'll explain. We have a globalist breakaway civilization that is, you know, classically, and it's declassified. It just becomes a rumor like, oh, I heard Alex Jones say the smartphones track you 20 years ago, and it's all true. Or Jones said 17 years ago that the cell phones and the computers are listening to you with keywords and recording it all for data and for advertising. Now it's all admitted. It wasn't rumors. I was reading to you from the leaked documents from the whistleblowers. And it's the same thing. They come out and they give children and adults. Before my dad quit practicing dentistry, he still did it like 3 days a week. Maybe to all the old patients he'd had for decades that loved him, they'd come in and they'd be on the edge of death. He saw one time, he said more than 10 patients in a week who had shingles, which is just herpes all over the body. But they give it another name. And they'd say, oh, Dr. Jones, old black ladies, old white ladies, you name it, some wealthy, some not. So he'd always tell the stories. He said it was all demographics. And they'd just be like, I was doing great, and I went into Walgreens and got my shingles shot, and I don't know why I got it a week later, and they may have to amputate my leg, and then they did amputate her leg. And when I'm just watching people walk into machine gun fire, and every day, man paralyzed after flu shot, baby dies after flu shot. Most every time I'm on vacation, there'll be families out at the pool. They'll have 2 or 3 kids, and they've always got a little boy who's autistic and going, and you feel very sad for them. They're howling at the moon, whatever. And I always say, oh, what's wrong with your son? Poor thing. Oh, he's got autism. And I go, when did it happen? Well, at 18 months. We think it was the vaccine. We were driving home after he got the shot at the school, and he started convulsing, and he was asleep for a day, and we took him to the doctor, and they just said, just a bad reaction, he'll be fine. And he was 18 months old, running and talking and walking, and he didn't walk for about a year after that, but he's 4 now, and You know, we think he might be able to live on his own someday if we work hard enough with it. It's just everywhere. Everywhere. My dad's brother, never in the hospital, never sick. Had the scouts out there wanting him in high school to skip college and go right to pro baseball. Took a tetanus shot, had to go to the hospital for a week, almost killed him. And he was always a little retarded after that. I mean, my whole family's just been devastated, me personally. And I could walk right out that room and talk to, it brings my in whose child died when they were given a vaccine by the U.S. military, because they were in the military at the time, while they were on deployment. They'll take your child, and they'll run them full of this poison, and they'll kill them. And that's if they're lucky, instead of being brain damaged for the rest of their life. 25, 30-year-old men drinking out of bottles, wearing diapers. It's a chemical warfare lobotomy. And that's the old-fashioned tech. They got nanotech now in the vaccines. And they have this weird metaphysic rule that they have to get you to consent and bring your child to do it. And the doctors all know it. The nurses all know it. That's why they want to fire the nurses. Most of the nurses won't take it. You know, we've had nurse whistleblowers on. It's been in the news, too. Where in the preemie wards, the bioethics board above the doctors tells them, give them shots. Didn't used to, you didn't give a preemie a shot. And they go in, they put them on respirators as they give them the shot, because a lot of them die on the spot. And see, under the eugenics rule, it's a lethal injection, is what it really is. And let's expand. The Clintons, for over a decade, knowingly shipped HIV and hepatitis blood out of the prison, certifying it as healthy to be given to people all over America and the world. They estimate more than 5 million people contracted HIV and hepatitis, and most of them have now died. 3 million plus dead. The Clintons did it on purpose. They love murdering people.
Of the InfoWars.
Listen to me. You're 48, I'm 45. You know more than I do about a lot of things. We talked about our kids last night for 3 hours. Women, all of them. It's that I've already been higher up the mountain and been through the same attacks. It's all rote. It's all blueprints. So I'm telling you, I used to be like you, and I thought, oh, I'll signal this, I'll be nice. That they take that as blood and they attack. You know, it's like Stone's rules, or never. The point is, they take everything you do and they turn it against you, and they lie. And you have to understand that. So you're bummed out that people came to your event and a bunch of government organized by the New York City and the Democrats came to attack. They're putting them in prison. That's on them. That's more reason for men to go out in public and stand up to them. That's more reason to get more aggressive. Not less of a reason that we know we're dealing with bad people. That's why you did this. You've been proven right. So you're now entering the epic level, man. This is a war. People go fight and die in foreign countries, and it's usually for some globalist cause. We're here in America fighting people that say the nation can't exist. No borders, no walls, no USA at all. That's the Democratic Party, Governor Cuomo, that's persecuting you and your people. He says, America was never great. It'll never be great. These people are the enemy. So is a horrible criminal group going after you? They're going after you, baby, because you're on the front lines kicking their ass. You have to embrace that attack. You have to tell the people you need their support. He's been talking about walking away, not just on air. This is real. He's talking about walking away. They've been harassing his wife. He doesn't want to get into it on air. They've been doing horrible psyops. And, brother, you got to just give it all to God and say, if I lose everything, it doesn't matter, and commit. And then it'll be like all the fear, everything leaves, and it's like crystal clear, and now you're on a whole other plateau. You have to cross that river. You have to cross the Red Sea.
I remember Tommy Robinson said that to me once. He said, I used to be scared of being killed. I used to be scared of dying and, you know, my kid's not having a dad. And then he said, you reach a level where one day it just clicks and you go, I might die, I might not, but I'm just going to keep fighting. And he said the fear just washed away from him.
No, you're Lee Rogers. Dude, that's what I'm telling you. You have to.
Lee Rogers.
I'm telling you. Because I used to just like, they think when they mess with me, it gets to me, it's the opposite now. It's not that I'm a sadist or sadomasochist. I don't like it. But it's what men are supposed to do. This is just basic stuff.
Yeah, standing up for yourself. I understand, but I also...
No, you can't believe how corrupt they are. You can't believe how they lie. And you can't believe deep down. You don't feel sorry for yourself. You can't believe America is putting up with this crap. I have a few TV stations call me and radio stations. They go, will you please not show or play 3-year-olds putting money in G-strings of fat men wearing wigs, shaking their asses. And I go, okay, I'll quit for you, but you understand this is being shown to children. Adults need to know what the hell's going on. And they go, okay, actually, you're right, but, well, people complain. I go, I know, they need to complain. They should complain about the children being effed with. God, not me showing you. You think I like seeing this crap? You think it doesn't piss me off? Let me tell you, I'm ready to kill people. I'm sick of this not literally. The point is, I'm getting sick of this crap.
That's one attitude. Another attitude
Let's just give all our kids to the child molesters, God damn it. Excuse me. You know, I'm not taking the Lord's name in vain. I want these people damned to hell. I'm literally praying God damn them to hell. That's not the Lord's name in vain. I mean that. I don't take God in vain. That we ought to have a prayer called the God damn it prayer. God damn them to hell, please. You think Charlton Heston in Planet of the Apes, when he realizes this is Earth and all his family died 10,000 years before and he's come back through a wormhole and everybody he knows is dead and he's saying, God damn them to hell, you bastards, you blew it all up. God damn you. He's not taking Lord's name in vain. He's saying, God damn them. God damn them. God damn them. God fucking damn them to hell.
You seem upset.
I'm freaking pissed, man. You know they're giving kids vaccines everywhere that eat their freaking cerebral cortex?
No, I'm not really familiar with vaccines. But here's another attitude. There's two Americas now. There's no more cohesion. You have to make sure that your family is safe, that you have enough money to make sure your kids don't get brainwashed. And we are living in Planet of the Apes. I think we've gone past the point of no return. So you make sure your kid isn't at that event.
If I went to a strip bar and little kids were giving a woman money, I'd want to kick somebody's butt.
Yeah, kids are not sexual beings. Why are we talking about their sex lives all the time, like drag kids and all this stuff? Why are we sexualizing our children and making them choose genders?
Gentlemen, we have called you together to inform you that we are going to overthrow the United States government. You still think that jet fuel brought down the World Trade Center? Does anybody else see a problem here? If the government has nothing to hide, why are they so afraid to answer a few questions? This story does not add up.
Listen to me. Listen to your
Surely you have the creative ability to create a life without going through this friggin' sausage machine. Come on, we can do this. We don't need the bloody system. Perception control. This is a major thing that's going on. They're creating an electromagnetic sub-reality to talk to us within the frequency of human brainwave and electromagnetic activity. And this is what these are about. First of all, America, Britain, anyone else listening, we need a massive no-compliance rebellion against these frickin' things. Watch the word smart. Big red alert. Smart is the buzzword of Agenda 21. It talks about smart meters, smart grids, smart cities, human settlement zones, smart growth, smart drugs, smart frickin' arse. That's when he's talking about smart, Agenda 21. And what is this bloody old thing? This is in their own bloody documents, not bloody, you know, sitting in a darkened room working this out, bloody telling you. This is a plan to create eventually a global smart grid And what the smart meters are, as part of the smart grid, they create, in effect, a electromagnetic internet, wireless internet, in your home. Very, very bad for health, especially the young. And also, it's about not only picking up information from your home and delivering that information to a central source, but also bringing information into your home within the human brainwave and electromagnetic frequencies to speak to you subconsciously and deliver you with the perceptions that they want. Let's look at this. This is CIA Director David Petraeus in a speech he made, or a talk he talked about the Internet of Things. This is what he said. Items of interest will be located, identified, monitored, and remotely controlled through technologies such as radio frequency identification, microchips, sensor networks, tiny embedded servers, and energy harvesters, all connected to the next generation of internet using abundant, low-cost and high-power computing that would transform the art of spying and allow people to be monitored and automatically without planting bugs or direct infiltration. He said that this involved new technologies which added processors and web connections to previously home appliances like fridges, ovens, lighting systems. Remember that for a second. This is known as the Internet of Things. Petraeus has confirmed that people would be watched through televisions. These are Orwell's screens. So the idea of the smart meters is to create this energetic environment, this information environment, which is delivering information about you to the authorities and delivering information from the authorities at the subconscious level to speak to you. The smart grid is watching you. And the idea then is to connect these grids in different countries into a global grid. They talk about it in their documents. And, you know, on just the health dangers alone, especially to children, this is the American Academy of Environmental Medicine. The board of AAEM opposes the installation of smart meters in homes and schools based on scientific assessment of the current medical literature, which raises credible questions about genetic and cellular effects, hormonal effects, male fertility, yes, blood-brain barrier damage, and increased risk of certain types of cancers from RF or ELF levels similar to those emitted from smart meters. The board finds it unacceptable from a public health standpoint to implement this technology until these serious medical concerns are resolved. We consider a moratorium of installation of wireless smart meters to be an issue of the highest importance. Ignored because why? It's the agenda for Agenda 21. This lady thought she'd go green. She doesn't have to quite yet, but they wanted to very shortly in America, with these green anything-but bulbs. Which are now being imposed upon us in Europe, of course, and other places around the world. And she thought she'd buy some of these things, these bulbs that got mercury in them. And she put one in her daughter's bedroom. And it broke. So she called Home Depot and asked them what she should do. And they said, well, you better call the state authorities and they'll tell you. And they told her she had to employ this private company to come and clean up her daughter's bedroom of this contamination from mercury. And it cost her $2,000 for one light bulb. And if you look at the British health advice and regulations for these things when they break, it's do everything but evacuate your bloody home. It is ludicrous. These mercury bulbs are going to go and are going onto, you know, open bloody rubbish sites and tips, and they're going to break, of course they are, and the mercury's going to get in the groundwater supplies and all that stuff. And we're talking billions and billions that are used around the world. And the other thing about this, you know what that is? That is a transmitter of information. That's what that is, and I'll tell you what I mean. Red flag when any authority doesn't say, we encourage you to use these, but says, no, no, you are going to use these because we're going to ban the bloody alternative. That's what they've done with these bulbs. And when they do that, it's the agenda. And when it's the agenda, it is more than what seems to be the case, and it's always about human control and often increasingly destroying human health. The woodpecker signal came about, I think it was in the 1970s, came to light, and it was a signal that the Soviet Union was broadcasting into America, and they called it the woodpecker signal because it was going rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat like a woodpecker. And what it was doing was delivering subliminal information into America to affect the perceptions of Americans. And these two guys, Dr. Robert Beck, an expert in nuclear engineering, and Dr. Michael Pessinger of the Laurentian University in Canada, an expert in extremely low-frequency radiation, they made a study of the potential of electromagnetic mind control. This is what the smart meters are, electromagnetic mind control. Dr. Beck told a Psychotronics Association conference in 1979, that long ago, that human subjects exposed to certain ELF field patterns reported sensations of uneasiness, depression, and foreboding. He said that he had measured the Russian woodpecker signal and found that it was acting like gangbusters right in the window of human psychoactivity. Exactly. Get in there by going on the same frequency the bloody brain works on. Now, here's the point. He said the signal was, the woodpecker signal was permeating power grids in the United States. It was being picked up by power lines, re-radiated, and it was coming into homes on the light circuits. Now, that was doing that in a light circuit electrical system that was not purpose-built for the job. The smart meters and the smart grids are purpose-built deliverers of subliminal information into every home and business that is involved in them. If we don't say no to this, then might as well put our bloody hands out and get the shackles on. Come on, enough!
James in North Carolina, you want to talk about 2012. Go ahead.
Yeah, actually, good to talk to you again, Alex. It's been a couple months. And I'd also called in reference to the information you guys were putting out in regards to the Colorado case. You may recall I called in a little while ago, actually, and gave you some information on a DARPA program called Crossing the Threshold. We talked about actually the thought barrier being broken by DARPA and using light particles to actually be able to do it and manipulate people and take over using mind control.
Oh, well, there are, yeah, I mean, as Dr. Begich says, a prestigious scientist, the chemical stuff is old. That's 1940s, 50s Soviet technology, stolen by the CIA and perfected to a higher level. Not quite perfected, but brought close to it. With the brain chips and things, it's total. I mean, 30 years ago, they had roaches that were remote control. 20 years ago, they had robo-rats that were remote control. Yeah, they can put brain chips in and have you do whatever you're told.
Yeah, well, actually, it even goes a step beyond that now. The ability they have is actually using light particles and light beams. They can actually achieve thought profiling and transfer into any language.
No, I know, because the brain program works in a flicker rate, and then they can now transmit data through the eyes directly to the brain. That's why they're in government buildings putting in the lights that, quote, communicate with the computers at a flash rate that can't be perceived consciously. And then I went and found the patents and had Dr. Begich on. It's actually programmers. They're actually programming now under federal grants, mainly in police departments, to test and see if they can put police under mind control.
Yes, sir. And I had actually spoke with you on this previously, and work in the insurance industry, and actually have had some information sent over from a company that's participating in this. They gave some information out and said basically that we're going to be able to communicate with animals. They can do all this stuff, you know, simultaneously while, you know, achieving thought profiling of people without them knowing.
No, I know. It's actually, you're saying that this is, why don't you send over anything that isn't proprietary or classified? I know you're in insurance, so it's not. Send it on over. We're media. Send it to showtips@infowars.com. But I am aware of all this, and I am aware of its deployment all over. I mean, that's why the elite are so arrogant right now. The public is already in a trance. Some people are resistant or immune to this, and that's why we're still able to operate. I mean, that's why, folks, it's so far gone. I mean, that's why celebrity doesn't matter. Attacks on me don't matter. None of it, once you know reality, none of this facade even matters anymore. And they haven't perfected all this stuff. They're testing it on us right now. And I just want to say to all the minions of this system, if you want your free will and consciousness taken, don't fight this. Because they're just going to try to get us in a catatonic state to then release the bioweapons to reduce our numbers over 90%. Anything else, sir?
Yes, right now it's on basically like a one-on-one type of basis. The people they used to profile can only do it. They can't do it on a mass scale yet. So, I mean, like you were just saying, before it gets to the point where they can actually, you know, systematically put something in place or a computer program, you know, where it can do it on a mass scale. I mean, this is a time where...
Well, I mean, take San Antonio. It's a test ground. You've heard for 3 years how the Pentagon put AI cameras in to track the calories, to even scan an apple when a child eats it and then put it in a file. What's really going on is they've put those light bulbs in that San Antonio school. I have that from inside the school. The first one they did it, and the computers are actually testing the children under the fluorescent lights. It's so far gone, folks. We're so far gone. I have been inside major universities. I've had scientists on. I've broken it down. So much of the focus by the globalist is on flicker rates with lights. And now they can interface and transmit data directly to the brain. In fact, I mean, it was in mainstream news, 2 weeks ago, that scientists use light patterns to program brain. And, I mean, so, but they're now announcing what's old. The point is, just like you have a cell phone and it listens to you even when it's off, and they admit the NSA now does that. I told you 16 years ago. They now admit it just the last few years. They tell you way after they think that you've habitualized its use, that you have a total habit and will accept it. It's all animal training. It's all domestication. And everything is how to program you with these lights. And it's just insane. Now they have data over power lines, and the smart meters can program through the energy, through regular fluorescent light bulbs, and program your mind, puts you into a state. And it's all patented. It's all on record. It works. I remember like 14 years ago, I had the CEO of a company. It's now been put in Japan and other areas. In the U.S., it freaked people out too much. The Japanese actually have adopted it, where Coke machines, soft drink machines, beam a audio, but you can't hear it in your ear. It resonates in your skull directly through, telling you want to drink the drink. Now they face scan with Facebook in Japan. They're also testing this in New York City, where it knows you when you walk by, beams audio and says, don't you want a Pepsi? Don't you want a Coke? Or don't you want something out of this vending machine, John Doe? Now, you saw that Minority Report, a decade ago. Because, folks, it isn't Minority Report. Philip K. Dick was in with some very powerful researchers in San Francisco. And I've had a chance to talk to people connected to the Philip K. Dick estate. I'll just leave it at that. And, in fact, they may even be at liberty to come on after the show. I didn't call any of those people I told you to make me call yesterday. Make me call those people, as I got stuck in other meetings, because I want to try to get the Philip K. Dick daughters on. I'll just say it. And I want to try to get, because obviously I was in Scanner Darkly and consulted on that with Keanu Reeves and others, Woody Harrelson and others, and they authorized the rights for that Philip K. Dick to be turned into a movie. So that's how and I have a connection through Tommy Pilato, the producer. I need to get Tommy on because Tommy knows a lot too, but I don't know what the point is, folks. He wrote that stuff in the 70s. Okay? We're not in Kansas anymore. All this stuff was envisioned a long time ago. We're living in a plan. The globalists are 30 years at least ahead of us. And I just want to communicate with the globalists and say, you're not, this old plan is dynamic. It's amazing you've been able to do this, but you're so cold-blooded. You think that's your strength, that's your weakness. And you're going to end up destroying yourself. You can't do this to the species and not have it come back on you. And I know a lot of you are turned over to pure evil, but some of your children and people who are now middle-aged who aren't pure evil, and others, because I've talked to you, including some European heads of state, and you're having second thoughts about this. You don't want to do this. You don't want to do this, but I'm on two paths here, trying to convince you this is not a good path and trying to wake up whoever's not in a full trance right now.
The system that we're talking about is going to be the HAARP system, the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Project, operating up here in Alaska. And if you also think about, and most people remember this from even high school science, but the magnetic field lines that come from the South Pole stretching around and then intersecting at the North Pole and surrounding the planet. These magnetic field lines are very much similar to what you would see on a bar magnet illustration in your basic science books, or in a motor, if you think about the Earth spinning and actually creating a dynamo, a motor, and these magnetic field lines being one of the outproducts of that, in conjunction with interaction with the solar wind, you get things like the magnetosphere and the magnetotail, which comes back behind sort of the way the downwind of the planet, if you will, from the sun itself. In any case, this dynamic of the Earth's motion, solar radiation, the interplay of all of the various factors of the planet are looked at in separate, independent, individual science, not really looked at in integrated science. How do all those systems work together, and what do they create in outcomes? But as we look at HAARP, the primary idea is to affect this ionosphere and then affect these magnetic field lines, and ideally you want to affect those magnetic field lines and the closest place to which they intersect the planet, which happens to be at the poles, and in the case of where Alaska sits on a map, very near the poles, the furthest northern territory in the United States, where you could locate a facility on U.S. territory that you could inject energy directly into the magnetic field lines of the Earth. We're going to be talking about an area above the Earth's surface, about 30 miles above the Earth's surface, moving out several hundred miles beyond that, the ionosphere. It's a highly charged area. It filters out cosmic radiation, various particle streams that without it would make life impossible on the planet. Now, one of the ideas behind HAARP, which is an array or field of antenna here in Alaska, 180 antenna in the array today, it fires or concentrates, focuses radio frequency energy that it literally sends up into a relatively narrow beam, affecting the magnetic field lines in one instance, where the energy is normally, naturally flowing from the South Pole, coming up, arcing high above the equator, then coming back into the North Pole, with the energy flowing from south to north. What happens is those magnetic field lines act as waveguides, so you can pump energy out of HAARP, focus it on those magnetic field lines, and then it screws itself, if you were to be able to see it, with like a corkscrewing motion, where the energy is actually moving now from north to south, using the magnetic field lines as a waveguide. Now, what would that do, essentially? If you had, for instance, an intercontinental ballistic missile that gets fired from China to the U.S., and it traverses those magnetic field lines with those charged particles racing along them, using them as waveguides, it would create a virtual shield around the planet, so any of those incoming objects, intercontinental ballistic missiles, any satellites that happen to traverse those areas, or any other electronically sensitive equipment would be destroyed almost instantly. And so when you think about HAARP, there's a couple of ways to look at it. One is manipulation of those field lines, those magnetic field lines, which actually have been mapped. And if you look at some of the ways those are mapped is barium particles are injected into the upper atmosphere and lower ionosphere using barium-laden rockets. What those create when you inject radio frequency energy is air glow, where you get this sort of light-up effect. So you can actually see this corkscrewing motion around those magnetic field lines and serving as waveguides. In fact, they did that test a number of years ago in Alaska, and they do these from time to time, just more or less illustrate what they think theoretically should happen is actually happening in place and at the time of the experiments. Now, HAARP as an array of antenna can be focused and concentrated. You got to think about this in a much different way than normally how radio frequency energy behaves. If you think about a radio broadcast antenna, broadcasting radio frequency energy, that energy dissipates or spreads out very rapidly from the point of broadcast, the antenna, out into the atmosphere. And the further away you get, the less dense, the less concentrated is that radio frequency energy, which is why radio stations eventually fade out over distance. On the other hand, what HAARP does is by firing this array or field of antennas, you imagine firing them in such a way as to create kind of a corkscrewing motion, a cyclotron resonance is what it's called, where that energy is then focused to a smaller and smaller area, and as it hits the ionosphere, it becomes concentrated. And think about that in the same way as light coming off of a laser versus light coming off of a flashlight. When you think about HAARP, think about it as a mechanism on the ground that's designed to interact directly or to plug into those magnetic field lines and actually then use the environment itself as part of the machine on the ground. And think about it in this sense. Think about that machine on the ground, this field of antenna broadcasting radio frequency as a primer, the small amount of energy, because the big energy is contained in the natural environment. The idea is if we understand enough about how these mechanisms work, then we can trigger various cascading effects where it sort of builds on the energy that's naturally in place. And so when you think about HAARP, not just in the effect of magnetic field lines, but another opportunity to manipulate energetic systems within the Earth has to do with the ionosphere itself. And imagine that ionosphere is a bubble around the Earth, several hundred miles thick, again starting about 30 miles off the Earth's surface. Now, that's a highly charged area, a tremendous amount of energy potential there. In fact, some will remember a number of years ago, there was a shuttle experiment where they drug a tether, a dangling wire through the ionosphere to see what would happen. And energy was picked up as it moved, because when you move something, a conductor through an electric field that's as charged as the ionosphere, it actually begins to move current, which it did. It shunted that current straight into the shuttle and almost blew it out of the sky. Now, the thing that came out of that didn't get widely talked about was the amount of energy produced could be useful, for instance, for keeping a low orbiting space platform in orbit around the planet, being able to charge it up by just tapping the energy by the fact that it's orbiting the planet and moving through the ionosphere would be one way to charge up these kinds of space-based platforms, whether they were for weapon systems or running low orbiting satellites. But basically moving energy into space in normal, like shuttle payloads, is prohibitively expensive, very difficult to pull off to any great degree. But if you could create an energy source sufficient to run these kinds of systems, then you eliminate all kinds of logistical problems, and you're able to keep these things aloft for great deals of time. Part of the HAARP idea was if you could focus radio frequency energy, you could even concentrate it and send energy directly to these same kind of low orbiting space platforms, as an example. One of the other thoughts with HAARP systems are the actual heating of the ionosphere. And when it's heated, because this energy is concentrated, what happens is the ionosphere then lifts up, moves out several hundred kilometers. Now imagine if you're a satellite drifting through space where there's no atmosphere, and all of a sudden you hit a column of atmosphere. What will happen is it creates friction, and that friction causes that satellite to burn up, and all of a sudden you got a satellite down. When you turn the instrument off, everything goes back to normal, and you have plausible deniability on a satellite going down because nobody knows this kind of technology generally exists. Now, the other place you can use it in that same application, imagine that column going out several hundred miles into space from its normal atmospheric level way down here. Now you've got an incoming comet or asteroid coming in from outer space at a tremendous velocity. Now normally those objects, when they hit our atmosphere, they again encounter tremendous friction, they burn up, and most objects dissipate before they ever hit the surface. But big objects, the kinds of objects people are worried about, if you could, say, go from 30 miles of atmosphere to 200 miles of atmosphere, almost 7 times as much distance, and project a trajectory downward, what you're able to do in that instance is literally allow those larger objects to burn up way before they hit the Earth. In fact, the Strategic Studies Institute in London, in reviewing Soviet research on this very same technology, was suggesting that it could be used for not an anti-satellite technology so much as an anti-asteroid or comet-based technology. But all of those things also create a side effect. When you move that much atmosphere up into space, and it's about 30 miles diameter, these columns. So imagine 30 miles in diameter and a couple hundred miles up. Well, below that are pressure systems, high pressure, low pressure systems, and jet streams, all of which can be altered by the manipulation of the ionosphere in this way. And that then creates downstream weather effects that cannot be modeled, that cannot accurately be predicted, and therein lies huge problems. When you start to manipulate by technology applications to create one effect, you might inadvertently create a number of other effects, as is the case with HAARP. Looking at sort of where are these facilities? You know, here in Alaska, we have one at Gocana, which is about 250 miles northeast of Anchorage. Then going across Canada, there's a number of these facilities that are controlled by the Canadian government. Rosalie Bertell has reported on those. Then there is one that sits right up here in northern Norway, and this is run by the Max Planck Institute. And then there are 5 old transmitters in the former Soviet Union. Literally, when you look, they go around the globe. These can be used in conjunction with each other, triangulating to hit the same point, creating unique and different resonance effects and creating even more power. Flipping the planet upside down, in Antarctica, China put in a facility a couple years ago to begin working in this technology. And then Arecibo, Puerto Rico, in the southeastern, off the coast in the southeastern United States, also has a facility that's been retrofitted to essentially do the same thing as HAARP. Ionospheric heaters, which are what these were previously called, actually originated in the former Soviet Union. People remember them from the 1970s when they created what was called the woodpecker signal, and it was exactly as it sounded. It was this weird static that was rhythmic and coherent, man-made. Ham operators picked it up all over the world, and because they could triangulate where it was coming from, they isolated the location of these 5 transmitters in Russia, or the former Soviet Union. And those transmitters were associated with health effects in Oregon, power failures in central Canada, and a number of other anomalous phenomena in the 1970s. And those were the predecessors of HAARP. It's the very same technology with a modern twist. The old transmitters would take 15 minutes to reset the frequency because you had to readjust all these antennae. Now, with HAARP, it's done in milliseconds by adjusting the software. So, very efficient. You can change things. You can cause them to do different things. It's not a big project in terms of reset. And it's a small expenditure. I mean, HAARP they've spent $100 million on, which in military terms is like cab fare. You know, it's like it's not even cab fare. It's the snowflake and the pile of snow out front that we walk through in the course of all this. But when you look at the impact of each of these technologies that we've touched on today, it's not the same game anymore. These are earth-shaking technologies, the very technologies that will either transform or enslave. Most science, at least in the U.S., is developed, most of the high science anyway, is developed through military research labs, military contracts, and some contracts to the National Science Foundation. But all of the military work and much of the work done by the National Science Foundation and others represent compartmentalization, separation of the sciences in small bits and pieces, so basically one side doesn't know what the other is doing. In fact, the first paper I ever presented at 19 was on the contrasting sort of our approach of compartmentalization in our approach to science, and the Russian approach, or the Soviet approach at that time, which was to use generalists, take people from all disciplines, integrate them into the same room so that you could develop the higher ordered thinking, because then you brought all of these various disciplines, even when they didn't seem to fit, you brought them together and they tended to feed off of each other in a way that built better and more comprehensive science. In fact, as it relates to electromagnetic exposures, the science developed in the Soviet Union said, and they set the regulations, not that they enforced them, but they at least had them on the books, they were 1,000 times more stringent than the U.S. standards in the same areas because of that integrated approach. When you look at the productive capacity of the USSR during the Cold War, they couldn't produce their way, into an outhouse. It was a mess. But what they could do is compete on science. And the way they competed on science with us, and were able to not only excel in some areas, surpass us in others, and stay up with us in most, was by integrated science, as opposed to compartmentalization. It's cheaper, it's more efficient, and it yields usually better results. On the U.S. side, we do the opposite. We continue that model of compartmentalization to the detriment of really good science, and at a huge, huge economic cost. The duplication within that system, the cost of man-hours within that system, and the waste that's created in that system. Now, what does that all mean in the broader context of global science? That the U.S. spends in the regular defense budget somewhere around $700 billion a year, which is a big number. We've got a couple wars going on top of that. The Chinese spend about 80 billion is what our intelligence tells us, at least that's what's publicly released. When you run inefficient science, and the Chinese don't run inefficient science, they steal everything they can that's already been developed and then take it from there. And they do it at rice bowl wages. They're not paying top flight scientists $250,000, $500,000 a year in salary and benefits, and they're not paying Davis-Bacon wage rates to build ships. They're building them for a bowl of rice. And what you get in China for 70 billion is what you get in the U.S. for probably far in excess of what we actually spend, because you can't measure it in dollars or currencies. You have to measure it in productive output. And what the Chinese are doing with their productive output is making sure that they can move millions of men and women in their armed services anywhere they want to put them on the planet. That's what's going on there. For every ship they build, we think about it because they actually build hardware and they build it faster than virtually anyone on the planet. And it's causing a lot of concern, because when you start to think about how does all this play into the geopolitics of the planet, climate change and energy and the issues that we've been talking about the last couple of days, they really do fit together. China is moving to energy independence. They're building a coal to liquids plant every 18 months from start to finish. They have so many planned online. Their objective is to be free of the West in terms of contributions to basic natural resources. And what are they doing with all the trillions of debt, U.S. debt, that they're collecting? What are they doing with all the dollars that they're collecting? They're going around the world. They're outbidding Western companies by outbidding us on mining opportunities, the venture capital opportunities, the rare earths and mineral opportunities, and all those plays all over the world. They're outbidding everyone. And why are they doing it? Why would you want to hold a bunch of U.S. paper right now that you know is going to be dropping in value? You're better off buying the commodities. When the market fell apart and copper hit $1.30 a pound, which was the lowest it had been in years, the Chinese bought more then than they ever bought in their history, and they bought it all the way up till it blew through the old record price by 10% while the economy is still in the toilet in the U.S. and Europe, and commodity prices are breaking through the roof. And all those investments those Chinese made with all those cheap U.S. dollars, well, they still had a little bit of value, and we all thought they were nuts for paying 10, 20% more than the market said those assets were worth. What a deal they made on all those commodities, not just what was already finished. And what does it mean, just copper alone? There's 8 days worth of copper in warehouses in the world to fulfill 8 days worth of global demand right now today. That's how underproducing we are in that specific commodity. Zinc, nickel are in similar situations where there's very limited supplies on hand. Rare earths, it's even worse, and all of those are controlled by China. When you start to think about earth-penetrating tomography as a technology for locating underground mineral resources, as an example, oil and gas resources, some of that technology was tested, and it was tested in over 20 states on a number of wells that were drilled by Halliburton back in the 80s and into the 90s. And what they looked at was using a very simple method of earth-penetrating tomography. They were able to look and with absolute 99.9% accuracy, grade and quantity and quality of oil and gas layers through the earth, matching up perfectly against actual drill logs from when they physically drilled those wells using this type of technology. Now imagine, and remember what we were talking about earlier about the public owns energy resources in most instances. In Alaska, in all instances, they're publicly owned. But if you could with certainty image the underground geologic structures and know exactly where oil and gas is, now you no longer have risk associated with the drilling activity, which is why everyone says, we ought not to be in the energy business. But when you can define where those deposits are, then you can maximize or optimize what you get on the lease, because now everyone has good information. People want to bid on that lease competitively. You're going to optimize the public's return on those resources. So using our technology for doing some things maybe makes a lot of sense, but there's lots of ways to do earth-penetrating tomography and to identify those mineral resources and oil and gas resources. HAARP is one of those technologies that perhaps we could use in this way. When Skylab launched the first time, we realized that, back in the 70s, we realized that it created a hole in the ozone layer. And everybody watched it, and they said, oh, after a few hours it all filled in and everything went back to normal. But think about this now. I mean, think about it as a practical matter. The Earth is turning, you make a hole, everything's moving, eventually it gets filled in, or it appears to get filled in. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. Think about if I dip a cup of water out of a pond, and all the water levels back out. Did it fill back up? Well, if I keep dipping those cups of water out of that pond, eventually there is no pond. But it sure looks flat and level with just a couple dipped out. So what was it? Now Skylab creates an ozone hole. How many billions of cans of aerosol would have had to get up there? And it didn't start down here, It started up there where you actually delivered particulate material to the place that you're trying to affect and created a chemical reaction. 3,000 satellite and rocket launches, over 3,000 worldwide, did more for the ozone depletion on the planet, I assure you, than all the air spray that everybody ever discharged. And again, nobody takes any responsibility. Blame it on the guy with the aerosol can. Well, governments stand back and go, we didn't do anything here. This is the problem and the arrogance of it all. And often it's the case where the other guy is blamed for something that our own government has done. In fact, if you look at environmental issues generally, virtually all the Superfund sites, 90% of them, are government sites where the government made the mess, and then the rest of us get to clean it up. Now we're experimenting with science that's much, much different than leaving a mess in some local location on the ground. We're manipulating the entire geophysical systems of the planet and trying to learn how to do it better, how to dial it up a little more efficiently, how to control those outcomes with a more precision and a more higher resolution as our science advances. We've written the book Controlling the Human Mind, and we wrote and produced the video Mind Control, which Alex has carried for years. And I always consider that the most important work. Even when you associate some of the mind effects things with HAARP, they're big and they're important. But as we got more into that subject, it became, for me, the most compelling and important work that we've published. Because the idea of interfering with human consciousness, this idea of being able to interfere with free will, if you will, something that even God will not do in most religious traditions, interfere with free will. is now within the capability of man. Should man do it? I say absolutely not. Again, thinking about personal liberty and personal freedom, the basic premise of the First Amendment of the Constitution, the right of free speech, the right of assembly, the right of free expression of religion, all of those presuppose a fundamental right, the freedom to think. That's the First Amendment, because it presupposes all of that. Without the freedom to think, none of the other liberties matter at all. And this is the century that we're in. The CIA, actually the work in this goes before the CIA. You go back to the work at Harvard, work being done at the hypnotherapy labs at Harvard in the 1920s by a guy named Estabrook. And Estabrook had this idea that you could create what we would call today the Manchurian Candidate, you know, some super spy that would be pre-programmed to do destruction or gather intelligence, and if captured would have absolutely no knowledge of any of it. Well, he started this work in the 20s. By the 1930s, his work was classified. By the 1960s, the material he had published, he acknowledged that he created these super spies, that he spent 9 to 10 months, and 1 out of 5 people were subject to this level of programming, where he would subject them to 9 to 10 months of programming where he literally split the personality into 2 separate human beings within the same body, programming one to be the super spy where they could function in another country without detection, and if captured would have no memory of their true self. And yet when they returned to the United States, this altered consciousness could be re-triggered to remember everything they collected in the foreign country and their true self. The problem is you can't put Humpty Dumpty back together again. Once you fracture a human being in this way, you've effectively destroyed them forever. He believed this was a good idea, and he advanced this technology. In the same material that he published advancing the idea that using LSD to alter people's consciousness for mind control experiments was legitimized and reasonable and a good thing. That's what he wrote in his published work. At the same time, the Central Intelligence Agency later was revealed to be experimenting with LSD on 8,000 men and women in the armed services alone, not to mention the civilian sector. This came out in a congressional report that was on activities within the CIA right after Watergate. When, remember Watergate, you know, there's ex-CIA operatives breaking into this building for the bagmen of the Nixon administration. Well, there are no ex-CIA guys, number one, unless they're dead. And number two, the fact is when they got caught, what they got caught doing were mind control experiments. The church committees and the Congress actually heard the testimony as the CIA busied themselves shredding the documents because they acknowledged over 140 programs under MK Ultra and its sub-programs that were directly involved in the manipulation of human behavior using chemical means and electromagnetic means. And one of the organizations they worked through at the time was the Mankind Research Association, operated out of Bethesda, Maryland, which was a front for Navy intelligence organizations and the Central Intelligence Organization developing mind control technologies and an understanding of what those would be about. More than a Manchurian Candidate, manipulating people over huge geographic areas for very specific outcomes. At the same time, they were engaged in a great deal of research on what they called paraphysics, or parapsychology, or ESP in those days. A number of those reports prepared as far as our analysis of Eastern Europe that were eventually released under Freedom of Information Act are posted on our website. And you can go and look there and you'll see hundreds of pages of these declassified documents. They're heavily redacted, I mean lots blacked out, but you get a general sense of what we were doing. And here's what they discovered. And it's not in the published work. It's not in the other videos. It's not in that material. But here's the conclusions after all of it. And I met the Northwest field director, got to know him real well over the years, of the Mankind Research Association, the kind of stuff they were doing back in the 70s. And he kept his data. He's got a great box of data talking about all of these experimentations. And what they concluded was that A, extrasensory perceptions, these odd little things that people could do, were real. Not in all instances, but in enough instances to cause them some alarm, military planners. Because what also they discovered is that human beings generally have these innate capabilities that we used to call extrasensory perception. Some have referred to as gifts of the spirit. They come by a lot of different names. But what they are is natural attributes of what human beings are. We're created in the image of a creator. That means more than how we look. It has to do with what we are. And what we are very capable individuals. But in order to reach those higher capabilities, in order to reach those higher states of awareness, in order to actualize your full potential as a human being, you have to be able to slow the mind. You have to be able to create a situation where the mind, if you were to look at it with an EEG and look at the brain activity, you get very coherent, very rhythmic patterns, the kind associated with the emotions of love and empathy and compassion. Same kind of patterns show up. Higher ordered thinking is associated with these coherent patterns, these rhythmic patterns. Fear, flight responses, anger, hate, you get incoherent patterns all over the map at a higher amplitude, at a higher pulse rate, that indicate agitation, confusion, the inability to think. What we do know is that in states of fear, worry, and anxiety, you cannot ever reach your higher capacity as a human being. So the easiest mind control technique, keep people in a state of fear and worry and agitation, and we're defeated before the first volley is fired. That's not what we need to be about. You know, when you think about it, when you're walking confidently, consciously doing what you know you're capable of doing, how empowering it is to step into each act that you take on as a human being in a productive and meaningful way, without fear, without worry. It's when your mind falls into what some call that zone that the athlete knows and the artist knows and every one of us knows in those instances where those sparks of creativity come through. That is our normal state of consciousness. If you were to look at it in the lower range of the alpha range where you are in that most creative mindset, you'd be between 7 and 8, 7 and 9 hertz pulses per second. The planet naturally oscillates at 7.83 hertz pulses per second. Isn't that interesting? Correlates perfectly with the ideal state for awake, conscious living when you're awake. And yet the fields that we surround ourselves with in this room right now, in every room where everyone's watching this because the power grid is operating at 60 hertz, 60 pulses per second, an agitating signal all the time in our background noise, if you will, our noise. Because think about it, in a crowded room, all the noise you hear and you're having a conversation with your friend, and you block out all that background noise. We do the same thing with electromagnetic fields. I'll tell you when you notice it. I couldn't use this analogy in Germany. I'll tell you why in a minute. But think about when the power fails in your community. When the power goes out, completely goes out, the power grid's down. Now everybody remembers it given all the winter storm activity. And the first thing you notice how quiet it is because the refrigerator's not humming along, the air conditioner or the heaters aren't blowing air around. The second thing you notice is how your whole body exhales as you relax. Same feeling when you come in from a hard day of work and you're wearing your insulated soles on your shoes, and the first thing you do is you kick them off and you come back into ground with the pulse rate of the planet and you relax. That relaxation is the silence. Do you know what the sound of being born into an explosion is? Silence. We're living in that explosion, in the fields that surround us every moment of every day. When I used that analogy this last year in Stuttgart, everybody looked at me like I was crazy when I said, you know, when the power fails. It never fails in Germany. People with gray hair never remember a power failure since World War II ended. You know, I mean, we don't even think about that. I mean, you talk about the contrast in technology. I can't even use the same analogy in Europe because it doesn't make sense because their technology happens to run smoother And we invented the power grid for all practical purposes. But again, you know, I say it humorously, but at the same time recognizing under all this are these very real effects that we have to recognize. So how do you learn how to control you? You know, people ask me all the time, you know, you talk about a lot of technologies generate a lot of concern, some levels of anxiety. That's not my intention. My intention is to inform so we can begin to think about this stuff in a productive, constructive way and how we address it. But more importantly, the more important part of this message, and anything that I've said in the last couple of days, is about the fact that we are more than we think we are. There are no small things. There's only things that are undone. Each thing that we do as individuals matters. It matters a lot, more than you might even realize or recognize. And there are no small things. And what I do versus what you do, it's not a size issue. It's getting the work done. All of us have a sphere of influence, and we need to assert ourselves in that sphere of influence. What that means is it might mean that we have a conversation with our family or our close friends. We don't feel any anxiety having done that. When the anxiety creeps in, back off. Think about what you're doing. It should be like breathing if you're working outside of fear and outside of worry, and you're working in a way that is possible, where you acknowledge it's possible. Do what you know you can do to further your version and your view of the truth, and do it in a respectful way, and do it with confidence. And don't lift the burden if it's too heavy. There's someone else that'll lift it for you, or lift it with you. But do something in favor of what you believe to be right and true, whether it's on any of the issues we've covered today or on some other issue, but something that you care about and recognize there's a billion other people doing the same thing, and we're not waiting for an organization to form. We're already standing in it. It's called the human race. Participate in it. Be what you were created to be, and assert yourself in the world today by affecting change, by direct action, in a respectful and rational way, and without fear and without worry, because that is the zone in which things can happen. Fear is the adversary. It has always been the adversary, and it's the easiest method of controlling human behavior. When you think of the whole 1984 scenarios, which I think are here now, I mean, certainly are here now on steroids. I mean, those guys are rolling over in their grave because it's a lot worse than they thought. Huxley, you know, he wrote Brave New World, and the essay most people missed of his was one of the very last ones he wrote, which was Brave New World Revisited. When he went back and sort of looked at it and said, oh no, it's 40 years ahead of where I thought it was. Now, this is in the late 1950s, and I think he died in 62 or 63. So the very end of his life, and the things that are the most important to read aren't what somebody wrote early in their career, it's what they wrote at the end, sort of how they evaluate. You know, when I look at studying someone's work, I start with the last thing they wrote and work my way backwards, because there's the pinnacle of their knowledge. And Huxley's pinnacle of the knowledge was the last warning, the last shout in the movie theater saying, hey, it's 40 years ahead of the game, and it probably isn't going to be chemistry that does it. It's going to be something else. And it's the electronics of this century. It's the tools that we've been talking about misapplied to the population. Those are the things that are causing Huxley today to roll over in his grave, because even that warning was 40 years too old. I mean, that warning in the late 50s and his conclusion then was nothing compared to what has emerged in the 21st century and what came out of the last century. This technology to change not just our emotional states, but the way we perceive the world, already exists on the planet. New breakthroughs are being anticipated by military planners. This last year, 2010, DARPA let 2 contracts, University of California, for developing methods and means for creating electronic telepathy, where we can electronically transfer thoughts into the mind of another person in a way that they cannot distinguish the artificial from their own. Now think about that in the 21st century. If you can create a complete memory set, one of the stated goals of Air Force planners, to complete a complete memory set that you cannot distinguish the real from the fiction, is that the witness you want on your trial in the courts of the 21st century? The guy who can swear by that memory, and yet that memory is as false as a $3 bill. That's the technology of this century. It'll challenge the very institutions that we depend on for justice, for liberty, for freedom. Synthetic memory. It's being even played off in terms of Gulf War syndrome and in terms of the shock that people come out of the war with. You know, the shock, the fear, the memories, the post-traumatic stress syndrome that boils out of these war efforts. And so what are we hearing about? Ways to wipe the memory clean so people can forget all those bad experiences. Do they really go away? Or do they just get driven deeper into the subconscious where they do their real work at breaking down the consciousness of a human being, where they can't get played out, they can't get worked out, they get suppressed. And suppressed, conflicting ideas are the root to a lot of the psychosis we see in the world today. This is the solution of military planners. Wipe out the memory of the gladiator so they don't know what they did. And somehow that will excuse the behavior and save that person's soul. No, it won't. It'll mask the pain and let it break out in some weird, irrational way, because that's what happens when you suppress these kinds of memories. Secondly, maybe we want these guys to remember what they did because maybe some of the things that they were directed to do they shouldn't have done in the first place. Maybe the memories that they have of the abuses that we inflict on others are memories that somebody ought to be testifying to someday, instead of bearing because now we have a technology that can mask the behavior of our troops in combat. That's not the answer. In the past wars, the wars that our fathers fought and our grandfathers fought, when they returned from battle, the stench of death was still in their noses, and they worked hard to avoid wars and future wars, to save the next generation from experiencing the same trauma they did. Trauma is the outcome of war, but it also makes us, as human beings, resist war, make it our last effort, not our first effort. If we take it out, we make it neutral, where there's no pain, there's no residual memory. It becomes easier and easier to inflict war on others. It becomes easier and easier to use that as the solution rather than diplomacy and fair play. Is that what we want? Is that the reflection of American values we want our military, paranoid closet planners to engage in for us? Or do we want them to uphold the values, instill those values on the next generation of military planners, so that American values are what's projected to the world by our example, not by our hidden agenda? You know, thinking about Alaska strategically, and most Americans don't, but let's talk about Alaska just for a minute and how this feeds in to what's happening around the world. Firstly, Alaska is 18% of all the land in the United States. It has a greater coastline, Alaska alone. If you take all the western states, all the west coast, all the east coast, and all the Gulf Coast, and you add it all up, Alaska's coastline is bigger. And we have a 200-mile federal limit in those coastal waters, which is significant. Now, let's look at where Alaska sits on the map. Here's Alaska. Place Alaska just for a moment as if it were the top of the world. And then look at where it sits. North America. Here's L.A. The same distance to L.A. I hit Japan. The same distance I hit Northern Europe. Same distance as for me as Alaskan to fly to Tokyo, to L.A., or to Oslo. I can get there in virtually the same amount of time from Alaska, which is why Federal Express located their international hub in Anchorage, Alaska, and UPS put their international hub in Fairbanks, Alaska, because they could serve Asia, Europe, and the United States with the shortest distance between points, hubbing out of Alaska. Now, if you think about it, the Aleutian chain, which actually, you can't see it so easily on this, but it comes down right to here, and here's Japan. Okay? So Alaska to Japan is this distance. Alaska, I don't even hit Seattle. I can't get to the next state, but I can get to Japan. Now think about it. Raw materials coming out of Alaska, feeding the Pacific Rim, the best markets are to feed the Asian markets. Now there's no railroad link, so I mentioned yesterday, we can't get from Alaska into the Midwest. If we could link approximately right here at Prince Rupert, if we could link at Prince Rupert to the railroad system in Canada, we could then move Alaskan commodities all the way into the Midwest, the industrial belt, and be able to use those mineral commodities to do value added and reindustrialize the nation. 1/4 of all the oil and gas left undiscovered in the world exists right here in the Arctic Circle. That's the estimate. Alaska has hundreds of trillions of cubic feet of natural gas. Now think about the North Slope of Alaska, which is right here where our oil and gas is. Now think about us moving oil and gas through an empty Arctic. The Arctic Sea is almost to the point where we can start to move freight from Europe to North America across the pole. Think about it. Instead of bringing freight from Europe to the United States, this distance, 1/3 of the way around the world, we can shorten that distance to 1/4 of its distance and move freight directly in to Northern Europe and into their rail systems, connecting into their commodity flow, or into Russia and Asia, jumping over the poles with our freight, not just in the air, but in the sea. This will change everything and puts Alaska in the most strategic place, because commodities are equal in price no matter where they're produced. The differences then become how cheap is it to get it to the next point. So we need rail to get it into the Midwest of the United States, where then it has the opportunity of being exported off of our western ports or through the St. Lawrence Seaway or off of our eastern ports, or we have the option in the not too distant future of shipping direct into these markets, raw goods, or adding value here in Alaska. Alaska has the greatest energy resources. All these minerals require energy for value added, and we have the opportunity to do that now. Now what would that mean? If we began to move these commodities and these energy resources in the United States, half of our trade deficit is energy related and the other is buying value added products back from China. If we could eliminate 50% of our trade deficits by eliminating imported energy, we strengthen the dollar again. We reinvigorate our economy again. We now have a domestic supply of energy, and we keep our money rolling in our own economies. The same is true with value added to our commodities. We have an opportunity to take a big chunk of our economy back from the rest of the world, embed it back into our nation, and use the advantage that we have. Alaska is the stepchild. Recognize our state. Recognize this place as an incredible opportunity for Americans to be liberated by looking at the balance sheet. Think about it. We always talk about the profit and loss statement, the income and expenses of the nation when we talk about the debt and how we're going to fix it. And it's always about the taxpayer and putting it on our backs. The balance sheet are the assets of the nation, which includes our energy resources, our mineral wealth, our forests, our public lands. How do we make them pay in a way that offsets the Treasury demands against the taxpayer? Get full value for our commodities. Make sure those multinationals pay money here, because here's what happens, and we play it out in Alaska every year. Here we have oil and gas that the nation needs, and we have a pipeline that can run it down to Valdez, and the pipeline is running at 616,000 barrels a day today. It's designed to handle 2.1 million barrels. Why aren't we moving U.S. oil through a U.S. pipeline? Is because it's cheaper to corrupt a third world government somewhere else on the planet, keep the oil and gas in the ground in the U.S., because a multinational doesn't have any care about our national needs or our national priorities. It's about the bottom line. If it were a national oil company that cared first about the national priorities, then that oil and gas would be developed, would be feeding U.S. markets, even if it cost a little more, because the offset is U.S. jobs, U.S. taxes generated, U.S. rollover in our economy of every one of those dollars spent domestically 7 times. A 7 times multiplier in the economy and the tax base when we spend money at home. That's the difference. Bring it back because it's a domestic priority, not a multinational priority. Our domestic priorities need to carry forward, or these companies that are retaining these rights need to be put under performance. You know, these leases on the North Slope don't require any performance. They hold them, they pay the fee, they don't have to ever produce them. In Russia, if you didn't produce, you lost your right. Later they took them anyway, but at least they had the incentive. You're going to spend the money, you're going to produce these fields, or you're out of here. So they did. In the U.S., we don't make them produce anything. We just give them the right to tie up the public resource, call it their safety deposit box in our safe economy, because our men and women are defending this turf to defend them, to save their bacon after we're done trying to save it from whatever third world country they've corrupted. They always can come back home and produce it domestically. And by then, they've screwed us down so much on the royalties and taxes under the guise of, well, if it's not cheap enough, we'll do it elsewhere. We understand all that. We know how economics works. We know how capitalism works. But we also understand how our national interests work, and multinational companies don't, because they don't care. It's not in their self-interest to care. They're looking at the 6 billion other consumers that don't live here, who are their potential future markets, because this economy, from their perspective, doesn't have those opportunities. It's dead. They want to go where people are changing from bicycles to automobiles, and that's the rest of the world. People have asked me, about my father. He was lost on a plane with Hale Boggs in the early 70s. Hale was a majority leader at the time. I mean, you can look at all of the interesting coincidences. The guy that took Hale Boggs to the airport, he was working in Texas at the time for another campaign, and Boggs got a ride to the airport by a young Democrat from Oklahoma, William Jefferson Clinton. Yeah, the same one that later became president. Now, this is 1972. Now, Boggs gets on the plane, he goes to D.C., makes a connection to Alaska, comes to Alaska, gives a speech, breaks the story a little bit about what was coming. We didn't know, it wasn't known as Watergate then, it was just this big scandal that he mentioned. And the next day he gets on a plane flying to Juneau from Anchorage and disappears and never heard from again with my father. Now, Boggs was on the Warren Commission. He wanted the Warren Commission reopened. It was saying so around that time. 6 months before, he had called for the resignation of Hoover, who he believed absolutely corrupt. Because of his own perversions, Hoover's, he used knowledge to blackmail the Congress. He had the inside track on every congressman because he had tapped their phones, intercepted their mail, basically violated all their personal privacy rights. And this was the leadership of the country, for goodness sakes. This is our entire Congress that he corrupted so that he could maintain his position in the FBI. Boggs wanted him out. Boggs came to Alaska. By then, Hoover was gone, but the plane disappears, the Hoover administration continues, the Warren Commission never reopens, and Watergate breaks 3 weeks later. October 16th, 1972, the plane goes down. McGovern's in his last throes of his death race because he isn't winning anything. Richard Nixon's the clear winner. Everybody knows it. Hale Boggs is a majority leader of the House, standing in line to be the next speaker, the third most powerful position in the Congress. And what happens? He disappears at the most critical time in our history. In fact, if you remember, what happened right after Watergate broke and then Agnew got bounced, as the vice president? Ford slid in behind him. Nixon resigns. Ford moves up. Ford pardons Nixon, and Rockefeller rolls in as the vice president. And then, if you remember, it was, I think it was Squeaky Fromm, wasn't it Squeaky Fromm? It was one of the Manson girls that takes a pot shot at Ford to knock him off because she wanted him dead, and who would have been president? Rockefeller. Now, isn't that interesting? Talk about conspiracy theory. How about conspiracy reality? That's how it played out. Everybody's forgotten it. You know, if you're not 50, you don't remember. You know, but a lot of us remember when all this happened and it played out. Now Boggs is off the scene. Carl Elbert is the speaker. Carl was an alcoholic. I mean, he's come to my house all the time, talked to my dad. The guy could barely sit on a bar stool, and he was Speaker of the House. You know, those were the days when you got stopped by the police for drunk driving, and they said, hey, drive on home and sleep it off. You know, it was a different world in a different era. But Carl Elbert was not in a position at that time to step into the President of the United States. What I think would have happened had Boggs lived, Carl Elbert would have stepped down, Boggs would have stepped up, they would have got rid of Agnew and Nixon at the same time, and the third in line to be president would have been, and that would have been Hale Boggs, and the whole game would have changed in this country. And personal freedom and liberty would have been restored then, instead of going into disrepair even further now. Now, Dad brought Boggs to Alaska to campaign. Dad had that campaign in the bag. He brought him here to show him, to talk about the same issues, many of the same issues that we've talked about over this video. The idea that Alaska has this tremendous potential for the United States that ought to be realized. This was right before the native land claims, the biggest settlement in indigenous history in the United States. As a freshman congressman, my dad got passed a 44 million acre land transfer to indigenous people intact with mineral rights, oil and gas rights, energy rights, timber, surface estate, water rights, everything intact. And they moved that over along with just under $1 billion in 1971, the first year he was a member of Congress as a freshman. Now, people say freshmen can't get anything done. I know personally they're wrong. My brother Mark is a freshman senator, 2 years in the job. He's the fifth-ranking Democrat in the U.S. Senate and the only member of the U.S. Senate without a college degree. He did it in 2 years because he knows how to work hard, stand for something, and do something. Now, Mark and I don't agree on everything, as brothers never do, but I can tell you this. He's as committed to public service as I am. We have a different way of expressing it. But his risk at getting something done is as greater as they've ever been. You know, when you think about congressional deaths, you know, you think about my dad's, what happened is they found out in 1993 through FOIA requests that the military actually knew that my father or somebody at that crash site was alive. 2 people were alive, according to the FBI records that eventually got released. 2 people were alive at a crash site that has never been found. Crash site's never been publicly identified, nor has the people who were alive at that site. Lost in the shuffle of bureaucracy. The documents we saw that Roll Call, prestigious publication in D.C., got under a FOIA request, Freedom of Information Act request, all the key names were redacted. When we went after the data from the military, the Air Force overflights, the data that was developed for the biggest air and sea search in the history of the world, and all the records they told us were destroyed. A few months later, because we raised a lot of heck over that, a few months later, mysteriously on my brother's doorstep, a pile of boxes with all those original documents, not redated. Gee, they hadn't been destroyed at all. We've been lied to again. I want to tell you, as the son of a United States congressman, that if it can happen to him, it can happen to anyone. That's why we need to get into this fight and engage our government. It shouldn't happen to anyone that our risk to our personal freedom, to our life, should be at risk as people give up their private life in order to carry on everyone else's. In the case of Wellstone, many remember his plane crash in Eveleth, Minnesota. You know, it just happened to be the same town my dad was born in. My uncle was a mayor there, was a state legislature there. Coincidence? Kind of interesting. Do you remember Carnahan, the senator before him that died in Missouri? That was the anniversary date of my dad's disappearance, October 16th. You know, is it coincidence? Maybe so, but it certainly begs the question, you know. I mean, how many people die in plane crashes? My brother beats Ted Stevens in an election. Ted Stevens dies in a plane crash a couple years later. What people don't remember is he was already in a plane crash before where his first wife was killed. died in a plane crash. People forget about it. Mike Gravel's wife died in a plane crash. People forget about it. You know, people forget about all of this, and yet it keeps happening. And people say, well, you know, politicians fly a lot. You know, that plane crash is a little disproportionate to the rest of the population. How about business travelers? You want to talk about people flying a lot. It seems to be one of the hazards of the job that congressmen and senators seem to die in plane crashes when they're about to make some of the biggest changes that the country needs. So, having said it, there's always risk involved, I suppose, in public service. But the questions become is, what risks are we taking as citizens? And what risks should we take? I mean, at least we should have our voices heard. At least we should speak out. At least we should participate in the activist organizations that we believe in, as long as they're functioning on reasonable, value-based approaches. I mean, violence isn't the answer. Certainly not the answer right now. That's the excuse the government needs to finally shut down what little is left of our personal liberty. Let's not give them that. But let's stay in the fight, and let's see what we can do together. Maybe we can, I believe we can, continue to make a difference as we actualize our own potentials and engage the fight from the standpoint of change.
Mind sciences, or the study of human behavior in relation to the mind, is the newest of all the arts. It's less than 100 years old. And it is by far the one that is most cloaked in secrecy.
The origins of psychological warfare were in Nazi Germany, and in the Nazi ideology they had something that was called Weltanschauungskrieg, which means worldview warfare. The idea for them was imposing the Nazi worldview on the countries that they had occupied. The Americans picked up this idea, created an American version of it, and called that psychological warfare. Trying to understand psychological warfare and in trying to understand the American approach to the post-war efforts to control people's minds, both as individuals and on a mass scale, there's a lot of illusions about how that was done. Were Nazis involved in that process? Yes, they were.
Project Paperclip was a United States government-sanctioned CIA operation for the importation of Nazi and fascist scientists into the United States. Their statement was simply this: if we don't bring these people into this country and contain them, then our enemies, the Soviet Union, will get them. The first wave was to bring in scientists. There was 700-odd propulsion scientists, and then there were some 600 and some odd mind sciences people that they brought in. The CIA was given the responsibility of actually placing the individuals that had a Project Paperclip into the military-industrial complex, including our colleges and universities. Mind control was a psychological warfare weapon that Adolf Hitler regarded as the answer for taking over the entire planet. The name for the mind control research in this country was MKUltra.
MKUltra was one program of a series of programs that came out of the CIA to experiment with different types of mind control, using drugs, using electroshock, using insulin shock, and other techniques.
think that the goal for those people who planned the program was very straightforward. It was an attempt to figure out a way to interrogate people and to learn how to protect their own agents against control by others. If you put someone in a position of being disabled by not feeding them or not allowing them to sleep or overwhelming them with sound, if you use massive shock treatment and you give people massive doses of drugs such as PCP or mescaline or amphetamines or LSD, and if you put them in periods of darkness where they can't predict from one minute to another what is going to happen next, so they're always dreading, there's no consistency to sort of what's going to happen, anybody can be put in a position of being open to brainwashing. Ewan Cameron was probably the foremost psychiatrist of his time in the 1950s. He was using high-tech sound techniques. He was using multiple kinds of loop recorders to force people to listen to recorded messages 24 hours a day for weeks on end to basically destroy people's thinking patterns.
Lysergic acid into the vein, and he patted me on the shoulder and said, "Now there, lassie, we'll see you later." And I started to feel very frightened, and the fright became a terror. And I sort of began throwing myself from one side of the room to the other. I didn't know what to do to stop this feeling. It felt like my bones were melting, that I just didn't know who I was anymore.
This is not just break-ins of people's homes. It's not just invasions of privacy by illegal wiretapping. This is an invasion of a person's mind. And that is about as profound an injury, except for loss of life, that the government can impose.
This was a post-Nazi program, if you will. It was an Americanization.
I've often made the statement, and I still make it flippantly. The Nazis didn't lose the war. They just had to move.
Now it's 50 years later. Now they're much more clever, much more sophisticated. They have a lot more money to spend.
His motor coordination was disrupted because of the compound's effect. Although his vision was not impaired, he found it difficult to focus his attention on the next objective. His physical actions were noticeably slower. He felt compelled to disobey his instructions.
Did Sergeant Ditches give you any instructions about what you were supposed to do tomorrow?
Tomorrow? What is today, Thursday?
Today's Thursday.
Today's Thursday, Well...
Wars are not won on the battlefield. They're won in the minds of the people.
And for the international order that we have worked for generations to build. Ordinary men and women are too small-minded to govern their own affairs. That order and progress can only come when individuals surrender their rights to an all-powerful sovereign.
want fracking because they want cheap energy. Cheap energy is something that people like. So that's the
They like to die of fracking, yes, that's true. Population reduction, yeah.
Thank you for your questions. Thank you for answering. Thank you for coming out.
We care about the children you torture. You don't tell us what we care about, you bastard. We want to know why you want to torture children to get answers.
I would rather be a human. Don't you know that you can rather be a human than a fucking slave?
But it's very important that people see that this is actually happening. That's why we're doing it. This really has consequences. And you know, during the break, just before we went to the break, we were talking about the military and how they're using the military, training the military to come after the American people. We had a Danish Marine come over to us. He's got a 9/11 was an inside job shirt on. And he said he joined the Royal Marines because he wanted to make the world a better place. And he said his very first lesson was how to poison the water and the food supply. And then they told him less people is more peace, you know, things like that. So he said he got out of that and he joined the social workers. Then he realized that they weren't resuscitating people if they were of a certain age because it was too expensive. So he's seen this. He's had it. This is what's happening with a lot of veterans. A lot of people who were very idealistically went into the military, and now hopefully they're seeing that our own government is training against our own people. How many different times and how many different ways do they have to see that, from the training scenarios to the weapons acquisitions to the training sites that they have? This is, and now this newest released video. Hopefully this will wake people up.
Jo længere tid det tager med at opgive navn og adresse og fødselsdag, jo længere tid
men man kan også sige, at jeg stod herovre, og I stod derovre, og så kommer I herover og antaster mig. Jeg har ikke antastet nogen. Det er jer, der vælger at bruge tid på det. Jeg har sgu ikke valgt. Jeg har været nede på det med
Vi er jo bare på arbejde, vi har ikke travlt.
Arbejde? Jamen hvad er jeres arbejde? Jeg er på vej ned til en demo, og så jeres arbejde er at stoppe mig på åben gade. Jeg står her.
Ja, lige det her tilfælde, så var det jo så vores arbejde.
Lige det her tilfælde?
Det er det, vi laver.
Ja, det er det, vi laver. Det er da godt, så kan jeg. Der er ikke noget at lave. Men jeg har noget andet at lave, end at stå her. Og jeg har ikke gjort noget, der gør, at jeg skal stå her. Andet end at I er på arbejde. Og jeg er tilfældigvis samtidig.
This is the exact spot where I was standing yesterday with my bullhorn, and the police came and wanted my name and number, or they wanted to arrest me. But not only that, the people who were standing watching me bullhorning Tivoli here in Copenhagen, they also were told to give up their name and number. Not that we have done anything wrong, but as he said to me when I was cleared to go again, if you do it again, you will be expelled from this entire area. So I asked, but I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't break the law, didn't I? No, you didn't, he said. But if you do it again, we will convict you from this entire area, from the protest. So, I didn't do something wrong, the police say. But if I do it again, I will be dispelled. I will be thrown away. I'm the bad man for not doing anything wrong. You know, thinking about it, there is something very wrong in Denmark when Nazis are controlling the entire world and using Copenhagen as a platform for their Nazi globalist meeting, promoting global Nazism and fascism, trying to create genocide worldwide. We are absolutely disgusted with the politicians here in Denmark and also the demonstrators. I know the Danes see themselves as the most happy people in the entire world, but that is only because they are so brainwashed. They are brainwashed out of their mind. The Danes have no clue what is going on around the world. The Danes just want their toaster, their TV, and that's it. The Danish people is a joke. So unless the Danish people wake up, I am done with making movies and programs in Danish and will just continue doing my stuff in English. Because Denmark and the Danish people, you not just disappoint me, you are in fact an absolute joke when it comes to freedom. Denmark and the Danish people are slaves. Denmark is a slave state. Absolutely. 100% on the record. Nothing to discuss really. Nothing to discuss. Nothing. The slave state of Denmark.
You are not human! You are evil scum! We are humans! We are free! You are slaves! You are slaves to your own mindset!
Yeah.
You can stick your new world order up your ass. You can stick your new world order up your ass. You can stick your new world order where the sun don't shine with order. Stick your new world order up your ass. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 90. Together we are mighty. We are the 99%. There'll be blue skies when the chemtrails are all gone. There'll be blue skies when the chemtrails are all gone. There'll be blue skies when the chemtrails and all their evil plan fails. Blue skies when the chemtrails are all gone. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 90.
Together we are mighty.
We are the 99%. The Queen will be arrested in her dressing gown. The Queen will be arrested in her dressing gown. The Queen will be arrested because she is just a sinner. She'll be arrested in her dress and gown, singing we are the 99%, singing we are the 99%, singing we are the 90, together we are mighty, we are the 99%. You can stick your poison vaccines up your ass, you can stick your TV programs up your ass, you can stick your GMO food, we ain't gonna go to food. Stick your Georgia Guidestones up your ass, singing we are the 99%, singing we are the 99%, singing we are the 90, together we are mighty, we are the 99%. Yeah, you can stick your new world order up your ass, you can stick your new world order up your ass, you can stick your new world order where the sun don't shine with order. Stick your new world order up your ass. Det var sangen, den der.
Ja, det var god.
Ja, bare læg den.
Bilderberg is a Nazi law created by Prince Bernhard from Holland as a part of the worldwide dehumanization. We are going down as a people if we don't stand up and totally denounce these criminals, these small criminals behind these windows. Grow up. We are here as three human beings standing in front of you, saying we are not afraid. We are not afraid of your death panel. We are not afraid of your torturing of children. We despise you. We absolutely hate you. We want you out of our country. You are the most disgusting pieces of trash this world has ever seen. And I am here as a free human being standing in front of you, absolutely speaking the truth, because we need to put you out of business. We need to put you out of our misery. We need to break down this new world order. You will not govern our lives anymore. You will not be governing our children's future. Go down, be a human being, or face the consequences. We are free, yes. We are free. I will rather be a human than a slave. I will rather be a human than a slave. I will rather be a human. Don't you know that you can rather be a human than a fucking slave? Yeah, Bush, he was a Nazi, that was why he went to war. Obama, he is just like him, a Bilderberg for sure. All their money and their wealth was stolen from the man's grave. A bunch of Nazi pigs they are, to study and be brave. Hitler, he was just a prophecy for the new world order. His ideas were never really his. Bush and Obama in the same side of this story. Will we ever learn our lessons? Will we ever free ourselves? United Nations wants to kill you. It's in the documents. History repeats itself. Their evil never ends. Now let's all just march into a beat again today. Please let me just load a pistol and blow my brains away. After all, that's what we're doing almost every day. We'll use bisphenol A, that's making people gay. Mercury and aspartame, I know the name sounds mean, but after all that's said and done, it's making us insane! Down with the New World Order! Down with
your hands up. You are all under civil arrest. Come out now and have a fair trial, unlike the ones you kill in foreign countries. If you really want depopulation, go to the top of the roof now and jump. I will count down from 10 if you want me to. Please don't hit any innocent on your way down. Thank you. I stand here as a free human being confronting a Nazi lodge that is promoting war, torture of children in front of their parents to get answers. I want freedom. I am not your slave. We don't want to live in fear, and we don't. The only one who should fear in this world are you. We want freedom. You want slavery. You want depopulation. We see humans as a good thing. We want our children to prosper. We want to live. Go down with your new world order. Globalism is Nazism. Do you want the royal families to run the entire planet with depopulation as an aim to gain world domination? End the tyranny now!
We don't want your GMOs! We don't want your...
I have come here today as a free human, standing against the global tyranny of the royal families who want depopulation and dehumanization of the entire planet in order to gain world domination by controlling the population worldwide with fear. We are gathered here today because we don't live in fear. You are the ones who should be fearful of the power of the people. Like John F. Kennedy and Eisenhower warned the world about a military, global, industrial complex. I stand in front of you today to denounce your evil. I want freedom.
Yeah!
These people is for freedom.
This var de bliver vækket så. De gik til Bilderberg og solgte deres sjæl til Rockefeller og hans dynasti. Nu en tak til jer, som redder verden. Tak fordi I kom og kæmpede med. Vi er mange, de er få, og derfor skal det gå. For I har hjertet på det rette sted. Så kom og syng en enkelt sang om frihed. Den høj, så alle kan forstå. Folk på en i kor, syng nu med i kor. Vi må have fred, hvis verden skal bestå.
Man bliver godt. Kingdom there for 100 Super Saber was born in the drawing of Nazi Germany and started the Focke-Wulf TA-183 Hucklebahn, just like the Apollo project was born in Peenemünde as World War II and the American rocket on the drawing board and the former honorary SS Obergruppenführer General Werner von Braun was made head of the NASA's Apollo project to wave the Middle East and South America with war criminals together with Hitler's Pope and aiding the Nazi Odessa Kelenor. You also knew about Nazi fugitives on the run, hiding in Terra del Fuego, such as Hitler's secretary Martin Bormann and Dr. Mengele. Henry Kissinger, you are a member of the Coward Organization, Council of Foreign Relations, CFR, and the Collateral Commission, who have so many members from the School of Code Society, who have been active at Yale University for more than 150 years. School and Bone members, such as President Bush, Senior and Junior and Rockefeller, they are connected to the Nazis in the Bavarian Jewish Society, Illuminati, and Knights Templars who vanished with their fleet of warships overnight some 700 years ago from France, probably taking the Holy Grail to Nova Scotia almost 100 years before Columbus discovered America. Henry Kissinger, accordingly to conspiracy theorists, American histories, both senior member in the Skull and Bones Society while in Yale in the 40s, and his membership, again along with Kissinger, in the Bohemian Grove group that met annually to perform pagan rituals in the fort north of San Francisco. Tell us about it, Henry Kissinger. Henry, your close friend Rockefeller, also diehard Yale Skull Bone, did owe the company Ethyl Gasoline Corporation. It transferred ethyl lead know-how to IG Farben, Nazi Germany, for the use in chemical rearmament in Nazi rearmament program to fuel the Wehrmacht in 1935.
Yes.
Good news, Kissinger. Your friend Rockefeller and IG Farben sold 100 tons of tetraethyl lead to the Nazi war machine just before the Anschluss in Austria, 1938, and again in 1942 and 1943, after U.S. declared war on Nazi Germany. Standard EG, a Swiss company created and owned by EG Farben and Standard Oil, 50-50 ownership, had you and your friend Rockefeller stayed on the path of ethic and morale, there would never have been a World War II, and my two grandfathers would never have been drafted to military service in World War II. Shame on you both. Henry Kissinger, you are a Ashkenazi Jew. Your tribe descend from European people who converted to Judaism in the 8th century. Is that why you did nothing to stop, protest, and object the fact that the U.S. weapon rats was brimming with Project Paperclip war criminals from the Third Reich, NS member and Unit 731 members of the Imperial Japanese Army? You betrayed your own so-called Jewish background by shut up completely. Shame on you. You are an European descent Jew whose ancestors converted to Judaism and is not a genuine Jew, just like Slotnick and Benjamin Netanyahu. Henry, I know you know that Henry, I know you know the whereabouts of the Holy Grail. I mentioned earlier that it could rest in a cave in Nova Scotia, buried by the Knights of Templar 700 years ago, and they still can't get access to the cave because so many deadly traps, as told in National Geographic. But another theory connects the Holy Grail with the myth of Nazi U-boat U-530, who did surrender 10th of July 45 to Argentine Navy at Plata del Mar, and again the mythological U-977 did similar again 17th of August 45, same place.
Så sidder jeg lige i toget på vej til København. Sidste dag for Bilderberg, logemøde i København. Skal i Radio Frihed og interviewe her senere. Og så skal jeg hjem igen. Men det var så det. Det har været meget opløftende at være sammen med alle de folk, der var derude. Det var også meget, meget nedslående at se, hvor lidt der mødte frem. Når nu nazi-logen Bilderberg er i byen. Men det tv ikke har dækket, det er der masser af blogger derude på nettet, der har dækket i stor stil. Så lad os se, om vi ikke får momentum nok for, at der kommer noget på et tidspunkt i tv om det, trods alt. Eps, jeg er med.
Hello, Bilderberg, Illuminati.
Ringen lyd.
There's a hope for you. Yes, even for you. Henry Kissinger. Even for you, David Rockefeller. Repent now and leave the New World Order behind.
Altså, har I været tilfreds med det?
Så skal vi have en insider der.
Har I været tilfreds med det?
Det er det. Jamen, det har jo været stille og roligt. Det var også det, der var meningen, ikke? Det var det, der er lagt op til.
Det er for fred, det her.
Ja.
Watching the watchers. The lady with the binocular, watching the watchers. On the roof. Det var så den weekend, eller hvad? Nå ja, men stort set. De tager jo hjem i morgen, de der lavrangerende Bilderberg, der er blevet nejet til at tage til Danmark i år. Der er stadig forkert. Der mangler et S. Det skulle have været kærlighedspoliti, skulle det ikke det? Nej, jeg ved det godt, det er Nina. Og så dialogpoliti, ja. Det er tieren, ikke? Ja. Dialogpoliti, ja. Genialt.
The new order is falling! Mankind is awakening! You cannot stop freedom! Liberty or death! Humankind is awakening! You corrupted politicians hiding in there! Don't you know the Danish people is awakening? Selling out your people, selling out your country, starting wars, greed, lies. We know all about your wars. You're falling.
I have come here today to stand in front of the Bilderberg Group and announce that we come here as free human beings. We don't want your tyranny. We are here to warn you. Eisenhower and John F. Kennedy warned the world about your industrial complex by the military. We don't want your fascist world rulers to control us. We are opposed to evil. We will stand here as a united people facing your tyranny and say, enough! Stop the illegal wars! Stop the torturing of children in front of their parents to get answers! Stop the poisoning of our food and water supplies. We want to be free. We want to live. But most of all right now, we want your new world order to be brought down. We don't want your tyranny. We absolutely despise your agenda. Down with the UN. Down with the world government. Down with NATO. Down with one world armies to kill populations all over the world. It is enough! Stop Agenda 21 now! I have a message to all the Bilderberg members right now. I have been working for the Danish government for the most of my life. I've been earning a lot of money, but I was very, very unhappy to continually be confronted with having to face UN's death panels and death codes. I really want to tell you, Bilderberg members, money is nothing. I am very poor right now, but I am happy. I am free. This knows you evil. Come down and speak with the public. Let's sit at the same table and eat dinner. I am sick of not being free because you want me to fear. I don't fear you. I want to talk with you. And if you don't want to talk, if you want to depopulate and kill my son and kill me and my family. I say to you, depopulation is when you die first, because we are free.
Your new world order is falling. Cannot hide in the dark.
If you turn on a light in darkness, the darkness will go away. You cannot turn darkness into light. We are here to enlighten Bilderberg Group about the real agenda going on right now in Holland. We want light in the world. We want to be able to live a long, peaceful and happy life and not be controlled by control freaks of the royal fascist Nazi elite. We don't want the Bilderberg Group that was founded by SS officer Prince Bernhard to control the entire world with UN and NATO as world government and world army. We want you to leave our country and close this organization forever.
New world order is falling. You cannot hide. You cannot hide in your dark force. You cannot hide in darkness. We know all about you. We are here to expose you with truth and lie. We will not take your RFID sheet. We will not take your new world order. Mankind is awakening. You corrupted bastards. Do you hear me? Why don't you choose love? Why don't you choose love? What are you doing? What are you doing?
That's it, people. My voice is just totally screwed. I'm trying again. That's it, people. Bilderberg 2014 is over. They tried to jerk us around with decoys meetings in Denmark while having real top Bilderberg discussions in Holland. Yeah, what can I say? I'm too exhausted to even take off my sunglasses. I've now arrived at the room I use while I'm here in Copenhagen. And later today, maybe when I've been sleeping a bit, tomorrow maybe, I will go home and life will be back to normal. Remember, everything is under control. Or maybe I should end the video with nothing is so bad that it isn't good for anything. So if my present at the Bilderberg meeting 2014 just made one person think about life in another perspective, maybe, I'm happy. I'm happy anyway, but I'll be more happy to get a fellow soulmate, maybe, a new friend, from just being me. Almost not being able to speak anymore, but it was good to come. Not much turned up, I said, but the ones who did were really informed and nice to talk to everyone, especially a Danish known guy in Denmark called Niels Heid. But to everyone out there, I wish you peace. I wish to be able to speak with you. But if you want to kill me, I'm going to fight back. And sorry to say, might kill someone who try to kill me or any of my family, because I obey freedom for everyone, rights for everyone. So for now, let's see you in the next year. Let's hope there will never be a new Bilderberg meeting ever again. Let's make sure that the globalists are running scared. Let's kick their butt and let's promote liberty. No, that is just freedom as a slave to really, come on. when the bell rings at the ship, you have to go back. There is no freedom in the word liberty. Liberty is not freedom, it is slavery. Get that right, everyone, please. Liberty, the Statue of Liberty, is slavery. We want freedom. Liberty is what groups like Bilderberg provide, and I am against everything else than freedom. So, see.
That's it, people. Bilderberg 2014 is over. I'm on my way home now. I'm sitting in the train, thinking about if it was worth it. Was it worth it for me to go all the way to Copenhagen and demonstrate? 2,000 to 3,000 people were expected. Only a few hundred showed up at the same time. I guess a few hundred have been by over the days we have been there. But was it worth it for me? I don't know. I'm going to ask you now. Was it worth it for me to go all the way to Copenhagen? Well, at least I made a radio interview with the radio station called Radio Frihed. So when this movie is over, there will be a radio interview with me in Danish. I'm sorry for all the people who don't understand Danish. But for now, this movie is over. And the question is out there. Was it all worth it? Was it? Thank you.
And for the international order that we have worked for generations to build. Ordinary men and women are too small-minded to govern their own affairs. That order and progress can only come when individuals surrender their rights to an all-powerful sovereign.
It's like we all know what's going down, but no one's saying shit what happened to the home of the brave. These motherfuckers, they controlling us now, and no one's talking about how they made us modern-day slaves. And everybody's just walking around, head in the clouds, who wanna wake up to a dead in the grave. By then it's too late, we need to be ready to raise up. Welcome to the end of days.
Everybody is slaves, only some are aware that the government releasing poison in the air.
Radio Frihed, Christian Aagaard er vært her, og jeg er så heldig at have fantastiske mennesker i studiet her. Min nye gæst er Jakob Laursen fra Esbjerg. Velkommen til, Jakob.
Jo, tusind tak for, at jeg måtte komme her og være med igen.
Fornøjelse. Jakob, der har været her på Radio Frihed en gang før, men det var så over Skype eller over radio, eller hvad hedder det?
Over telefon, ja.
Og nu er vi der face to face. Det er dejligt at se dig.
Det er rigtig godt at møde dig endelig langt om længe, personligt.
Tak, Jakob. Jakob, du var til Bilderberg-møde, men du var ikke blandt de højhælede, han har sagt.
Nej.
Du stod nede på pladsen og råbte højt.
Jeg har råbt så højt jeg kunne, så jeg håber, I kan høre mig ude ved radioerne, fordi der er ikke meget stemme.
Jamen, er du har noget imod? Altså,
hvad det er, jeg har noget imod?
De mennesker, der de har fint har jakkesæt på, og er det fuldstændig helt i orden?
Ja, det er det jo også, fordi at ulven kommer jo altid i forklæder, når den skal snige sig ind på byttet. Og at Bilderberg-gruppen der, det må man sige, at det er en ulv i forklæde. Og at hvis vi skal snakke om, hvad Bilderberg-gruppen egentlig gør, som er forkert, så kunne man jo godt komme ind på, at der er altså nogle regler her i verden. Og i USA, der har man sådan noget som The Logan Act. Og man har også konventioner internationalt. Og det, hvis jeg lige skal prøve at bare lige komme med nogle punkter, så kunne man tage sådan noget som, at højforræderi, det er statsforvaltningen og statsoverhoveder, at man ønsker at skade. Og så har man landsforræderi, hvor det er statens selvstændighed eller statens sikkerhed, der står på spil. Og så er der så krigsforræderi, som betyder, at man støtter fjenden i krig. Og der vil jeg gerne sige, at det er 100% dokumenteret on the record, at sådan noget som Bilderberg-gruppen, de medlemmer, der møder op der, både personligt, men så sandelig også dem, der i bund og grund bakker op, at de kommer faktisk ind under alle de tre kategorier. Netop fordi, at for eksempel krigsforræderi med at støtte fjenden i krig, at der er det jo dokumenteret, at sådan noget som NATO har finansieret Al-Qaida, som vi får at vide, at vi er imod, fordi at det er en krig mod terror, hvor Al-Qaida er den store islamiske trussel her i verden. En selskabt fjende af CIA. Og det er altså sådan noget, at vores skattekroner her fra Vesten, vores gode navn, nu går til at finansiere og supplere sådan en gruppe som Al-Qaida i Libyen og Syrien blandt andet, til at holde gang i krigen med ideologien Order out of Chaos. Og det er sådan den ene af dem, og så er der jo landsforræderi. Der kan vi jo bare se, at vores grænser er væk, vores suverænitet er væk, at vi har nærmest, altså der står statens selvstændighed, hvis der er nogen, der prøver at skade den. Vi har ikke nogen stat, vi er en del af en union, som sagt, der skal slås sammen til en verdensregering under FN og en verdens hær, der skal kæmpe mod befolkninger nu i form af NATO. Og det er jo så landsforræderi og højforræderi mod statsforvaltning og statsoverhoveder. Det må man jo sige, når at statsoverhoveder og statsforvaltninger bliver presset til og truet til at følge trop under nærmest flosken, at det er jo bare et job, at nu skal vi gøre det, der bliver sagt, og så skal vi alle sammen stå ret, så skal det nok gå alle sammen. Men det gør det ikke, når alle folk de render rundt med skyklapper på og kun tænker på den næste lønningscheck. Og som jeg også stod i dag og råbte og skreg herinde vi forlod pladsen, at dengang jeg arbejdede for staten, der har jeg gjort det meste af mit liv, der tjente jeg faktisk en ganske udmærket løn. Jeg havde faktisk penge til det hele. Jeg kunne gøre lige, hvad jeg ville, men jeg var bundhamrende ulykkelig, fordi jeg vidste, at det her system, jeg arbejder for, at det er op ad bakke, og der er kun lille mig, føler man, når man er i systemet, fordi alle andre ligesom prøver at bekæmpe en med, jamen det er jo bare et job, Jacob, og nej, jeg tør ikke at bakke dig op på møder, jeg vil gerne sige det til dig personligt, men hvis jeg begynder at stå og bakke dig op over for andre ansatte eller for ledelsen, så kan det jo være, at jeg får problemer. Og det hele det ender i frygt. Det handler om personlig frygt for folk med, at de ikke kan få mad på bordet i bund og grund. Men altså, hvis man nu tænker lidt længere frem, så er der altså ikke noget mad på bordet, når økonomien fuldstændig kollapser og smuldrer væk mellem fingrene på os. Når at vores børn, de dør af cancer som 20-årige, på grund af alle de GMO-mad og alle de tilsætningsstoffer, der er i fødevarene og sådan noget. Altså hele menneskehedens fremtid er i overhængende fare, blandt andet på grund af sådan nogle grupper som Bilderberg-gruppen. Og der er også mange, der tænker på, at Bilderberg-gruppen, at det er der jo ikke engang værd at møde op til, fordi det er jo bare en del af mange. Ja, der er Skull and Bones, der er Council of Foreign Relations, og der er alle mulige andre grupper. Men pointen er, at sådan noget som Tool Society, som Hitler han jo var med i, dengang han levede, at deres dagsorden og deres agenda er fuldstændig identisk med Bilderberg-gruppens dagsorden og agenda. Så altså, hvis man er imod Johnny Hansen og hans naziparti, som var imod Hitlers tredje rige og kender lidt til det, og dermed også er imod det Tool Society, som han var med i, så er der altså al mulig grund til at sige, at tankegangen i Hitlers tredje rige i Nazi-Tyskland, den er altså ikke væk. Vi har ikke vundet krigen endnu, kære venner. Vi bliver nødt til at komme op på barrikaderne, og så komme ud på gaderne, og så oplyse hinanden. Fordi er der en ting, der er sikkert, så er at medierne gør det ikke. Fordi at der er ikke nogen, der som sådan ejer personerne i medierne, TV2 og Danmarks Radio og sådan nogle ting. Men informationen, den information, vi får, kommer fra Reuters, Ritzau og Associated Press, hvor at Rothschild-familien ejer informationen. Og når at en familie i bund og grund kan eje al information, der kommer i det såkaldte mainstream presse og tv, så har vi altså et utroligt stort, ikke bare demokratisk problem i Danmark, men et globalt fænomen, som virkelig trænger til at blive gransket godt og grundigt. Og der er mange bud på, hvad det vigtigste er, kan jeg forstå. Nu er jeg i gang med at lave et nyt pilotprojekt på YouTube, der hedder Illuminati-krigen, for at prøve at finde ud af, hvad det er, danskerne egentlig synes er det vigtigste at tage hul på, og så komme med nogle emner, som jeg så kan sidde og prøve at tage op og diskutere. Men altså helt overordnet set, så er det største problem altså, at vi ikke får reel information, og at folk ikke har information til at tage seriøse valg i deres eget personlige liv omkring, hvad det er, de vil. Og det er det der, sådan, når folk lige snakker om, hvad det er, der er i medierne og sådan noget, så får man altid den der skud i skoen. Jamen, medierne, TV viser jo bare det, at folk gerne vil have. Og det er jo en bedrag sig selv, fordi hvad er det, at de har at vælge mellem? Jamen, det er det, der bliver vist i tv i forvejen. Og når al informationen er kontrolleret af Rothschild-familien, og nu snakker jeg helt seriøst om alt fra Hollywood-film til tv-serier, til sådan noget som X-Factor, Big Brother, hele vejen rundt, og nyhederne, som ikke er andet end multinationale korporationer, finansieret reklameindslag, blandet med globalistisk krigspropaganda af værste skuffe, hvor folk skal sidde og begynde at se på sig selv som mindreværdige, at de ikke har noget at skulle have sagt. Det er det værste bedrag, jeg nogensinde har hørt, med at jeg ikke har noget at skulle have sagt. At jeg ikke kan ændre tingene. Hvis vi sidder 10 mennesker i et rum, og der står en kasse, der vejer et halvt tons, så nej, så kan jeg ikke gå hen og fjerne den alene. Men så er det jo ligesom op til de andre, og ikke sidde og grine af mig og pege fingre og sige, nej, se, du kan ikke ændre noget som helst. Hvis de nu bare lyttede på, hvad det var, jeg sagde, at vi kunne gøre for at få flyttet den kasse, jamen, så ville kassen være væk på 10 sekunder, i stedet for, at jeg står og kæmper i overvis, uden den flytter sig en tomme. Og nu kan jeg godt se det, at nu skal jeg nok... Jeg kunne snakke timevis, for jeg er helt op at køre her.
Ja, det er virkelig... Det er jo kraftige sager, det her. Det siger, det er det største problem, at vi mangler information. Det må jeg sige, der synes jeg, du rammer et ømt punkt i vores samfund, nemlig mangel på information. Men man tror jo, at man har masser af information, når man har læst Berlingske Tidende, og alle de skolebøger, man skal læse i 9. klasse og i gymnasiet. Så føler man sig... Jeg fik et 12-tal, så er jeg jo velinformeret. Hvad vil du sige til det, Jacob?
Ja, men det er netop det. Der vil jeg sige det til dig, at hvis jeg nu skal ud og undersøge en konflikt mellem to personer, så det medierne vil gøre, det var at tage den person, de bedst kan lide, skråstrege, dem de arbejder for, dem der er tættest på deres pengepunkt, og så vil de høre deres side af sagen, og så vil de jo helt klart tage sympati med den side af sagen, og så fremstille den anden side af sagen som værende fuldstændig absurd. Og det er jo det, der er problemet med informationen. Det er det der sådan med, at hvis folk skal kunne tage et reelt valg, så bliver man nødt til at få reel information. Så bliver man nødt til at få objektiv information fra begge sider. Og når jeg for eksempel for nogle år siden så en temaaften på DR2, der var 6 timer på DR2, der er som sagt, omkring 11. september, hvor de kører 10 sekunder med Alex Jones i alle mulige mærkelige vinkler, hvor de klipper ham ud af sammenhæng, efter at have brugt en hel dag sammen med ham. Ja. Og så bruger 10-15 minutter med sådan noget som Popular Mechanics og alle mulige andre til at sidde og svine ham til ud fra noget, der er klippet ud af sådan nogle 9-10 sekunders klip. Og så faktisk slutter hele temaaften med at sige, at vi her på DR2 kan bare konkludere, at alle, der tror, at 9/11 var et inside job, at de tanker kommer fra højreradikale ekstremister og fanatikere, kristne fra USA, og at man faktisk kan være lidt skør for overhovedet at få den tanke, at der skulle kunne være i bund og grund noget som helst fordækt ved den dækning, at vi får i pressen, som jo i virkeligheden bare er det samme, som at statsledere går ud og siger til en journalist, hvad det er, at de har fået at vide, og så går journalisten ud og præsenterer det, han får at vide, som værende fakta. Der bliver ikke stillet spørgsmålstegn med noget som helst, og det er netop det der, som jeg også sluttede næsten det sidste Radio- og Frihed-interview med, at sige der, at det første offer i en hvilken som helst krig er altid sandheden. Og når Danmark er i krig, så er sandheden altså per definition helt væk. Det kan godt være, at vi havde meget store problemer med at få sandheden ud om krige, vi ikke var med i før 11. september. Men når Danmark så kommer med i både Afghanistan-krigen, Irak-krigen, Libyen-krigen, Syrien-krigen, og så vil jeg godt, der mange steder tænker, så mange krige, vi er jo ikke med i så mange. Men under EU, jo, EU har også private her, der nu begynder at invadere Balkan og alle sådan nogle ting. Men det er jo ikke enkeltstående hændelser. Når man ser på sådan nogle krige og ting der sådan lidt ovenfra, så kan man jo se, at der er et helt klart mønster. Så er det som en skabelon, der er lagt op lige til at tegne streger på, og så faktisk forstå, at verden hænger sammen som... at der var faktisk nogle fra Hollywood, der skriver filmmanuskripter, der til nogle film, de har været i gang med at lave, jeg kan ikke huske navnet, der har været nogle stykker igennem årene, hvor at de har studeret historie. Og det, der er mange af dem, der beder mærke i, det er, at det er så påfaldende, den der måde, at man bliver ladt op i at lave filmmanuskrifter på, med vendepunkter og alle de der forskellige ting, der skal komme igennem sådan et manuskript med, at først så er alting godt, så
kommer der en krise, et eller andet, der går galt, og så kommer der en reaktion på det, og så skal vi ligesom have balance i det igen, og så tilbage på, at nu er alting godt, når filmen slutter. At det er der mange, der skriver film og bøger og sådan noget, der synes, det er meget påfaldende, at når man ser på verdenshistorien gennem 100, om ikke tusinder af år, så er det perfekt timet med cykluser, altså bare i større tidsskala end et filmmanuskript på 2 timer, men over en 100-års periode for eksempel, at så kører det op og ned med kriser og konflikter, som hver gang tydeligvis er manipuleret. Og det eneste reelle, hvis man siger, det giver ingen mening, det er jo ondskab, rent ud sagt, og at der er ikke noget formål med det. Der vil jeg gerne sige, jo, der er et formål med det, og formålet er befolkningsreduktion ned til et absolut minimum for at opnå målet, nemlig global, privat ejet verdensdominans på de royale familiers hænder. Og det er et faktum, og jeg vil meget gerne dokumentere det og diskutere det og snakke om det, fordi det her, det er altså bare noget af det aller vigtigste, at folk bliver nødt til at forstå. At FN er en verdensregering, en verdensdiktatur, og NATO er en verdenshær til at håndhæve de nye globale, tyranniske regler. Så.
Okay. Nu siger du gerne vil dokumentere det. Hvad kunne du starte med at dokumentere, Jakob? Det var nogle spørgsmål påstande her, vi ser mod de royale.
Jamen, det er jo at se på, hvad det er for nogle personer, hvad det er for nogle medlemmer, at vi ser i organisationer som Bilderberg-gruppen for eksempel. Og du kan se, at de har altid været meget, meget lyssky omkring pressedækning. Og da jeg startede med det her i Danmark, der fik man altid at vide, at man var en konspirationstosse, at Bilderberg-gruppen slet ikke eksisterede. Og grunden til, at den ikke eksisterede, er jo selvfølgelig, at de møder per definition ville være ulovlige. Det vil være forræderi. Nu, hvor at de så begynder at komme ud af hotellerne og sige, ja, jeg kommer fra Bilderberg-gruppen, ligesom han gjorde ham, den hollandske finansminister nu her, og står og siger, vi er helt åbne der, vi kommer her, og det er helt okay. Pointen er bare, at nu der gør de sig så helt åbenlyst. Og så er det der med, at så er folks tankegang vendt over fra, at det ikke eksisterer, fordi det vil være ulovligt, til at når man nu eksisterer det, men når de så indrømmer det, så er det jo fordi, det er lovligt. Nej, det er ikke lovligt, fordi man gør noget ulovligt og siger, at man gør det. Det ændrer altså godt nok ikke lovgivningen. Det vil jeg godt lige hilse og sige til alle dem, der tror, at man bare kan sige, at nu gør jeg det ude i det åbne, så er det lovligt. Hvis jeg røver en bank på højlys dag, så er det altså lige så ulovligt, som hvis jeg går ud og gør det.
Altså det er ulovligt, det er fordi, de har intentioner, der er landsforræderiske, som du siger.
Nej, det er det faktisk ikke engang. Altså dagsordnerne, og det er det, jeg siger, at man kan se, der udspiller sig. Men altså bare det, de møder hinanden som statsledere i hemmelighed, uden befolkningen må vide, hvad der foregår. Bare det punkt alene, så er det sådan ligegyldigt, om de planlagde og giver os alle sammen efterløn, og om de simpelthen planlægger et surprise party, når vi skal gå på pension, eller hvad det end er, at de sidder og planlægger, så er det stadigvæk forræderi, fordi at vi betaler deres løn i bund og grund. De arbejder for os. Så skal de ikke gå ind bag lukkede døre og snakke om noget som helst hemmeligt på vores vegne. Vi vil gerne være deltagende i vores liv og vores levende, uanset om det er på godt eller skidt.
Har du nogen anelse om, hvad der har stået på dagsordenen i den her omgang på Bilderberg-mødet her i København?
Ikke særlig meget nu, fordi jeg har slet ikke tjekket noget, fordi at jeg er langt væk hjemmefra her.
Har ikke noget,
det ved jeg da helt klart, der er, men jeg har ikke fulgt så meget med, fordi at jeg har ikke været ved computer eller haft. Jeg har ikke set tv i snart 12 år, og sådan noget. Men altså, jeg ved, at der har været forskellige ting på bordet. Ja. Det, jeg har hørt om, det er sådan noget som fracking med at trække naturgas op af undergrunden, som så også har den bivirkning og højst sandsynligt, og i hvert fald over noget tid, også forurene grundvandet, sådan at folk bliver syge og dør af det. Ja. Og sådan nogle ting. Ja. Men ellers så har det, altså noget jeg ved, de har været meget bekymret for, det har været det der med at pressen er opmærksom på det nu, og der er flere og flere medier, der begynder at nævne dem i det hele taget.
Det
og det er også derfor, jeg kunne forstå, at i år, der har de så splittet det op, sådan at de rigtige Bilderberg-monguler, helt oppe i toppen, de mødes faktisk på Bilderberg Hotel i Holland, hvor de startede det hele i år, for at kunne gøre det lidt fordækt, men der er så nogen, der har spottet dem i Holland, at det er der af toppen, som mødes. Sådan at det faktisk, ligesom med Freemason-logen, har Portmasons, det er dem, der laver dokumentarfilm og sådan noget, til tv, som faktisk ikke aner, hvad det er, der foregår. De er så ikke lukket ind, men de tror, at de kender alle resultaterne, og at siger, at der er ikke noget fordækt i det. At det har jeg bare ligesom opfattelsen af, at det er dem, man har sendt til København. Men der foregik ikke nogen møder højst sandsynligt på Marriott Hotel, som sådan, at de indlogerer sig og afleverer deres tasker, og når det efter ham der, han var ude, jeg kan ikke huske, hvad han hed, men finansministeren fra Holland. Jeg lod mærke til, at efter han havde stået og snakket med os her i forgårs, så lige da han gik, så gik vi ned for at få noget mad. Og et kvarter efter, der kom han altså gående og så helt panisk ud over, at jeg nikkede til ham, da vi fik øjenkontakt, at jeg kunne genkende ham. For der kom han gående i sådan noget brun mainstream tøj, og for at blende ind. Og der var han altså på vej ned i byen for at skulle holde møder, ikke? Altså private møder på private caféer og sådan noget, hvor de har lejet sig ind. Så at det er stadigvæk fordækt. Det kan godt være, at vi har et hotel, vi kan stå og råbe af og skæve os som åndssvage, men i den her ombæring, der har der højst sandsynligt ikke været nogen på selve hotellet, der har skulle noget med møder i hvert fald. De andre år, der har det jo helt klart været forstyrrende af sådan nogen som Alex Jones har kommet ud og stået og buhornet, Bilderberg-gruppen, hvor de rent faktisk har siddet til møde inde på hotellet, og det har virket meget forstyrrende for dem. Også fordi, at det har faktisk været med til at skabe intern splittelse i gruppen omkring hvad det egentlig er for en reel dagsorden, fordi at der er jo altså mange, der har børn og børnebørn selv. Og ja, der ved man jo også, at chemtrails for eksempel, selvom det hovedsageligt er NATO-land, det bliver sprøjtet over, så grænser jo altså ingen hindring for vind og vejr. Så der er flere og flere, der selv indenfra i hvert fald begynder at få lidt kolde tæer, om ikke på menneskehedens vegne, ligesom jeg selv har, men i hvert fald på deres egne vegne. At ligesom, det kan godt være, at det her sådan, det er ikke fedt lige nu, men der skulle også gerne komme en dag i morgen.
Så. Det er rigtigt. Okay, du lytter til Radio Frihed. Vi tager en kort musikpause her med Muse Uprising.
Yeah.
Radio Frihed. Din hverdag er Christian Aagaard her i studiet, og vi snakker om det nærværende Bilderberg-møde. Bilderberg, en elitær og udemokratisk supermagt, er i byen. Ja, sådan skriver Politikken. Og i artiklen fra Politikken skriver de blandt andet, uden at falde i den konspirationsteoretiske grøft, må vi have blik for, at konspirationerne, men også rækken af habitklædte direktører, politikere, diplomater og meningsdannere, der strømmer mod København, er et symptom på det demokratiske underskud i det globale samfund, som klodens befolkning dagligt må affinde sig med. Og det var altså ikke Radio Frihed, der sagde disse ord, det var Politikken. Så hvad vil du sige til det, Jakob?
Jamen, altså, jeg sidder og kommer til at tænke på, at grunden til, at man ikke vil forbyde rocker har rygmærker herhjemme, det er jo netop af frygten for, at de vil gå under jorden, at man så ikke engang kan identificere rockerne mere ude i samfundet. Og det kan man næsten drage parallellen til sådan noget som Bilderberg, at efter 2. verdenskrig såkaldt sluttede, der nazisterne, de forsvandt altså ikke. De omorganiserede sig. Vi er netop det, jeg også snakker om sidste gang med Operation Paperclip, hvor nazisterne tog til USA og England og Alaska og fordelte sig rundt omkring i verden og sætter det system op, vi kender i dag. Og det er jo en helt fordækt dagsorden, hvor at SS-officer prins Bernhard fra den royale nazistiske elite i Holland er medstifter af sådan en loge som Bilderberg-gruppen efter at Nürnberg-processen var over, hvor de royales patsier var blevet henrettet, sådan at de ikke kunne informere verden omkring de ting. Ja, altså en patsy, det er bare et mellemled, en syndebuk mellem de egentlige håndhævere af en ugerning, og så...
Nu siger du, at det er nazister, der styrer verden i dag. Det er jo ikke Hitlers efterkommere, men det er måske nogen, der var højrestående end det nazistiske parti. Er det det, du mener?
Ja, lige præcis. Det der med, som jeg siger, med Tool Society, Hitler var med i, at det er den samme dagsorden.
Hvorfor Society?
Tool Society.
Truth?
Tools.
Tools,
ja.
Altså værktøj?
Ja, sådan derhen.
Jeg skal bare lige have det igen.
Ja.
Hvordan staver du det?
Ja, det er jo så lige...
Okay, godt.
Altså ikke lige huske.
Ja, okay, godt.
TU, TH, nej, det skal jeg ikke lige begynde.
Ja, okay, godt.
Vi finder ud af på Google, ja. Men jo, Hitler var med i Tool Society, som er et hemmeligt samfund, og det er det samme, jeg siger med, at Bilderberg-gruppen er et hemmeligt samfund, eller Skull and Bones og Council of All Nations og alle de andre, og at deres dagsorden har bare ikke ændret sig, men de har omorganiseret sig, og netop kører det, ligesom jeg snakker om før, med rockerne uden rygmærk. I dag, der har de bare ændret logo, ændret nogle strategier, fået et smil på frem for uniformer med dødningehoveder på. Men det er lidt ligesom at se sådan en Tim Burton-film som Mars Attack, hvor at vi bliver invaderet, og de render rundt og siger, we come in peace, altså vi kommer med fred, imens de skyder vildt omkring sig, mens de smiler over hele femmeren. Og det er helt seriøst det, jeg oplever, når vi har sådan en som for eksempel ham, den hollandske finansminister, der kommer ud, og så står han bare og griner af os, der står og er virkelig bekymret over deres befolkningsreduktionsdagsorden, hvor han ført over på, nej, prøv at høre her, folk lever meget længere, end de nogensinde har gjort før. Vi er så mange ældre, som vi aldrig har været før, og det er netop fordi, vi lever så sundt, og er så gode til at passe på os selv og så oplyste, hvor jeg afbryder ham faktisk og siger, at det passer jo ikke, at det handler jo om, at der ikke bliver født så mange børn, fordi vi har fået alle de steriliserende stoffer jo. Og så bliver han jo sådan helt, ligesom om, nu skal jeg ikke komme og ødelægge hans gode spind, fordi det passer jo ikke, at det er fordi, vi lever sundt, at der bliver flere ældre. Det er jo fordi, at vi ikke får flere børn, at der bliver flere ældre, men overordnet set, der falder befolkningstallet faktisk.
Ja. Hvad var det, du siger? Jo, du nævnte, at de havde nazistisk baggrund, de der Bilderberger der.
Ja.
Kan du sige noget mere om det?
Jamen, det er jo som sagt der, at hovedformålet med Bilderberg-gruppen, det er jo at fortsætte ideologien om at skabe en verdensregering og en verdenshær. Og det er jo ikke noget, der sker over en nat. Så det er jo ligesom som med Fabian Society, de har et logo med skildpadden, der ser meget vred ud med, at den ene pote er knyttet, hvor der så står, at when we strike hard. Og det er jo det der sådan med, at det er en meget langsommelig proces, hvor folk slet ikke oplever at det som de der hændelser, der sker over lang tid, som værende forbundet. Der er mange, der slet ikke kan se en forbindelse mellem det, man kalder false flag, altså et statssponsoreret terrorangreb i deres eget land, hvor de ikke kan se en sammenhæng mellem Hitler, der brændte hans egen rigsstat ned, som kom frem netop i Nürnberg-retssagen, eller en Bush-regering top, vil jeg sige. Det var ikke Bush personligt, men at de også stod bag en false flag 11. september 2001, hvor de så brændte World Trade, eller sprængte World Trade Center ned. Yeah. En Gulf of Tonkin-hændelse i Vietnam, som aldrig fandt sted, hvor at amerikanske patruljebåde skulle have blevet angrebet. Og det eksisterede slet ikke. Men det er det der med, at folk de glemmer, ikke? At hvis man ikke kender historien, så er man dømt til at gentage den. Og det er det, at vi ser, der sker gang på gang.
Men folk er jo uinformerede jo. Og nu nævnte du om den hollandske finansminister der. Jamen, hvem ved, hvor meget han egentlig, om det er måske slet ikke hans virkelighed, at Bilderberg er, som du siger, det er. Det er måske hans virkelighed, at det er en god ting, at vi skal have et verdenssamfund, således at der ikke længere kan opstå krige.
Ja, men lige præcis. Altså, der er mange, der ser fælles regler som en rigtig god ting, netop fordi, at så er der jo ikke nogen, der bliver snydt nærmest. Ikke? Men det er jo det, der er sådan med, at hvis jeg bor i Danmark, og jeg er træt af de danske love, så har det jo altid været min ret. Det er jo min frihed, at jeg kan sige, jamen jeg bryder mig ikke om det danske skattesystem, eller den danske statsminister, eller hvad det nu kan være. Og så har jeg ret og frihed til at flytte til et andet land, der vel at mærke har nogle andre regler. Men når man globaliserer, skråstreg i parentes, harmoniserer verdens love på den måde, som er i gang med nu, Hvem er det så, har noget at skulle have sagt? Jamen, så er det en lille håndfuld af private familier, der sidder og skal diktere resten af verden. Og jeg har hørt det fra flere kilder, at hvis du samlede dem, der styrer verden der, så er det omkring lidt over 6.000 fra de royale familier, der rent faktisk sender beskeder ned til styregrupper og arbejdsgrupper i de andre hemmelige samfund, hvor at de medlemmer, de jo så også spreder sig ud til andre hemmelige samfund, hvor at de så kommer med deres vinkler og deres information. Men det er jo ligesom en fabrik, hele det her system sat op, hvor at nej, det er ikke alle medlemmer, der ved alting, og det er overhovedet heller ikke meningen. Det er ligesom en fabrik, hvor der er en, der sidder og laver noget betræk, og han ved ikke engang, hvad det er til. Og der er en, der sidder og laver en eller anden dims, som de heller ikke ved, hvad det er til. Men man skal ligesom lukke alle dørene op og stå og kigge igennem hele produktionen for at forstå, når det er en bil, der bliver lavet i sidste ende.
Nu involverer du de royale. Det kan godt virke lidt overraskende for mange mennesker. Ja. Fordi i manges bevidsthed er vores dronning jo ikke en person, der har nogen egentlig magt.
Nej.
Hvordan mener du, det forholder sig?
Ja, den diskussion, den kan man jo trække ud i mange timer, skulle jeg sige. Fordi det er igen noget med folks perception og også egen forståelse af det der med, om man er royal, at nu lever vi i et monarki. Og så vil man jo meget gerne, når man nu lever i noget, så er det sådan meget naturligt, at man gerne vil bakke op og prøve at se det positive i sin egen situation i virkeligheden, for at rationalisere og sige, jamen, jeg er da glad, jeg er da lykkelig. Fordi det er jo det, alle folk søger og gerne vil være, og det er også derfor, at Danmarks befolkning jo bliver kåret gang på gang til at være det mest lykkelige folkefærd i verden. Men i virkeligheden nok er bare, fordi de er de mest hjernevaskede i verden. Men det kan man så også se, når der så ikke kommer flere til sådan en Bilderberg-demonstration, som der rent faktisk gjorde det, at det har været hamrende skuffende at komme over helt fra Esbjerg, og så se, at der står 100 mennesker ude på en plads der, i forhold til, at man troede og forventede, at der ville komme mellem 2.000 og 3.000 mennesker. Men så er det jo så også opløsende at finde ud af, hvor engageret dem, der rent faktisk kommer, de er. Og nu kommer jeg godt nok lige lidt væk fra spørgsmålet. Hvad var spørgsmålet?
Jamen, det var, hvordan du ville forklare, at de royale vitterligt skulle være involveret i lovgivningen. Altså, jeg ved godt, at dronningen faktisk kan underskrive hver eneste lov fra vores folketing. Så teoretisk set kan hun faktisk nægte at skrive en lov under. Men at forholder det sig virkelig sådan, mener du, at hun også benytter sig af den magt?
Nu siger du teoretisk set, der vil jeg sige, at det er jo ikke teori, når vi har en kontrakt. Befolkningen har faktisk en kontrakt med kongehuset, kan man sige. Og det er jo det, vi kalder grundloven. Og grundloven beskriver jo sådan set de der magtinstanser. Vi kan dele lidt op og sige, at der er den lovgivende, den dømmende og den udøvende magt. Og det er jo så det, at man inden for Folketingets hjemmeside kan læse, at delt op i flere instanser. Men jeg kan sige, at læser man selve grundloven, så vil man faktisk kunne se, at oppe i toppen, der er den øverste ansvarlig faktisk kongen. Eller nu med de her regler, vi har i Danmark, fordi vi ikke har nogen konge, at det er dronningen, der faktisk har det øverste ansvar. Og hvis du læser grundloven, så står der altså, at de er ansvarsfri. De kan ikke stå til ansvar. Hvis der er nogen, der skal stå til ansvar for noget som helst, så bliver det dem, der er under kongehuset. Og det er altså politikerne. Politikere kan godt blive stillet til ansvar for deres handlinger. Ja. I princippet, der vil jeg så bruge ordet princip, fordi der kan man jo se sådan noget som, at Anders Fogh og Per Stig Møller gik ind og aftalte med Højesteret, at de aldrig nogensinde, mens de lever, ville kunne blive retsforfulgt for krigsforbrydelser, inden de overhovedet invaderede Irak, så man kunne godt lugte, at der var noget på gære, inden at Irak-krigen egentlig gik i gang overhovedet, ikke? Men der aftaler Anders Fogh og Per Stig Møller simpelthen med Højesteret, at de ikke kan blive retsforfulgt og blive sendt til krigsforbryderdomstolen i Haag, så længe de lever. Men altså, det er jo også det, jeg har stået og råbt og skreget om, og jeg er blevet helt hæs over, at vi har ikke brug for at retsforfølge krigsforbrydere, når de er døde. Vi har ikke brug for at skulle afdække noget, hverken 20 eller 60 eller nu aldrig, ligesom med John F. Kennedys mor, hvor at de siger, at de vil åbne sagen det år, og så udskyder de det, og så får vi aldrig sandheden alligevel. Og selv hvis man fik sandheden, så ville det hele være sorte papirer, fordi at alt det, der står på papirerne, er streget ud eller et eller andet. Altså, vi får aldrig nogensinde sandheden belyst fra officielle kilder. Så vi bliver nødt til at gå til den alternative presse og alternative medier.
Nu nævner du, at kongehuset er ansvarsfrit, men Men at de ifølge grundloven, altså at dog er den ledende magt i landet. Er det sådan?
Ja.
Det skal forstås.
Ja. Det er også det, jeg siger der. Hvis folk er i tvivl, så kan de jo gå ind og studere sådan noget som dronningerunden, for eksempel. Hvor det er dronningen, der møder op og udpeger, hvem der skal danne regering i bund og grund. Og at det er jo ikke en demokratisk proces. Altså. Og i det hele taget, når man går til folketingsvalg, så er alle dem, der står på valglisten, folk de føler, at det er nogen, de kan vælge ved at sætte et kryds. Men hele listen er udvalgt på forhånd. Så har man et valg, når du går ned og skal sætte et kryds på en, som er udvalgt på forhånd. Og så kan man komme over på, at det er jo det samme med vores samfund, hvis jeg skal beskrive det ud fra det. Så kan man sige, at mange de tror, vi lever et demokrati, hvor at vi har et frit valg. Og jeg vil sige, at der er en stor misforståelse der, at hvis man skal forstå det, jeg snakker om her, så skal man se på termer som duopoly, hvor det handler om, at du har to valg, i modsætning til et monopoly, som er et diktatur, hvis man snakker samfundsmæssige faktorer. Et duopoly, der har du to valg, og det er det, vi har i Vesten. Det er, at du kan stemme på rød blok eller blå blok. Du kan gå på McDonald's, eller du kan gå på Burger King. Du kan købe en Coca-Cola, eller du kan købe en Pepsi. Du har to valg reelt set. Du kan gå på Bakken, eller du kan gå i Tivoli. Jeg kunne blive ved. Vi har igennem hele vores samfund, hvor at, hvis man skulle tage det gamle kommunistiske system, så ville folk jo være klar over, at de levede i et diktatorisk system, når at staten siger, at du har det her valg, og ikke andet. Men folk føler sig så seriøst frie, bare det de har muligheden for at sige, at de gerne vil have den røde eller den blå dåse. Ja. Men i virkeligheden, når de åbner dåsen, så er det ligegyldigt, hvad farve det var. Det er fuldstændig det samme, der er nede i dåsen. Og det er det samme med vores demokrati, for at føre det over på politik. At der har du den røde fløj, og du har den blå fløj. Du har den ene højre vinge, og du har den venstre vinge. Og hvad er det, man symboliserer inden for politik, når man siger vinge? Jamen, det er jo en fugl. Og hvad er det, at der styrer højre vinge og venstre vinge på en fugl? Det er en central styret hjerne, der sidder lige i midten af det hele og styrer vingernes vingeslag, sådan at fuglen flyver derhen, hvor hjernen vil. Men vingerne har egentlig ikke noget valg. De er bare motoren for at skulle få fuglen derhen, hvor den vil. Og symbolisk set, så er det så befolkningen, der er vingerne, men vingerne har ikke nogen fri vilje. I bedste fald, så tror vingerne, at de har en fri vilje, fordi de selv kan slå op og ned. Men i virkeligheden, så bliver vores bevægelser, vores handlinger, vores tankegang, vores valg til folketingsvalg og sådan noget, de bliver rent faktisk styret af den samme hjerne, der sidder i midten.
Du mener ikke, at der er den store forskel mellem at stemme socialdemokratisk eller på venstre?
Nej, altså nu skulle jeg lige til at sige det. Synes du, der er det? Altså, fordi ja. Det er jo det der sådan med, at alle politikere, det skal man være klar over, hvis en politiker stiller sig op og har et valgprogram, og siger, jeg har den og den overbevisning, så skal man bare vide, at du behøves overhovedet ikke at høre på, hvad de siger. Du behøves overhovedet ikke at læse deres valgprogram. Det bedste, du kan gøre, det er at sidde og kigge på dem og se, om du synes, de har nogle søde øjne eller noget fint hår. For 100% i det øjeblik, du har stemt på dem, og de er blevet valgt ind, så det eneste, jeg gentager bare lige for effekt, det eneste, de står til regnskab overfor, det er deres personlige holdning. Og det ser man jo gang på gang, at politikere lige så snart de er valgt ind, så i gåseøjne ændrer de mening. Fordi så har de altså nogle finanser, nogle andre dagsordner bag sig, end det de egentlig bliver valgt ind på, og så følger de bare det. Og det må de gerne. Og så kan folk godt stå ved 1. maj og både buge og råbe og kaste rådne æg og sådan noget, og sige, at du forræder, fordi du har brudt dine valgløfter og sådan noget. Men nej, det eneste, de har gjort, det er faktisk bare at følge politikens regler, altså spillereglerne inden for politik. Og hvis man kender lidt til politik, så ved man det, jeg lige siger nu. At en politiker, der bliver stemt ind, står kun til ansvar over for sin egen personlige holdning. Og sådan en personlig holdning hos en politiker, den kan jeg godt garantere for, at den kan både købes og betales og trues.
Vi skal høre et nummer her. Du har selv valgt det, kan jeg næsten regne ud.
Ja.
Kan du lige fortælle om det?
Ja, det er Floatboats med nummeret Handlebars. Og det var fuldstændig ukendt band, og det er egentlig også et lidt specielt nummer, men Handlebars, jeg synes bare, den siger mange ting, fordi at egentlig så handler det jo både om borgerne, men det handler også om politikerne, hvor at man kan sige, at vi tror faktisk, vi kan køre på cykel uden at holde på styret hele tiden. Og det kan man ikke, fordi der kommer et sving på et eller andet tidspunkt, der kommer en sten, der kommer et bump i vejen, men lige nu, der kører vi frit fald i Vesten ved, at vi har taget hænderne af styret, og så holder hænderne op for øjnene og siger, alt er bare fint, alt er bare godt, se, det kører bare derudad, vi får mere og mere fart på, men på et eller andet tidspunkt, så siger det altså bare smang. Siden 2008, kan jeg sige, med økonomien der har vi skræntet ned ad bakken, vi er i frit fald, og det eneste, vi sådan set mangler, det er at ramme jorden, men alle andre, der ikke forstår den effekt, de sidder bare og siger, det går da fint nok, jeg kan ikke se noget problem. Nej, for vi har ikke ramt jorden endnu, og det er sådan set bare den ideologi, den tankegang, at Handlebars handler om.
Værsgo. Lytter til Radio Frihed. Og det nummer, vi lige hørte her, var med Flowbots, ligesom i ordet robots, og nummeret hed Handlebars. Og I kan finde det på YouTube. Der er over 14 millioner, der har hørt og set videoen her. Fantastisk. Jeg har Jakob Laursen i studiet her. Jakob er en aktivist helt over fra det mørke Jylland. Velkommen til, Jakob.
Jo, tak.
Vil du ikke fortælle os lidt om dine personlige oplevelser ved at komme herover hele vejen fra Esbjerg, for at ytre din holdning over for de habitklædte banditter, som du jo kalder dem?
Ja, banditter og habiter, eller hvad? Ja. Jo, men da vi kommer til, den dag 1, det har så været onsdag, hvor vi kommer gående op fra banegården, der når jeg råber mig hæs, nærmest fra banegården og helt ned til pladsen.
Det.
Og man oplever ikke andet end folk, der hujer og hejer og siger skide godt og vinker og vifter og føler en kæmpe opbakning. Men når man så kommer ned til selve buret...
Må jeg spørge om noget? Råbte du i sådan en...
En megafon.
Nå.
Ja, megafon der.
Ja.
Sådan noget, kom til Kalvebod Brygge 5 til Bilderberg demo og sådan noget. Jo.
Og hvad var dag var det?
Jamen, det har været onsdag.
Okay.
Har det ikke det? Jo.
Torsdag eller fredag? Jeg troede, det var torsdag, de startede.
Jo, det skal nok... torsdag selvfølgelig. Ja.
Okay.
Ja. Bare fordi dagene flyder helt sammen her, fordi man nærmest har været på konstant. Ja. Så jo, men så gik jeg simpelthen og råbte i min megafon der, og fik en masse positiv respons. Men når man så kommer ned til selve pladsen der, så er det lidt demoraliserende at se, at der er så få, men altså, man blev opløftet af stemningen og sådan noget. Og så her i går, der standede jeg så op lige nede i Tivoli, der var på vej ned til pladsen, bare lige for at lige hurtigt informere folk nede ved Tivoli der, ligesom jeg gjorde på vej derned om torsdagen. Og jeg nåede lige at råbe i buehornet der en 10 sekunder og 15 sekunder, og så kom der en bus med politifolk, der lige omringede mig og sagde, at de skulle have mit navn og nummer. Så siger jeg, har jeg gjort noget forkert? Nej, det havde jeg ikke. Men de skulle have mit navn og nummer, så siger jeg, har jeg gjort noget ulovligt? Nej, det havde jeg heller ikke. Jeg skulle bare give mit navn og nummer. Og så siger jeg, men hvorfor? Jeg spørger han helt vildt til ham, der betjenten, kigger meget surt på mig og siger, du står her og skaber dig og generer folk, så har jeg krav på at vide, hvem du er. Og så kunne jeg se, at der var halvdelen af bussen, der løb over for at tage nogle af dem, jeg kendte, der stod og ventede over på den anden side af vejen, og også bare antastede folk, der bare stod og kiggede på, og skulle have deres navn og nummer, og så tænkte jeg, okay, jeg er offentlig person der, det er okay, I må gerne vide, hvem jeg er. Jeg synes bare, det er en lidt mærkelig måde, når I siger, at jeg ikke har gjort noget forkert. Så kommer han tilbage lidt efter og siger, jamen du er clearet der, du er jo ikke eftersøgt for noget, eller har nogen domme eller noget, så jeg kunne bare gå videre der. Så siger han, men hvis vi tager dig igen med at stå og råbe eller lave sådan nogle ting, som du lige har gjort, så får du forbud mod at komme til demonstrationen. Så får du forbud mod at være i det her område. Så siger jeg, sagde du ikke lige, at jeg ikke har gjort noget forkert? Jamen det har du heller ikke, du er fri til at gå, men du skal bare vide, at du bliver bortvist, hvis det er, at du gør det igen. Og så havde jeg bare undret mig over i retssamfundet, hvordan at politiet kan stå og sige, at du har ikke gjort noget forkert, du har ikke brugt loven, men hvis du gør det igen, så bortviser vi dig. Og det eneste, de egentlig henviser til, det er retsplejeloven, hvor der står jo, at de kan kræve navn og nummer på et hvilket som helst givet tidspunkt. Og det kan man jo så synes, om det er demokratisk eller ej. Altså name and number, jeg synes, det lyder meget som noget, vi kender fra
Men har 40'erne. Politiet altså ikke været meget flinke under demonstrationen?
Det kan du tro. Politiet, der var dernede, de har jo også en helt speciel patrulje der netop er sat af til sådan nogle demonstrationer. Det er dem med de hvide hatte, der render rundt og netop er indstillet på at snakke med folk. Talepolitiet, eller hvad de kalder det. Kommunikationspolitiet der, hvor at, dem kan man både filme og snakke med og tale med og sådan noget. Men mange af de andre betjente der bare render rundt i almindelig uniform der, de har været meget, meget opfarende og aggressive over for den mindste. Men selve politiet nede ved demonstrationen, at de har været utrolig høflige og utrolig venlige og utrolig imødekommende. Og at der var der også flere af dem der synes det var meget spændende at sætte sig ind i, hvad Bilderberg egentlig handlede om. Og faktisk godt kunne se, at det var et demokratisk problem. Men som sagt, der er også mange af de betjente, uanset hvor gode og moralske mennesker de er, som stadig bare har den her, men det er altså stadig bare et job, ikke? At beskytte dem. Men det er et demokratisk problem, at vi betaler vores skattekroner til politi, der beskytter bogstaveligt talt pædofile og krigsforbrydere og andre lovbrydere, forrædere, som mødes bag lukkede døre til de her møder. Som for eksempel en Henry Kissinger, der er efterlyst i mange lande, både for pædofili og krigsforbrydelser og sådan noget. Og at vi ikke tager vare om at få disse mennesker pillet ud til siden, og så få dem retsforfulgt. Altså, det er dybt deprimerende. Altså, en ting er, at selve møderne er forræderi på faktisk alle planer, men at de personer, der så møder op i lande, hvor de endda er eftersøgt, ikke engang kan blive retsforfulgt, fordi de er der, citat, uofficielt. Altså, det er virkelig demoraliserende for ens retsfølelse. Og du kan ikke huske, hvad landet det er. For eksempel sådan en som Henry Kissinger har været med til Bilderberg-møder i, hvor at civile folk møder op og siger, så laver vi en civil anholdelse på ham, hvor politiet siger til dem, at det kan I ikke få lov til, fordi at vi er her for at beskytte medlemmerne af logemødet her, og desuden er han her jo slet ikke officielt. Så der er for meget diplomatisk immunitet over de her sådan, mennesker, at de kan jo stort set gøre, hvad de vil, og så stadigvæk rejse til lande, hvor de er eftersøgt, og så bare sige, jamen jeg har ikke officielt. Ja. Og den form for, og det er også det samme med PET. PET, hvis de går ud og fjerner en på åben gade, alle står og ser det, jamen der er ingen, der har set det, hvis de gør det, og de ikke vil have, at du ved det, fordi så er det jo bare hemmeligt. Så er det jo en teori, så er du en konspirationsteoretiker, hvis du siger, at du har set nogen, der kommer og hentet en mand på åben gade, hvor alle har stået og set det. Fordi, nej, de arbejder over regeringen. Hvis de siger, at de ikke har gjort det, så har de jo ikke. Og det skal vi jo bare tro på. Og det er hele den der tanke med, at vi skal tro på, hvad myndighederne siger. At hvis man stiller spørgsmålstegn ved noget som helst, så er man bare en konspirationsteoretiker. Og der vil jeg altså godt lige sætte en stor streg over teori, fordi at en konspiration er altså en konspiration, når en eller flere mennesker slår sig sammen om at lave noget mod andre, enten godt eller dårligt. Det kan jo ikke kun at være negativt. Som sagt, det kan lige så godt være et surprise party, men det er stadigvæk en konspiration og ikke en teori, når man kan dokumentere, at tingene foregår. Hvis folk snakker om, at rigsdagsbranden i Tyskland var en teori, jamen det er så dokumenteret. Altså, den brændte ned. Der var ikke nogen rigsdag bagefter, fordi den var brændt ned. Jamen, så er det et faktum. Så er det ikke en teori, at rigsstaten er væk. Hvis man kan ud og se, at den er brændt ned, at den er væk, jamen, så er det jo et faktum. Så er det et konspirationsfaktum, ikke en teori.
Vi skal tænke på at afrunde vores udsendelse her, Jakob. Jeg synes, det har været fantastisk dejligt at have dig på besøg her i København, og at du vil komme og møde op i Radio Frihed og komme med dine synspunkter. Er der noget, du vil runde udsendelsen af med til vores lyttere?
Det skulle lige være, at Eisenhower advarede menneskeheden. Hele verden advarede Eisenhower i sin afskedstale i USA som præsident om det militære industrielle kompleks, som han så som det aller værste i verden, som virkelig den største trussel mod hele menneskeheden. Og så også sådan noget som John F. Kennedy, han var inde på i hans times radiotale, inden han blev skudt i Dallas, med, at han snakker mod hemmelige samfund, mod hemmelige dagsordner, og for åbenhed i pressen, at pressen skal ikke være bange for at dække korrupte ting, der foregår i regeringen, af frygt for repressalier, økonomiske repressalier igen, og bare tænke, at det er bare et job, men at de skulle gå ind og belyse virkelig information, fordi ellers så er vi alle sammen i overhængende fare. Og det viste sig jo så også, at han havde fuldstændig ret, at det er en personlig fare, man udsætter sig selv for, når man ikke lever fuldstændig ude i det åbne med alle de ting, som man ved, der foregår. Og John F. Kennedy, han var jo i mange øjne en rigtig god mand, men han var også en insider, som bare fandt ud af, at de ting, han var gået med til, at det var kun småting i forhold til de ting, at der var i vente for ham, efter han kom ind som præsident. Det var John F. Kennedy, der blev præsenteret i 1962 for at skulle stå bag Operation Northwoods, hvor man skulle fly ind i høje bygninger i det indre Manhattan, dengang for at invadere Cuba. Og det var der, at John F. Kennedy rystende og bævende sagde nej tak, selvom L.L. Lemingser, stabschefen for Pentagon, allerede på forhånd havde skrevet under, sådan at det var lige til at gå til. Og det var sådan noget, der skræmte John F. Kennedy til at ville lukke den føderale bank i USA ned, og i hvert fald gøre den over på folkelige hænder igen, og så simpelthen afskaffe CIA. Og det var de processer, han begyndte at sætte i gang, samtidig med, at han pludselig siger nej til at indgå en pagt med djævlen i bund og grund, ved at skrive under på false flag terror i USA med høje fly ind i høje bygninger. Det var sådan en vifte af ting, der skete i kølvandet på det, at der endte op med hans død. Og det eneste, jeg gerne vil have ud til det danske folk her på falderebet, det er bare vend øjnene indad. Se på, hvad er det, du mener. Lad være med at bare høre på autoriteter blindt, men vær tro mod dig selv. Lyt på din egen stemme. Mærk på dig selv, hvad der er rigtigt og hvad der er forkert. Sandheden er derude, og den er faktisk meget åbenlys, hvis man først begynder at fjerne sløret fra øjnene, sådan man kan se klart, at så er det ikke uafhængige hændelser, der foregår rundt omkring i verden. Der er faktisk en tråd igennem de ting, der foregår globalt, med både krige og alt det, man synes, der er så kaotisk og så frygteligt og ikke giver nogen mening. Men der er en mening bag, men meningen er meget, meget mørk. Og det er den mørke mening, at vi skal til at have frem i lyset, sådan at vi kan danne vores egen mening og få vores mening frem i lyset, sådan at vi kan komme til at leve et frit og åbent liv, uden at skulle være nervøs for overvågning og terror og i det hele taget leve i frygt. Kom af med frygten, venner. Der er ikke noget at frygte. Vi alle sammen ender med at dø til sidst. Der er ikke noget at frygte. Der er kun frygten selv at frygte. Så lad os komme videre herfra, og det er sådan set bare mit budskab til det danske folk. Tænk selv, drop frygten og vær jer selv.
Tak skal du have, Jacob. Vi slutter af med nummeret af Depeche Mode, John.
Gentlemen, we have called you together to inform you that we are going to overthrow the United States government. Do you still think that jet fuel brought down the World Trade Center? Does anybody else see a problem here? If the government has nothing to hide, why are they so afraid to answer a few questions? This story does not add up.
Listen to me. Listen to your
Things you do? Well, if you're ready for beautiful, natural looking, easy to apply nails, pre-colored in 7 luscious hues, just...
Our impulses are being redirected. We are living in an artificially induced state of consciousness that resembles sleep.
Goddamn hacker, that second damn night that asshole's cut in.
The movement was begun 8 months ago by a small group of scientists who discovered, quite by accident, these signals being sent through...
It's giving me a headache. Yeah, tell me about it. Must took the hackers months to figure out how to do this.
The poor and the underclass are growing. Racial justice and human rights are non-existent. They have created a repressive society, and we are their unwitting accomplices. Their intention to rule rests with the annihilation of consciousness. We have been lulled into a trance. They have made us indifferent to ourselves, to others. We are focused only on our own gain. Please understand, they are safe as long as they are not discovered. That is their primary method of survival. Keep us asleep, keep us selfish, keep us sedated.
They're pulling the water out of the sand like sponges.
Blow it out your ass.
Du lytter til Radio Frihed, lokalradio med indhold. Den her udsendelse handler om Agenda 21, og hvad betyder det? Ja, det kommer du til at lære i den her udsendelse, kære lytter. Vi har telefonisk kontakt med en aktivist, Jakob Laursen fra Esbjerg, og velkommen til, Jakob.
Tak.
Vil du være sød at fortælle lidt om dig selv til at begynde med?
Det kan du tro. Altså, jeg har jo selv mine personlige oplevelser igennem livet her, hvor jeg har erfaret, hvad i virkeligheden er, kan man sige. Fordi at det, vi får præsenteret i mainstream-pressen og tv, det er ikke nødvendigvis altid sandheden, kan man roligt sige. Og altså, mine oplevelser har jo været, at jeg for eksempel, da jeg gik i 7. klasse i 1986, fik en historielærer, der startede første time med at dele historiebøgerne rundt, og så samtidig gør opmærksom på, at det han vil undervise os i, det er jo pensum, det er det, vi skal kunne til eksamen, men sideløbende vil han gerne have lov til at præsentere os for virkeligheden, som han startede første time med at sige, da han delte bøgerne ud, at det er jo altid sejrherrerne af en krig, der skriver historiebøgerne, og at historiebøgerne, som vi fik udleveret, var fuld af manipulation, spind og dermed også løgn. Og det kostede ham i sidste ende jobbet, og det kom simpelthen fra undervisningsministeren, der havde kørt en sag over nogle dage med elever, der var gået hjem og sagt til deres forældre, at vores historielærer siger, at det var nazisterne, der skabte og vandt 2. verdenskrig. Og det gav et frygteligt ramaskrig. Og den afsluttende seance, han havde med rektor for skolen, var, at jamen, du skal ikke undervise børnene i sandheden. Du skal undervise i pensum. Og det var han jo selvfølgelig fuldstændig slået ud over, og stod grædende og fortalte, at han var blevet sagt op. Og så har jeg så hørt senere, at han var blevet lærer på en anden skole som gymnastiklærer, men det gav os alle sammen lidt sådan et wake-up call på det tidspunkt. Men som barn, der tænker man jo ikke så meget over den slags, når man ikke kan se tingene ude på gaderne. Altså, så længe vi ikke ser trammerne, så længe vi ikke ser politi og militær i gaderne, og bomberne ikke fysisk falder over hovedet på os, så har mennesket nok den der sådan med at sådan skubbe det på afstand, lad det ligge. Ja. Men min interesse for alt det her, det blev sådan set vagt op igen, da jeg så i 91 kom i det royale marinekorps, hvor jeg fra 91 til 92 blandt andet havde et års specialvåbentræning, hvor at vores lærer i første lektion, vi havde ham også kun den ene gang, så igen, jeg tænker, det virkede som en akklamering for at se, hvem er med på den her idé nærmest. Mm. Fordi at vi blev simpelthen bedt om, lige fra starten af, snak med sidemanden 2 minutter for I, og så tog han tid. Og så skal I finde ud af at komme med forslag på, hvad er det mest ultimative våben, at man kan bruge mod verdensbefolkningen. Selve ordvalget er jo pudsigt i sig selv, når man sidder i hæren. Og vi snakkede 2 minutter, og da de 2 minutter var gået, så sidder folk og rækker hånden op og siger, men det må være plasmavåben, det må være atomvåben, det må være biologiske våben, racespecifikke våben, alle mulige ting. Og han stod ved at dø af grin, kunne jeg bare se. Og så da alle havde haft lov til at fortælle det, de havde kommet frem til, Så begyndte han så også bare at grine og sige, nej, det er meget mere simpelt. Det handler om fødevare og drikkevand. Hvis militærindustrien får kontrol over fødevare og drikkevand i et land, så er det fuldstændig ligegyldigt, altså at befolkningen oplever ikke engang, at der har været en krig, og de oplever, altså forstår slet ikke, hvad der er sket, og så kan militæret vinde en hvilken som helst krig mod en hvilken som helst land, skråstreg befolkning, uden så meget som at løsne et eneste skud. Og så begyndte han så at snakke om, hvordan CIA havde skabt præcedens i afrikanske lande ved at blande modermælkserstatning op med en form for cement, sådan at 12-24 timer efter børnene havde drukket det, så dehydrerede de, og cementen størknede i mavesækken og i tarmene, og simpelthen blokerede hele deres fordøjelsessystem og den slags. Og så også begyndte at snakke om, at vi faktisk også havde en form for våben i vores fødevare i Vesten. Og det var der mange, der blev fuldstændig chokeret over dengang. Men som sagt, vi snakkede om det nogle dage, og så var det ligesom ude af kroppen igen. Man tænkte ikke over det, man hørte egentlig ikke mere om det. Men pointen er det der, som han siger, at jamen, hovedsageligt i Vesten, der handler det om, at de ting, der er i fødevarene, alle e-numrene, alle de ting, at folk ikke helt ved, hvad er, at det handlede overordnet om at begrænse antallet af fødsler. Simpelthen en form for sterilisering. Og så er der også en, der sidder og fuldstændig lamslået og siger, men vi drikker jo, spiser jo også det her, hvor han siger, ja, men nu mener du i hvert fald, hvad det er, altså, at det er der, og så kan du forholde dig til det, så kan du prøve at undgå det. Men som han også siger, jamen, synes I ikke, at verden er overbefolket? Synes I ikke, at der er for mange mennesker i verden? Hvis der var færre mennesker i verden, ville der jo heller ikke være krig. Og så står han simpelthen og drager parallellen med at befolkningsreducere hele verden for at i bund og grund afskaffe krig. Og der er rigtig mange, der synes, det lyder jo som en god tanke, for, altså opnå fred på den måde. Og det er jo sådan set også det, politikere mange gange gør, når de går ud og begynder at snakke om, at jamen, jeg går ind for at afskaffe hungersnød, eller jeg går ind for at afskaffe fattigdom. Og de kan gå igennem en løgndetektortest og sidde med et smil på, men i virkeligheden, det de egentlig mener, det er at afskaffe dem, der hungrer, afskaffe dem, der sulter, afskaffe fattigdommen ved at afskaffe de fattige i bund og grund.
Præcis.
Og det har jeg også for den skyld, nu er jeg selv på Facebook, jeg kunne ikke lade mig at rose Pernille Rosenkrantz en gang, hun skrev, jamen det virker faktisk som om, at den siddende regering tænker mere på at afskaffe de fattige, end at faktisk afskaffe fattigdommen. Ikke? Hvor jeg også bare skriver, præcis Pernille, altså du har virkelig forstået, hvad det her handler om. Og så har jeg jo så selv efterfølgende også sat mig ind i, hvad er e-nummer. For eksempel at det er petrokemiske affaldsprodukter for olieindustrien, mange af dem. Og sådan noget som E951. Det er så aspartam, og det er jeg så personligt også selv blevet fyret for, faktisk af samme leder for 2 jobs, jeg har haft inden for ældreplejen, fordi jeg har gjort opmærksom på, at jeg kan ikke personligt eller fagligt stå inden for at servere aspartam for folk, specielt ikke, når de ikke har sukkersyge. Fordi det nedbryder immunforsvaret, og det nedbryder stofskiftet, i virkeligheden så tager de på og bliver syge og dårlige af at indtage aspartam. Og det er jeg så blevet fyret for, som sagt, og jeg siger, at selvfølgelig er det trist at blive fyret for et job, men jeg vil kunne se mig selv i øjnene, når jeg skal forlade den her jord, og jeg vil ikke gå på kompromis, ligesom mange andre, der bare siger, at det er bare et job. Nej, det bliver det ikke, når at man ved, at man gør noget, der skader andre. Og det er et helt personligt valg, jeg har taget, og jeg har taget konsekvensen af det på mange punkter i mit liv, både med job og familie og venner, for den sags skyld. Fordi det her, det er altså noget, jeg brænder for, og det er oplysning og sandhed, ikke mindst, at jeg personligt prøver at udleve i min dagligdag, og så sprede ordet så godt,
der vil vi ekstremt gerne støtte dig, Jakob, her fra Radio Frihed. Hvad var det, du sagde, det e-nummer var, som aspartam har?
951.
951. Okay, godt. Så den officer der, han fik jo det til at lyde rigtig pænt, hvordan vi skulle befolkningsreducere planeten og på den måde få fred. På samme måde kan man jo sige, at Agenda 21, som jeg nu vil bede dig om at fortælle, hvem der skrev og hvad det egentlig er, det lyder jo også smadret godt. Jeg har selv været inde og tjekke Agenda 21 ud, den offentlige forkortede version på dansk, men jeg har jo ikke læst den 900 sider lange bog, som er oprindeligt fra FN. Men vil du være sød at forklare nærmere, hvem skrev Agenda 21, og hvad er det?
Ja, altså helt kort der, det er det, jeg siger, det er, at folk kan jo selv gå ind på Google og så skrive Agenda 21 og så navnet på deres by, så vil de få det, der kaldes Lokal Agenda 21 op på skærmen. Og det vil jo blive præsenteret som, at det er den grønne bevægelse, at vi skal lave bæredygtig udvikling i det 21. århundrede. Det er jo egentlig det står for, at nu skal vi til at tænke grønt, at vi skal til at tænke over vores handlen og færden, og for den sags skyld, hvor meget vi udånder af CO2 og den slags. Men altså Agenda 21 i sig selv, det er en 300-siders plan, som sagt for at opnå en bæredygtig udvikling i det 21. århundrede. Og den blev så vedtaget på en FN-konkurrence for miljø og udvikling under UNCED hedder det. Det står for United Nations Conference of Environment and Development i Rio de Janeiro i 1992. Og det er en global plan, men der bliver implementeret lokalt. Og det er under LA21 for Lokal Agenda 21. Men det der er pointen, det er, at det er FN, der bruger landets egne skattekroner på at ansætte folk i lokalområdet. Sådan at det er folk, der har kendskab til området, folk, der snakker sproget, folk, der har den rigtige lokale accent, som kan henvende sig til lokalmiljøet for at sælge den her dagsorden. Og så længe folk de sidder foran deres tv og kun ser nyhederne og hører, hvad de siger i radioen og læser, hvad der er i pressen, og hver gang der bliver nævnt noget, at de ikke er enige med, så tænker de, ja, men så er der nok nogen, der tager hånd om det nu, hvor det har været belyst i pressen. At den holder bare ikke. Altså folk bliver nødt til at selv gå på barrikaderne, finde ud af, hvor er det, at Lokal Agenda 21 bliver kørt fra deres lokalområde, og så simpelthen gå ned og protestere over de tiltag, der sker.
Ja.
Fordi at, nu skal jeg nok lade at springe for meget.
Nej, Jacob, det er totalt perfekt. Jeg gjorde det, du sagde, jeg skulle, at jeg skulle søge på Google Agenda 21, og hvilket jeg var egentlig ikke engang særlig meget bevidst om, hvad Agenda 21 er. Og hvad sker der? Du var fuldkommen ret. Man skal bare skrive Agenda 21 Køge, Agenda 21 Slagelse, Agenda 21... Det vælter rundt med Agenda 21 i vores kommunalsamfund, og hvad pokker har de gang i? Fortæl os det.
Ja, altså den officielle forklaring på Agenda 21, det er jo som sagt, at det handler om, at nu skal vi til at tage vare på naturen og respektere miljøet. Og for den sags skyld, at vi, faktisk det er med, at vi skal redde moder jord, bogstaveligt talt. Og hvad er det, vi skal redde moder jord fra? Den største virus, du kan finde det i reklamer og børnetegnefilm. Det er rigtig meget puttet ind i sådan noget som Cartoon Network og den slags, ikke? Og det handler simpelthen om, at vi skal redde moder jord mod overbefolkning. Det vil sige, at det er menneskeheden, at vi nu skal redde moder jord fra. Og det i sig selv, det er jo en grotesk tanke med udgangspunkt i, at verden faktisk ikke er overbefolket. At eksperterne har skrevet det der med, at Europe is dying, altså Vesten er døende også, med at vi ikke engang kan reproducere os selv, på grund af, at vi har fået alle de steriliserende stoffer gennem fødevarer og drikkevand igennem så mange år. Og at vi faktisk er fuldstændig ufrugtbare, nu også via GMO'er, hvor selv folk, der er frugtbare, der bliver sædcellerne afvist allerede i livmoderen på grund af, at vi simpelthen, vores organismer passer ikke sammen mere. Det er nærmest som en hund og en kat, der prøver at parre sig, at vi bliver simpelthen afvist helt fra undfangelsen. Den når ikke engang at finde sted. Det
var da meget godt sagt.
Men så vil jeg ikke, altså, hvad Agenda 21 i virkeligheden er, at det kan du jo sige, netop med udgangspunkt i, at de sælger det som en grøn bevægelse. Det var også det, egentlig Hitler var inde over, og alle mulige andre igennem tiderne hele tiden bruger moder jord og Gaia-religionen til at sige, jamen vi skal begrænse antallet af mennesker, og hvordan gør man så det? Jamen altså for eksempel sådan noget som med Hitler, der, at folk de siger jo altid det der med, at det var jøderne, han var efter. Hvor jeg også siger, nej, det var ikke jøderne, han var efter. Det er rigtigt, at han gik efter jøderne overvejende, men der var masser af andre nationaliteter og grupper, der også kom ind under den kategori. Og hvis han nåede at blive færdig med at udrydde alle jøderne, Så var han gået videre til alle de handicappede, det vil sige folk, der bare brugte briller eller havde knæproblemer. Den mindste skavank, at de skulle også udryddes. Så havde det været alle de sorte, så var det været polakkerne. Og det er simpelthen bare en systematisk befolkningsreduktion i virkeligheden, hvor de så godt kunne se til sidst i krigen der, at der var jo altså så massiv modstand i befolkningen mod en militær global offensiv, at man simpelthen trak tilbage helt fra de royale side, som jo stod bag både 1. og 2. verdenskrig, de familier, at vi snakker om her, Rockefeller Rothschild og alle deres underfamilier, eller hvad man skal sige, forgreninger ud til Sachs, Cope Gophers, de royale familier fra England, som har forgreninger helt til det danske kongehus og den slags. Og ja.
Du er inde på et ret pinligt område for nogen. Det er helt sikkert. Ting, som måske er lidt svære at bevise, men meget interessant at tage op og kan undersøges nærmere på Google, nemlig hvem er de egentlige bagmænd bag de sidste par århundreders krige. Man kan roligt sige, at 2. verdenskrig var med til at reducere vores befolkning. Der døde jo 6 millioner tyske unge mænd og 20 millioner russiske unge mænd og i uniform. Ja. Og 25 millioner andre civile. Det var omkring 50 millioner mennesker, der blev reduceret med det her. Ja. Så jeg kunne ikke undgå at lægge mærke til, at du sagde, at din historielærer havde sagt, at nazisterne havde vundet krigen. Der må jeg indrømme, der knækkede trådet også lidt for mig. Hvordan mente han, at nazisterne havde vundet krigen?
Jamen, det kan vi godt vende tilbage til, fordi det, han dokumenterede det med, det var jo sådan noget som Operation Paperclip. Det kan folk selv slå op på Wikipedia og se, hvad det handler om. Hvad?
Den skal du lige definere. Operation Paperclip.
Ja, det var det, han startede med, da han skulle fremlægge hans dokumentation for at sige, hvorfor det er, historiebøgerne i virkeligheden lyver og kalder det de allierede, der vandt krigen, ikke? At 2. verdenskrig blev skabt netop for at kunne komme med undskyldningen om aldrig mere krig, og så skabe en central verdensregering, fuldstændig som den Hitler egentlig havde tænkt sig med, hvor man så siger, jamen i stedet for de Hitlers onde regler, så laver vi en central verdensregering med gode regler for at afskaffe krigen. Og det var så det, man gjorde efter krigen jo.
Ja, det var det, der hedder FN i dag, ikke?
Jo, det er FN som en verdensregering, verdensdiktatur, og så NATO som en verdenshær. Og det var ja, jeg kommer til at springe lidt for meget i teksten.
Det er helt okay.
Jeg bare snakker videre her.
Det er helt okay. FN er der jo mange, der opfatter som et positivt organ her på jorden, og det har jeg da selv gjort i hele min barndom, ungdom og voksendom indtil ganske fornyeligt. Fordi man tror jo, at FN er en ægte følt international bevægelse. Men det viser sig jo faktisk, at FN er frontet af folk som Rockefeller.
Ja, lige præcis. Og som jeg også siger, FN er de royale privat ejet institution på lige fod med NATO. Der er ikke mange, der egentlig er klar over det, netop at de tænker, at det skulle være et udspring af noget demokratisk, altså at være demokrati i virkeligheden der, det er et bedrag i sig selv. Det der med, at demos står for mængderne, og krasia, det skulle så være kontrol. Men er det i eller under kontrol? Det kan man jo faktisk definere ordet på to måder. Om det er mængderne i kontrol, eller mængderne under kontrol. Ja. Og demokrati er simpelthen en kæphest for globalister, eller royalister, om du vil. Altså globalisme er for mig det rene nazisme, og det er bare blevet en kæphest at gå og sige den slags. Altså,
det vil nærmere lokkemad, er det ikke, Jacob?
Jo, altså hvor demokrati, det bliver spredt ud som, at det er befolkningen, der er i kontrol, men vel er de ej i kontrol. Selv det mest rene demokrati, vi har set i nyere tid, det var faktisk, da Hitler han kom til magten i Tyskland. Fordi det var et demokratisk valg, hvor han blev valgt. Og det er jo også bare, at så kan 51% af befolkningen i bund og grund beslutte sig for på demokratisk vis at udrydde 49% af befolkningen. Det er 2 ulve og et får, der står og skal beslutte sig for, hvad de skal til aftensmad, for at lave et billede på det, ikke?
Okay, Ja, Hitler han kom jo til ved et demokratisk kup, kunne man nærmest sige. Men for nu at vende tilbage til Agenda 21. Jeg har studeret Agenda 21, og det ser umiddelbart rigtig pænt ud. Der bliver brugt rigtig meget ordet bæredygtig. Ja. Men hvordan definerer man ordet bæredygtig? Og hvad betragtes som bæredygtigt?
Ja, altså for at komme ind på det, så skulle man næsten lige se på, hvad er Agenda 21 i virkeligheden, ikke? Jo. Altså, handlingsplanen under FN, det handler simpelthen om at tage ejerskab og total kontrol over, nu er det bare nogle eksempler på alle land, altså landområder, at det skal være under Agenda 21 under FN. Det handler om, at de vil tage kontrollen over al vand, alle vandforsyninger, alle vandreservoirer, at de vil have kontrollen over alle mineraler, alle planter, alle dyr, alle nye byggerier, alle metoder til produktion af noget som helst, alle former for energi, og sidst men ikke mindst, al information. Ja, så er der så også, man kan sige, de vil simpelthen have kontrol over alle mennesker i denne verden, at det er faktisk, ja, du kan kalde det, som landmanden ser på sit kvæg, at simpelthen få fuld kontrol på alle fronter af vores liv. Okay. Og bæredygtigheden, ja, det handler jo om det der sådan med, at vi skal give plads til naturen. Og der kan du så se, vi kan slå op og så finde det, der hedder Biodiversity and Wildlands Project USA, for eksempel. Nu tager jeg lige udgangspunkt i Agenda 21 i USA. Og det gør jeg med udgangspunkt i, at hvis du tager den plan og slår den op på nettet, så kan du se, at det er et helt kort over USA, som FN står bag, hvor at stort set hele landet ligner rød på afstanden. Hvis du så kigger tættere på, så kan du se, at der er nogle små gule zoner, hvor og alt det røde på det kort, som stort set, som sagt på afstand, ligner, at hele kortet er rødt. Jamen det er der, hvor der ikke må opholde sig mennesker. Der må overhovedet ikke komme mennesker. Det er forbundet med straf, for det sags skyld dødsstraf, og bevæge sig i de områder, fordi så giver man ikke plads til moder natur. De gule zoner, det er der, hvor mennesker må bevæge sig under meget streng kontrol med checkpoints og militære bevæbnede personale, der holder øje med de områder. Og så er der de små sorte zoner på kortet, og det er det, de kalder settlement zoner, hvor at folk så rent faktisk kan bo og opholde sig. Og så kommer man til at tænke på film som Flugtaktion LA, hvor de simpelthen skærmer hele byer af og siger, her må I være, slut, færdig, bum, eller ghettoerne under 2. verdenskrig med jøderne og den slags. Men pointen er, at hvis du så tager Obamas plan for højhastighedstog, som han jo har annonceret, at nu vil han bygge højhastighedstog, så man kan komme hurtigt rundt i USA, de kan jo køre over 300 km i timen, og det er på magnetspor, det er jo rigtig smart. Og folk køber jo også og siger, jamen det vil vi gerne betale til. Pointen er bare, hvis du tager Biodiversity and Wildlands Project fra FN, og så ligger transparent henover med Obamas højhastighedstog, så passer det perfekt med, at højhastighedstogene kommer til at køre imellem de der bosættelseszoner, hvor folk må bo. Og at hele den plan, det var faktisk det, at der var en, der skrev en bog, der hedder The Hunger Games hed den. Og der sagde hun nemlig selv dengang, at jamen, det var Agenda 21, hun skrev om der. Nu er den så blevet filmatiseret, hvor hun har fået mundkurv på, og hendes repræsentant, talsmand, siger, at hun ikke vil give interview mere eller kommentere mere på den, efter den er blevet lavet som film. Men The Hunger Games, det er rent faktisk Agenda 21's plan for, hvordan at man simpelthen vil lave zoner, hvor mennesker må bo, og så simpelthen lave konkurrencer mellem de forskellige zoner på den måde, som de beskriver i Hunger Games, som jo er fuldstændig absurd og bizarrt for mange. Men det var jo The Running Man med Arnold Schwarzenegger også i sin tid. Så.
Ja. Jakob, det du siger der, det er jo ikke noget, jeg kan genkende, når jeg læser Agenda 21 for Køge. Der står, at de har en lille forening der inden for kommunen, og de prøver at opnå bæredygtighed og CO2-reduktion osv. Der står faktisk ikke meget andet der, så en almindelig dansker, der læser de lokale Agenda 21'er, han vil ikke få det indtryk, som du giver der.
Nej, nu nævner du selv CO2. Altså, for 100 år siden der var der jo ikke Der var der ikke helikopter, der fløj ud og slukkede skovbranden med at hælde vand på og den slags. Og pointen er bare, at CO2, der er det 80% af det samlede CO2-udslip kommer fra verdenshavene. Jeg mener, at menneskets samlede CO2 ligger omkring 4%, deromkring, med industri og det hele. Og i virkeligheden så CO2, det er en livsgas. Det er noget, at jorden faktisk på nuværende tidspunkt egentlig hungrer efter mere af, hvis man skal se på livskvalitet, se på, hvordan livet blomstrer, se på, hvordan at alting bliver større, strutter mere liv, jo større mængder af CO2 der er. Så at ligesom man gik og sagde, da jeg var barn, med at trække vejret, det er gratis, hvis der er nogen, der bliver forskrækket eller sådan noget, at den holder faktisk ikke mere, fordi at en CO2-afgift, nu er det bare for at tage udgangspunkt lige CO2, en CO2-afgift, det er i virkeligheden en afgift, der skal betales for alt levende liv på jorden. Og det vil også komme til at dække kæledyr, for den sags skyld. Og pointen er bare, at dem, der ikke kan betale den afgift til Al Gore i bund og grund, altså, at de skal så bare ikke være her under det system. Og det er det samme med metangasser. De kommer ind på det med, at jamen, det er landmændenes køer, de står og prutter. Og folk de griner af det, og i nyhederne, der lavede de indslag, dengang det kom frem, med at ja, det var da også noget sjovt noget, ikke? Men i virkeligheden, det kommer til at ramme os alle sammen med, at vi kommer til at blive beskattet og få afgifter på alle ledere og kanter i et system, hvor at økonomien allerede er brudt sammen, men bliver holdt kunstigt oppe ved, at de bliver ved med at printe penge ud af ingenting og den slags. Så de skaber bare via den lovgivning, som de fører ind, som at det handler om miljøet, det handler om, at vi skal være mere grønne og tage mere hensyn. Problemet er bare, at det er de selv samme familier, der står bag den dagsorden, der har skabt katastrofer, som for eksempel Fukushima, og tilbageholdt ren energi, som Nikolaj Tesla han har været inde på med magnetisme, at du sagtens skal producere ren energi, fri energi. Men pointen er jo også bare i det åbne rum, det der med, jamen vi kan ikke have noget, der er gratis, at der skal jo være nogen, der skal have nogle penge, der skal være nogen, der skal betale for det her. At give folk, for eksempel at give folk gratis, fri, ren energi, som de selv kan have en generator stående, der kan køre i flere hundrede år, uden at skulle have hverken brændstof eller noget på, jamen det vil jo sætte menneskeheden fri, og så har vi jo ikke brug for en magtstruktur, som det vi ser i dag. Altså en regering har brug for kriser, for at kunne ligesom vise, at deres tilstedeværelse i virkeligheden er påkrævet. Og det er jo også derfor, vi ser false flag events, som for eksempel Gulf of Tonkin for at komme her i Vietnam, eller 11. september for at invadere Mellemøsten, og alle de krige, der så kommer efterfølgende, ikke?
Der er ingen tvivl om, at vi kunne have væsentligt bedre liv, hvis ikke vi blev styret oppefra af en magtsyg elite. Sådan har det jo været gennem tusinder af år. Man taler jo en del om i disse tider om New World Order. Men er det egentlig New World Order, Jakob?
Nej, det er det faktisk ikke. Det er en gammel verdensorden, om du vil. Det er et gammelt system af kontrol. Og så kunne man næsten, altså det er også det der med, hvis jeg begynder at snakke om, hvad der skete for flere tusind år siden og sådan noget, så synes jeg egentlig også, at jeg kan godt have min personlige overbevisning, men det kan man næsten sige, det er så min religion, fordi jeg kan jo ikke sidde og dokumentere og bekræfte i, hvad der skete for tusindvis af år siden. Men jeg kan i hvert fald sige så meget, at de familier, vi betragter som de royale, det er det, der styrer de gamle solkulter i det, vi kalder Irak i dag. Og at solkulter har cykluser, som man snakker om med Mayan-kalenderen, siger, at verden går under i 2012 for eksempel. Og det gjorde den jo så ikke, men det er fordi, man ikke forstår, hvad det er, at det rent faktisk siger, at det skulle være begyndelsen på tidernes ende. Og så er det, at de vil have en ny tidsalder af New Age, eller en ny verdensorden. Og at i min verden, der er det indbefattet med, at når vi nu træder ud af overgangsfasen fra 2012 til 2150, at så på et tidspunkt vil der så bare blive udråbt et nyt og nul igen, og så vil de simpelthen starte på den nye tidsalder. Ja. Og det er solkulters cyklus, om du vil. Og det er også det, altså, uden at jeg skal begynde at komme ind for meget på min egen filosofi om det her, så vil jeg bare sige, at vi har altså sådan rent rationelt, hvis vi siger, at mennesket har været her i millioner af år her på jorden, altså skulle det være meget mærkeligt, at det lige nu her i begyndelsen til den nye tidsalder, at vi pludselig ser viden og teknologi eksplodere på den måde, ikke? Over 90% af al den teknologi, vi ser lige fra bærbare til satellitter og mobiltelefoner, kommer faktisk fra militærindustrien. Og det har altid 2 formål. Mobiltelefonen for eksempel, det er for, at du kan ringe og snakke med dine gamle mor på den anden side af kloden. Ja, men det har også andre formål, som for eksempel overvågningen. For eksempel, at det er lettere via digitale systemer at registrere hvert et ord, du siger, og lave algoritmer for menneskeheden, som de snakker om. Og så siger folk, at jeg er da ligeglad, når jeg er død, så kan de ikke bruge det til sådan noget. Jo, fordi de skaber algoritmer via AI-systemer, som hele tiden står og beregner trends frem i tiden. Google siger selv, at de kan bruge bare internettets Google som et profetisk værktøj i virkeligheden til at kunne forudsige fremtiden nu.
Ja, okay,
fordi de kan se, hvad folk søger på og den slags, ikke?
Jo, de kan se trends, og det er jo det.
Jo, men nu snakker jeg, altså ja, fordi jeg kan køre meget af det der, men nu er det bare nævne af mobiltelefoni, hvor jeg også siger, at det startede jo egentlig med nazisterne, der begyndte at forske i mind control, og hvor de kom frem til, jamen altså, de kunne bruge nogle master, som udsender højpulserende mikrobølgestråler, og så ramme frekvensen på menneskets hjerne, og så simpelthen få folk til at enten høre stemmer, blive syge og dårlige. De kunne bruge det som crowd control, ikke? Og jeg siger bare, at de master, at de arbejdede med dengang, det er faktisk fuldstændig samme master, som dem vi kalder mobilmaster i dag, ikke? At der står og sender højpulserende mikrobølgestråler ud, som kan tunes og indstilles og manipulere med både folks fysik og tankegang følelsesmæssigt. Og nu bliver den samme teknologi så introduceret via det, man kalder smart meters, og rundt omkring for at staten kan kontrollere, hvor meget varme folk skal have, hvor meget strøm de må bruge. At hvis de så kan se, at du har skruet for meget op for radiatoren, så kan de skrue ned igen. Ikke? Men samtidig med det, så sender den ikke kun signaler ud i lejligheden eller i huset, men den sender også signal tilbage igen. Ja. Både om, hvor mange mennesker der er, og hvor de opholder sig, og hvad de laver for den sags skyld. At det er sådan nogle teknologier der bliver introduceret i de her dage. Ja,
når du nu snakker netop om smartphones og smart meters, så er vi vel egentlig også over i Agenda 21 igen, netop for... det er en måde at kontrollere på, og så skjult bag den grønne maske. Kunne man sige sådan?
Ja, nu nævner du næsten titlen på en af de bøger, der er skrevet om Agenda 21. Men jo, det handler jo i bund og grund om at opnå total kontrol. Og det gør du jo, altså det var det, de fandt ud over i 2. verdenskrig, at folk accepterer ikke en militær kontrol, de kan se. De accepterer ikke militære checkpoints, de kan se. Så vil der være nogen, der går ud og gør oprør. Der vil hele tiden være modstand. De kan godt se det, jamen uanset hvor meget vi trapper op. Også det der med, at Hitler til sidst sagde, jamen altså, hver gang der er en, der skyder en tysk soldat, så dræber vi 10 af jeres. Men det hjælper ikke noget. Så var det hver gang der er en, der dræber en tysk soldat, så skyder vi 100 af jeres. Det hjælper heller ikke noget, fordi folk vil stadigvæk gøre oprør mod et tydeligt, åbenlyst tyranni, de kan se i gaderne. Og det er derfor, at de trak militæret tilbage, kan man sige. Og så begyndte de selv samme familier at introducere et tyranni via de stoffer i fødevarene blandt andet. Ja. Via flora i drikkevandet. Via alt det, som vi kender til i dag, for at døse os ned. Mentalt, kemisk døse os ned. Fjerne vigtige vitaminer, mineraler og eksistentielle olier fra vores fødevarer. Sådan at vi bliver påduttet, at hvis vi bliver syge, så skal vi have kemisk produceret medicin i form af piller, lykkepiller, og jeg ved ikke hvad, fra medicinalindustrien. Ikke noget med naturligt, det betragter man under Codex Alimentarius. Det betragter man jo som toksiner, som giftstoffer. Så nu har vi faktisk ikke andet mulighed, meget snart i hvert fald, for at få, hvor vi kun kan få produkter fra medicinalindustrien. Og alt det her, det er akklamering for at få os støse derned, hvor vi accepterer hvad som helst. Og det var også det, de gjorde i de gamle solkulter i Babylon, hvor de gav befolkningen stoffer og kom det i maden og gjorde alt, hvad de kunne. Og så kunne de simpelthen få folk til at ofre deres børn på det, man kalder bonefires eller bonfires, hvor de simpelthen smed små børn på bålet og ofrede dem for at få solen frem igen, når der var solformørkelse, du ved. Og det er det der sådan med at hele tiden bruge okkult viden, altså okkult, det betyder bare det skjulte. Det vil sige, at de har noget viden, som befolkningen ikke har. Så når der kommer en solformørkelse, som de vidste ville komme, så siger de, se, nu forsvinder solen, kom og ofre jeres børn. Og det gjorde folk. Men det var jo ikke kun fordi, de var syge i hovedet, som vi ser på dem i dag. Men det er simpelthen fordi, der er sket en akklamering. De har fået alle mulige mærkelige stoffer, for at overhovedet kunne få den tanke, at jamen, vi offrer der bare vores børn. Ikke? Og det er tankegangen i det, med at simpelthen snige det ind. Og det er også derfor, at man snakker i militæret om, at der er hardkill weapon. Det er sådan noget, du kan se med militæret, der render rundt med panserværnsraketter og kampvogne og sådan noget ude i gaderne. Men den anden side, det er som sagt, det er det, man kalder soft kill weapon. Og det er det, der går langsomt, hvor folk ikke, som sagt, via fødevarer og drikkevandsforsyninger, hvor folk ikke oplever, at de faktisk kun er militær besættelse, ikke?
Ja. Sig mig, er psykiatrien, den også involveret i kontrol af menneskeheden? Jeg mener...
Det kan du tro, og jeg kan fortælle dig lige præcis hvordan, og jeg har faktisk, jeg er ikke vågnet op til det, men jeg er blevet mere opmærksom på det, også efter jeg mødte sådan en som Charlotte Bjørn Poulsen, som jeg kun kan rose for hendes arbejde, blandt andet på hendes Facebook-gruppe ADHD, Stop medicineringen af børn, inde på Facebook. Og det er simpelthen det der, som jeg giver hende simpelthen et partout op og nævner hende her, fordi at det er faktisk mere og mere i den retning. Nu har jeg også set mange af de MMK-film ude på YouTube, der ligger. Og min helt klare holdning, det er, at hvis man kan stoppe folks egen tanke, hvis man kan stoppe folks selvstændige tankegang, jamen så kan alt andet frihedsbegreb være fuldstændig ligegyldigt. Og det er jo sådan noget, som vi er blevet præsenteret med helt tilbage fra 70'erne i film for eksempel, som Body Snatchers, med at ja, men det er godt, ikke mere krig, ikke flere følelser, ikke mere med at blive sur eller vred. Og det er jo det, medicinalindustrien kører på. Hvis jeg nu spørger dig, har du nogensinde prøvet at være ked af det den ene dag, og så være rigtig glad den næste? Hvis du siger ja, så kan du allerede få stillet en diagnose, der hedder bipolar sindslidelse, og så skal du have en medicin for det. I virkeligheden er det al menneskelig adfærd og opførsel, der kommer ind under de kategorier. I min verden, der er det lidt ligesom med horoskoper, at du kan få det til at passe på alle. Jeg vil kunne gå ud på gaden og stille folk bare et par spørgsmål, og så ud fra det simpelthen kunne sige, jamen de har jo den og den sindslidelse. Og det er jo Big Pharma, altså det er jo medicinalindustrien selv, der laver nogle piller, nogle stoffer, og så går de simpelthen ind i lukkede rum og rækker ved håndsoprækkelse, beslutter sig for, hvad for nogle diagnoser, at man så skal putte de stoffer ind under. Og det er jo fuldstændig forrygt system, altså, fordi en tanke, det er ikke på det periodiske system, det er ikke engang i den her verden, vil man sige, men alligevel så går man ud fra farmaindustrien og siger, jamen vi kan kontrollere, vi kan hjælpe, men i virkeligheden så ødelægger de folk både fysisk og psykisk, og på alle måder, altså dem der siger, de får noget ud af at tage de medicamenter mod en eller anden psykisk lidelse, om det så er ADHD eller skizofreni, eller hvad det end kan være. De eneste, der føler, at de får noget ud af det, det er dem, der bare ikke kan mærke sig selv, når de tager de stoffer. Men ved også, at det får folk til at begå selvmord, det får folk til at gå ud og slå andre ihjel. Og at der er faktisk ikke nogen af de skoleskyderier rundt omkring i verden, der vi hører om, specielt fra USA. Der er ikke nogen af dem, der bliver begået, uden at den eller dem, der har begået de skoleskyderier, rent faktisk har været på forskellige former for medicin.
Ja, nu du siger skoleskyderier. I vores næste udsendelse skal vi have en gæst, som vil tale om ham, den norske terrorist, hvad var det, han hed? Anders Breivik, ja.
Og han var jo totalt mind control, det er jo fuldstændig klart og tydeligt, fordi CIA's egen MK-Ultra-programs doktriner snakker nemlig om at få folk til at tro, at de er med i en ridderorden, få dem til at tro, at de arbejder for en hemmelig orden, som de så render rundt og udfører deres handlinger under. Så det synes jeg lyder meget spændende. Det vil jeg meget gerne selv høre, det program der.
Okay, vi sætter det til dig, Jakob. Jakob, du er jo desværre ikke her i København og kan inden for vores rækkevidde. Vi har omkring 10 minutter tilbage, Jakob.
Ja.
Agenda 21, når jeg går ind på nettet og hører videoer, så hører jeg det samme som det, du siger, at vi skal passe på. Der bliver lovet os et utopia, men det er i virkeligheden en lokkemad til gradvist at blive mere og mere kontrolleret og styret fra ovenaf.
Fuldstændig.
Det er dog meget vanskeligt at se, når man læser Agenda 21 lokalplan for Køge. Er der nogen bestemt måde, jeg kunne gennemskue det lettere?
Ikke ved at sidde og se lige den officielle hjemmeside, vil jeg tro. Nu har jeg ikke været inde på Køges.
Nej, det var bare et eksempel af Køge. Ja. Slagelse, Aarhus, Esbjerg. Det er jo det samme. Det er jo, de skriver, at de bruger den samme. de cut and paste, ikke?
Ja, jo. Men det er bare, altså, du skal kunne gennemskue, hvad det er, fordi at det er en militær dagsorden, og det er ren propaganda, at vi sidder og sluger, hvis man køber den officielle dagsorden med, at det formoder jord, det for at redde miljøet og sådan noget. Og jeg siger, slå Gaia-religion op, altså at det var det Hitler ville, og det var det, han arbejdede for, og det er det, de royale snakker om. Det er derfor, at prins Philip har World Wildlife Funds, og ved hans ridderkorsoverrækkelse siger, at hans største drøm er, når han dør, så komme tilbage som en dødelig virus og udrydde over 80% af menneskeheden og sådan noget. At det er jo deres religion, det er det, de royale står for. Og der vil jeg også bare tilføje, at indavl i naturen, at de udrydder sig selv, de bider deres unger ihjel og forgår, hvis det er en flok, der kommer for langt væk fra andre flokke, for eksempel ulve. Men når vi snakker de royale, så vender de simpelthen deres blodtørst og psykopati på grund af indavl, den vender de simpelthen mod befolkningen via dødsordner, eller Skull and Bones, Council of Foreign Relations, Club of Rome, og jeg ved ikke, hvad de ikke har af forskellige ordner. Og det er psykopati, der ligger bag, men som sagt, så har de droppet den åbenlyse militære invasion, og så simpelthen forklæder det som, at det formoder jord. Men det er den samme dagsorden, der går igen. Og det var også det, vores historielærer, han faktisk dokumenterede dengang med artikler faktisk fra højstående embedsmænd selv, som pralede med det. Dem har jeg så ikke kunne finde hverken på net eller noget efter. Det var sådan noget, han delte rundt som kopi, men hvor han simpelthen dokumenterede, at eliten efter 2. verdenskrig fik Aleister Crowley til at designe NATO-flaget. Og deres eneste egentlige krav, det var, at hagekorset, solens tegn, skulle indgå som en del af det. Og hvis du tager og fjerner alle stregerne i NATO-tegnet, så har du faktisk et lidt forvredet hagekors, om du vil, ikke? Ja. Og jo, altså, de vil gerne gøre det åbenlyst og bruge de samme symboler, men de forklæder det, altså ligesom Fabian Society, deres logo, det er et får, ser det ud som om, der kommer med et hvidt flag, men kigger du tættere på logoet, så kan du se, at det er en ulv i forklæder, der kommer med det hvide flag. Og det er den måde, de har tænkt sig at forme den nye verdensorden på, ved at få folk til at købe illusionen om, at når vi sender vores soldater i krig, så er det for fædrelandet, ikke? Men fædrelandet er væk. Vores grænser er væk. Vi har ikke nogen nationale stat. Vi er en provins i en union, som meget snart bliver slået sammen til under en verdensregering. Fuldstændig som Hitler han begyndte på i 1942, da han begyndte at snakke om at lave konferencer om et europæisk økonomisk fællesskab, men som så også blev til et politisk fællesskab, som i dag er en totalt central instans, der sidder og dikterer alt lige fra, hvor meget vi må forurene i vores drikkevand, til nu, at vi har fundet ud af, at pesticiderne, vi sprøjter med, er dem, der dræber bierne. Og så i stedet for, at danske politikere kan gå ind og lovgive om det, så skal vi sidde og vente på, at EU får lavet et direktiv til at få det stoppet. Og det hele den der magtfordeling, den er helt forskruet. Lad os få det tilbage til lokale hænder, lad os lave lokalmiljøer, der selv beslutter, hvad at vi vil med vores land, og så afskaffe det globale diktatur. Ja. Det er jo bare det.
Jamen, det har du ret i. Tidligere i udsendelsen nævnte du, at du nævnte det, der hed Operation Paperclip. Ja. Et meget interessant kapitel i USA's historie. Jeg vil godt lige have lov til at vende tilbage til den, og du måske bruge et par minutter på den. Ja. At fortælle vores lyttere, at Operation Paperclip var en mission, operation, hvor amerikanerne fik omkring 600-800 tyske videnskabsfolk importeret. Selvom de var nazister, så blev de godkendt, fordi de havde viden, som den amerikanske militærindustri og højindustri skulle bruge.
Ja, der har jeg en lille rettelse, hvis det er i orden.
Ja.
At, jeg har nemlig også både læst Lars Bugges konspirationsteorier, flere konspirationsteorier, og set, hvad der står på Wikipedia omkring det her. Og pointen for mig, det er det der sådan med, at det hele tiden spindede med, at det var efter krigen, at der var amerikanere og englænderne lige pludselig interesseret i at hyre alle de der nazistforskere. Og ja, det er rigtigt nok, det var en 700-800 fra selve toppen af eliten, men i virkeligheden så var det jo mange tusinder, at de over årene fik sivet fra Nazi-Tyskland til Alaska, og så fik dem sivet igennem årene efter til de respektive lande, og fik dem hyret og gav dem frie hænder, frie forskere, frie midler, frie penge til at sætte alt fra NASA, CIA og FBI og alle de hemmelige efterretningstjenester op rundt omkring. Men pointen for mig, det er det der sådan med, at det var ikke kun efter krigen, det var både op til og under krigen, at de blev finansieret af de royale familier, både fra England og fra USA. Altså en som Prescott Bush, for eksempel George Bushes farfar, han var jo simpelthen Hitlers højre hånd i virkeligheden. Det var ham, der skrev talerne og leverede propagandaen til Hitler, hvor han var ansat under Rockefeller. Og det hele den historie, den kommer altså ikke frem på Wikipedia eller nogen andre steder. Men det er også noget, man skal sætte sig ind i, hvor pengene rent faktisk kom fra. Ligesom det der med, hvorfor bombede de aldrig den tyske industri? Fordi det var ikke Hitlers industri. Det var amerikanske og engelske interesser. Det var deres industri. Det var deres militærindustri.
Ja, det er der nogen, der har lagt væk til før. Ja. Det er virkelig utroligt, at man stiller et spørgsmål, ikke også?
Ja.
Okay, Jacob. Der er mere mellem himmel og jord.
Det er der.
Og
sandheden er derude. Det er bare at finde den.
Ja. Her på Falderæb, er der nogle bestemte steder på nettet, du vil anbefale os at gå hen og undersøge nærmere de ting, som du er kommet frem med i denne udsendelse?
Ja, altså jeg har jo selv mit forum, der hedder packsteam.org, eller .org, og så er der selvfølgelig infowars.com, og så er der sådan noget, der hedder prisonplanet.com, som jo egentlig begge to af de to sidstnævnte er ejet og kontrolleret af Alex Jones, som jo egentlig bare ligesom mig er en aktivist, der er autodidakt, om du vil, er vågnet op til, hvad det egentlig er, der foregår, ved at han har stødt på personer og haft interviewet højstående personer, som for eksempel Raymond Govern, der simpelthen kalder den amerikanske ledelse The Crazies, altså, som selv har været CIA-direktør og sådan noget. Og det er det der med, når man først hører folk fra eliten selv, der står af og siger, nu vil jeg gerne have lov til at fortælle, hvad jeg vil, jamen så bliver man overrasket. Og, altså, det er grotesk, og det er skræmmende for mange i starten, men som Gandhi også siger, det er først så griner de af en, så vil de prøve at bekæmpe dig, men til sidst så vinder man, fordi sandheden vil altid være sandheden. Og ja, så må den være skræmmende, men det er stadigvæk faktum, at tingene foregår bag lukkede døre. Og det første sandhed, eller det første offer i en hvilken som helst krig er altid sandheden. Og det må vi så også erkende, at det er i danske medier specielt nu, hvor Danmark altså er i krig.
Ja. Jamen, vi her fra Radio Frihed vil sige dig mange tak for dit input, Jacob.
Det var så lidt, og tusind tak for henvendelsen.
Tusind tak, Jacob, og jeg håber, vi en anden god gang kan få lov at ringe til dig.
Helt sikkert.
Tak, du.
Jeg stiller op til hver en tid.
Tak, du have.
Det var hyggeligt og behageligt. Tusind tak.
Tak, Jacob.
Hej igen.
Så kære lytter, det var Jacob Laursen, aktivist fra Esbjerg, som havde et budskab til os, og meget af det kunne jeg godt forstå, hvis I selv synes, det lød lidt for utroligt. Tag det som man selv sagde det. Gå ud og undersøge det. Sandheden kan være ildehørt, og nogle gange er der altså mere mellem himmel og jord, end man skulle tro. Vi tager så lige noget musik.
Bush, he was a Nazi, that was why he went to war. Obama, he is just like him, a Bilderberg for sure. All their money and their wealth was stolen from a dead man's grave. A bunch of Nazi pigs they are, just study and be brave. Hitler, he was just a puppet for the New World Order. His ideas were never really his. Bush and Obama, it's the same side of the story. Will we ever learn our lessons? Will we ever free ourselves? United Nations wants to kill you. It's in the documents. History repeats itself. The evil never ends. Now let's all just march into a FEMA camp today. Please let me just load a pistol and blow my brains away. After all, that's what we are doing almost every day. When we use bisphenol A, that's making people gay. Mercury and aspartame, I know the name sounds lame, but after all that's said and done, it's making me insane.
Gentlemen, we have called you together to inform you that we are going to overthrow the United States government. You still think that jet fuel brought down the World Trade Center? Does anybody else see a problem here?
Hej, Jakob her. I dag vil jeg godt snakke lidt om mine egne oplevelser som pædagog for Esbjerg Kommune og drage parallellen til det, man i offentlig tale kalder for FN's dødskoder og dødspaneler. Det som mange vil sige, det har de aldrig hørt om, eller i hvert fald har fortrængt, fordi det er jo lidt ubehageligt at tænke på, at man faktisk i Danmark over hele Vesten i dag, under FN's Agenda 21-program, slår folk ihjel, der koster for meget. Og det har jo noget at gøre med, at vi lever i et globalt militært diktatur. Men inden jeg begynder at snakke alt for meget om det her, vil jeg godt lige vise jer alle sammen et lille klip fra en dansk Centropa-film, der hedder Hvordan vi slipper af med de andre. Uanset om dem, der har lavet filmen, ved det eller ej, så er det faktisk en ganske udmærket og ret præcis beskrivelse af, hvordan FN og NATO's Agenda 21-program er tænkt. Så det kommer her.
Gerda Larsen, bistandsmodtager, indtil du blev invalidepensionist.
Du er alkoholiker, storryger. Du har levet dit arbejdsløse liv på en bænk, og du er selvforskyldt syg og har kostet staten et 2-cifret millionbeløb. Og nu er det slut.
I dag handler det om jeres værd som mennesker.
Der er en flink embedsmand, der har finkæmmet finansloven og fundet de tabere, som virkelig koster knaster. Det viser sig, at det er en ganske lille del af den danske befolkning, der står for den alt overvejende del af statens udgifter. Sammenkør registrene. Lad os få fat på dem. Misbrugere, alkoholikere, invalidepensionister, dårlige forældre, kriminelle. Interner dem på skolerne, og lad os komme i gang. Med denne plan, der slipper vi af med samfundets absolut største byrde. Og vi kan se frem til at sætte skatten ned til 25%. Lad os slippe af med dem en gang for alle.
Nej, venner.
I skal udryddes, fordi I ikke har bidraget positivt til velfærdsstaten. Jeg kan tilbyde hjælp.
Hvis jeg skal dø, så skal håndværkerne fandme også, fordi jeg ved, de laver så meget sort arbejde.
Jeg skal nok finde ud af, hvem du er.
Jeg har skabt keramikerskole for arbejdsløse på Møn. Ja, det kan jeg lige sige. Jamen, du har selv lige sagt, at jeg ikke skal lægges til last for et uheldigt helbred.
Som skyldes druk.
Men den akt som paragraf 8 i loven om militær undtagelsestilstand tildeler mig, så dømmer jeg dig til døden for forsømmelse af dine almenmenneskelige pligter og dit ansvar over for samfundet. Kaster du lidt op?
Det var så lige et lille klip, eller rettere sagt traileren til filmen, hvordan vi slipper af med de andre. Og med den i baghovedet vil jeg så fortælle lidt om min tid som pædagog her i Esbjerg Kommune, hvor jeg blandt andet arbejdede for Hedelunds Ældrecenter med leder Peter Rid Larsen, der også er distriktschef her i Esbjerg Kommune. Og det må jeg godt sige, fordi han har selv givet mundtligt tilsagn om, at jeg må bruge hans navn, og han er jo offentlig person, der selv har udtalt sig i pressen mod alle de kritikpunkter og skandalesager, der har været. i forbindelse med ældreområdet her i Esbjerg. Men ude på Hedenlunds ældrecenter, der var jeg så ansat i aktiveringen, og det var meningen, at jeg skulle blive der. Men det gik ikke lige sådan, og senere fandt jeg jo så ud af, at det var simpelthen fordi, at Peter Rid Larsen han havde hørt mig sige til en af beboerne, at min personlige holdning til aspartam var, at det var det rene gift. Og det må man ikke. Du må ikke sige din mening. Du får heller ikke nogen skældud eller næser eller reprimander. Du bliver bare læst ud af døren og får at vide, at du koster for meget. I skal bare have en medhjælper og ikke en uddannet pædagog og bla bla bla. Men indrømmede så 10 år efter, at det faktisk var, fordi at jeg havde udtalt mig kritisk over for sødemidlet aspartam. Senere ude på Esehuset, ude i Sæding, hvor at jeg så blev ansat, der kom han så ud som konstitueret leder, fordi at vores rigtige leder på Esehuset gik ned med stress, og det var der så også 2, der havde gjort før hende, fordi at det er jo ikke særlig sjovt at være leder for en KZ-lejr, for en aflivningscentral, hvor man skal gå og lyve bare hemmeligheder hele tiden. Men sådan nogle ting, det har Peter Rid Larsen overhovedet ingen problemer med. Og der var nemlig, at jeg oplevede for eksempel en sygeplejerske komme hen til mig og sige et helt konkret eksempel, at Dut nede på stue 7 for eksempel, hvis hun falder om igen, så skal jeg ikke slå alarm. Jeg skal bare sætte mig ned, kigge hende dybt i øjnene, af hende over panden eller over hånden. Der var frit vand på alle hylder. Og så skulle jeg kigge hende dybt i øjnene, som sagt, og bare sige, det er okay, det er okay, det er okay, og blive ved med at sige det, indtil hun stopper med at trække vejret, indtil hun døde. Hvorfor? Fordi at hun havde fået en dødskode. Hun skulle ikke genopleves. Og hvis ambulancen kommer og sådan noget, så må de heller ikke give hende vand eller noget som helst, fordi at man er allerede død i journalen. Og det er jo fuldstændig forrygt. Folk, der betaler skat hele livet, lige pludselig finder ud af sammen med deres pårørende, at nu er personen bare død. Hvorfor? Fordi behandlingen var stoppet. Og når de pårørende står og siger, hvorfor har I stoppet behandlingen til min mor, hun ligger og kan ikke få vejret, så kommer sygeplejersken bare og siger, at det er en lægelig beslutning. Det er fordi behandlingen ikke virker. Så er ikke noget, vi kan gøre. Sådan er det bare. Slut. Og det er FN's dødskoder i fuld flor. Det er militært. Det er hemmeligt. Der er ikke nogen, der må sige noget andet, end det de får besked på og sige, og det er en løgn. Det er jo altid en løgn, når offentlige ansatte åbner munden, ligesom en politiker, for den sags skyld. De offentlige ansatte arbejder under politisk styre, og politikerne under de royale familier, og de royale familier arbejder for deres egen private institution, kaldet FN/NATO. Og så er det jo den dagsorden, vi får. Og der var, at Peter Rid Larsen, han fortalte mig jo så, da han fyrede mig fra Esehuset, at det var derfor, at han også fyrede mig fra Hedenlund, fordi at han, som han siger, han vidste allerede dengang, at Jakob, du har for meget empati, sidder jeg sådan lidt. Jeg er også pædagog, jeg er ikke bøddel, hvor han bare sådan kigger på mig. Jakob, du skulle bare have brugt albuer, du kunne komme højt op til værs, ligesom mig, en rigtig narcissist. Men ikke nok med det, så sidder han og fortæller mig om, at det er da ikke noget problem. Det der med, at folk dør, det gør de jo hver dag. Han havde da selv kommet til den position af magt, som han var som distriktsleder og konstitueret leder og leder for Hedenlunds ældrecenter og det hele, ved at bruge albuer. Og som han fortæller, han havde jo selv arbejdet for tøjindustrien, hvor han står og blander store mængder af formaldehyd i imprægneringen. Og som man siger, det er ikke noget, man siger noget til. Man ved da godt, hvad det der formaldehyd det gør. Trænger lige igennem huden, giver kræft og forgifter folk. Men det gør der ikke noget. Det er jo bare et job. Det er holdningen. Det er jo bare et job. Det var det hos alle hans ansatte i hvert fald. Det er bare Tino stille, Jacob. Det er bare et job. Jeg tager ikke at stå frem. Jeg tager ikke at give dig ret. Jeg gør ingenting. Jeg synes, det er fedt nok, at du gør det, men du skal ikke blande mig ind i det, vel? Men pointen er, at han sidder selv grinende og fortæller mig, at han har ikke noget problem med at forgifte folk. Han har ikke noget problem med at håndtere dødskoder og dødspaneler. Han har ikke noget mod at stå og lyve over for ældre mennesker, lyve over for de pårørende, bare være en bedrager i det hele taget. Nej, og hvorfor? Fordi ledelser er stort set altid psykopater. Det er som så overskriften på en bog, jeg har ikke lige læst den, det var sjovt nok ude i Frelsens her. Psykopater i jakkesæt. Lige præcis. Du og jeg, højst sandsynligt dig, der ser den her film, vi vil ikke have magt over andre folk. Vi vil ikke dominere og skulle beslutte om at aflive gamle Grete, fordi hun koster for meget, og hun er ikke produktiv. Og det er bare hele tankegangen, det er det der med, at vi er et produkt, Ligesom Jordan Maxwell han snakker om, at vi kommer ud af fødselskanalen, og at vi bliver set som en handelsvare, der kommer fra havs til kaj, får en dåbsattest, som ikke er andet end et stempel i papirerne om, at produktet er velleveret og den slags. Vi er et produkt i dag, og med robotudviklingen og sådan noget, der har de royale familier slet ikke brug for menneskeheden mere. De kan bruge robotter til det hele. De kan få robotter til at gøre alt vores arbejde for os i deres øjne, fordi for dem der handler det kun om produkt og produktion, hvor vi er produktet, men vi er i dag som menneskehed et overflødigt produkt. Og derfor har vi Agenda 21. Derfor har vi FN/NATO til at bogstaveligt talt aflive os alle sammen. Og ja, det er der nogen, der synes, der er meget deprimerende, meget trist, meget mørkt, meget dystert. Men pointen er sandheden positiv eller negativ? For alle jer, der tænker, at sandheden er positiv, tag den her film til jer, del den, sæt jer ind i tingene, oplys jer selv, og bagefter gå ud og informere andre, fordi at der sidder kun ca. 6.000 royale psykopater i toppen af det her pyramidespil med FN og NATO. Vi er milliarder af mennesker på den her jord. Hvis vi ikke kan stå sammen mod 6.000 indavlede psykopater, så er det lige før jeg tænker, at menneskeheden fortjener den skæbne, de går i møde. Hvis det ikke var fordi jeg ved, at det er fordi vi er under militær kontrol med hjernevask, MK Ultra gennem tv, pressen og alle de der ting. Men helt seriøst, det er nu. Det er tid til at blive vred, som jeg siger. Det er tid til at vågne op, og det er tid til at vække alle andre op omkring jer. Det var bare det for i dag. Død over Danmark. Jeg håber det ikke, men det er det vi har, og det er det vi skal af med. Så tak herfra. Hej, Jakob her. Jeg vil lige lave en lille film, der beskriver det system, vi er i lige nu. Og hvad det er, jeg synes, der er ret pålæggende, at alle mennesker, ja faktisk i hele verden, tager til sig, forholder sig til og bliver aktive i at få stoppet. Og det handler i dag om aktivering, det vi også kalder løntilskud, jobtræning. De har alle mulige fine små ord, ligesom man siger, at fanden har mange navne. Det har aktivering også. Men i dag der skal jeg lige pointere over for det danske folk, at aktivering per definition er ulovlig. Det er ulovligt, det kommunerne der gør, når de sender dig eller dine nærmeste i aktivering. Fordi at alle nationale, alle internationale og selv FN's egne regler siger selv, at slaveri er indbefattet af to ting. Det er 1. Arbejde uden løn, og 2. Arbejde mod ens vilje. Og disse to kriterier er opfyldt, når kommunerne sender jer ud i løntilskud, jobprøvning, aktivering i det hele taget. Fordi at det er 1. Mod din vilje. De fleste tilfælde. Der er nogle enkelte, der elsker at blive undertrykt, der elsker at blive kuget. Det er også dem, der går ud og finder ægte mænd, der slår dem og bliver hos dem. Det er også dem, der godt kan lide aktivering og synes, det er en god idé, og så sidder de jo og keder sig hjemme og rationaliserer det oven i deres hoveder. Den anden ting er, at det er uden løn. Så ved jeg godt, at folk siger, at de får penge for det. Nej, det gør de ikke. Folk i aktivering får ikke penge for at være i aktivering. De får deres overlevelseshjælp. Det vil sige, at de ikke kan overleve i det her samfund uden de penge. Og det er sådan set det, at der er på spil, hvis de ikke kommer i aktiveringen. Det vil sige, at det, der altid har været en rettighed, det er nu lavet om til et privilegie. Og under det privilegie, der bryder vi altså alle internationale og nationale konventioner omkring slaveri. Fordi det som sagt er mod ens vilje, og det er uden løn. Og nu ved jeg for eksempel fra forskellige steder her i Esbjerg, hvor jeg bor lige for tiden, at der har vi jo selvfølgelig også aktivering. Der er gode steder, der er dårlige steder. I dag der vil jeg så beskrive et af de steder, som vi kalder privat. Det er ikke privat. Det er halvt kommunalt, halvt privat, hvis man overhovedet kan dele det sådan op. Men i dag der handler det så lige specifikt om Frelsens Hær, hvor at folk jo også kommer ned i aktivering. Og i Frelsens Hær, der har de for eksempel sådan et tipsystem, hvor at du skal bippe dig ind, når du kommer, og du skal bippe dig ud, når du går. Pointen er, hvis du bare kommer 2 minutter for sent, det er faktisk nok til, at kommunen trækker dig i overlevelseshjælp for en hel dag. Fordi din bus er forsinket, cyklen var punkteret, Der er ikke nogen undskyldning andet, end hvis du har et handicappet barn, der akut skulle afhentes, eller sådan et eller andet fuldstændig vanvittigt, hvor kommunen selvfølgelig godt kan se, at der vil de selv miste penge ved at skulle for eksempel aktivere en taxaordning, eller et eller andet. Der kan du så lige til nød redde den der dag, du vil blive trukket i din overlevelseshjælp. Den kan du lige få reddet der. Men ellers så er det sådan set bare ren tyranni. Bare for tyranniets skyld. Nu ved jeg for eksempel nede fra Frelsens Hær her i Esbjerg. Nu er det bare lige Frelsens Hær, det kunne være mange andre steder. Men at der har de for eksempel sådan noget med, at klokken ringer. Så kan du gå til pause, og så ringer klokken. Så skal du gå fra pause. Og lige så snart klokken ringer fra pause, så står der allerede en medarbejder, en fastansat, klapper i hænderne og siger, så har klokken ringet, nu kan jeg godt komme tilbage. Fordi de har sådan set bare den der holdning som udgangspunkt, at vi alle sammen bare nogle dovne nogen, hvis man er endt i et aktiveringsforløb. Men ikke nok med det. Inde i kantinen, der står der så kopper og glas, hvor vi får at vide, at vi må tage noget kaffe eller te. Og så er det jo lige, at hvis du går over og tager for eksempel et glas, og går over og hælder vand i, så kommer de efter dig. Hvorfor? Fordi at glassene er også kun til kaffe eller te eller juice, sodavand, citat osv. Jeg ved ikke, hvad osv. dækker over, fordi det er i hvert fald ikke vand, fordi du får skæld ud med for reprimander, hvis du går over og tager et glas og kommer vand i. Hvorfor? Ja, lige præcis. Det er kun regler for reglernes skyld. Det er kun for, at du skal føle dig magtesløs. Det er kun for at undertrykke. Og det er sådan hele systemet er sat op. Men bare husk det. Gør opmærksom på, hvis du bliver sendt i aktivering, at du gør det, hvis du ikke vil miste dine penge selvfølgelig, under protest. Gør opmærksom på over for det her nazistiske, bogstaveligt talt fascistiske, royale diktatur, at du gør det, hvis du vil have dine penge, men du gør det i protest. Gør opmærksom på, at du udmærket godt ved, at det her, det er lovbrud. Det er et brud på alle internationale og nationale, altså FN's egne regler. Dette her, det skal stoppes, og det skal stoppes nu. Når vi snakker om i samfundet, at vi skal rationalisere, så ved folk som regel ikke engang, hvad det betyder. Men rationalisering betyder, at vi skærer noget væk. Og når folk de så finder ud af det, så at de finder ud af, hvad er det, de skærer væk. Men så hører de altid om, det er noget med økonomi, det er noget med penge. Nej, det er undskyldningen. Fordi det, de i virkeligheden skærer væk, i vores menneskelighed. Det, de ønsker at tage fra dig og din familie. Det er din menneskelighed. Det er jeres menneskelighed. De vil gøre os alle sammen til underdanige slaver. Ikke engang borgere, jeg skulle til at sige borgere, hvor er vi henne. De vil gøre os alle sammen til underdanige slaver, hvor at det eneste, du skal koncentrere dig om, det er at parere ordre og frygte. Specielt det sidste, det er meget afgørende, for ellers så fungerer det her system ikke. Fordi det hele er baseret på løgn, det hele er baseret på bedrag. De vil have, at du skal frygte. Nede på kommunen, der er deres primære opgave at få borgerne til at leve i frygt. Og det er så lige her, jeg siger dig, gør dig det bevidst. Sig til dig selv, sig til alle andre, at du nægter at leve i frygt. Sig til dig selv og sig til hele verden, vil jeg sige. Kom ud af frygten, venner. Gør klar til kamp, fordi det her system, det vil forsvinde på et tidspunkt. Det er kun et spørgsmål om tid, fordi at der vil altid være et modtræk til et træk. Når der er en kraft i samfundet, der presser den ene vej, så vil der altid være en modsvarende kraft, der presser den anden vej. Det fungerer begge veje. Det er ikke kun frihed mod tyranni, det er også tyranni mod frihed. Sådan er det. Så tænk lige over det, venner. Nu skal vi altså til at gøre klar til kamp. Åbn munden. For Guds skyld, åbn munden. Snak højt om det her. Sig, at du er klar over, at de bryder nationale, internationale konventioner. Når du siger det nede på jobcentret, jeg garanterer dig for, at de vil give dig ret. Højst sandsynligt. Medmindre det er en af dem, der godt kan lide at selv være undertrykt, og sidder og føler, at de er nødsaget til på grund af, at de gerne vil bevare deres job, og lyve. Fordi det er jo det, alle kommunalansatte bliver tvunget til. Det er at undlade at fortælle sandheden, og hvis de ikke kan det, så skal de lyve. Det er blandt andet derfor, jeg selv blev blacklistet som pædagog, fordi jeg prøver at forholde mig til sandheden. Og det må du ikke. Specielt ikke klage over, at tingene foregår fuldstændig ude i det korrupte suppedags. Men mit budskab herfra er bare, kom ud af frygten, bliv aktiv, og det skal være nu. Begynd at snakke højt, bliv aggressiv, som han siger i Network. I want to get mad. I want you to get mad. Ikke også? Det er tid til at blive vrede nu. Ikke umotiveret vrede. Ikke gå ud og smadre det hele og sætte bål og brand i gaderne. Men gå ud og med autoritet i stemmen fortæl de her autoritære møgdyr i virkeligheden, at du er klar over, at det her system, det er ikke bare korrupt, det er bundhamrende ulovligt. Danmark er ikke et land, vi er en provins under en union, der er slået under en verdensregering, et verdensdiktatur under FN. De har deres privatejede verdenshær i form af NATO. Der findes kun de royale familier mod befolkningen. Politikerne er ikke andet end gummiboffer til at beskytte de royale familier mod befolkningen, og få befolkningen til at kigge mod politikerne forsvare, få befolkningen til at kigge mod politikerne som aggressionsventil, kan du kalde det. Men nu vil jeg gerne prøve at hjælpe med at få folk til at vågne op til, at det er de royale.